Car comes across the line before we could actually officially say who was taken out the 15.
That's right.
Regularity here at the Winton Festival of Speed.
Just taking a look out of our commentary post window, the safety or the recovery vehicle is recovering that Austin Healey 100. So hopefully they're able to sort out whatever little gremlin there is in that car and get it back out for the next of the regularity runs.
Cars still coming across the line as we see the old 2 model Ford just chundering across the line. So I reckon, pretty sure before we get the official, I think Louis could have taken out event, Louis Rapo. So I think we'll give the nod to Louise unless someone comes and corrects us up. But that was a great little regularity. Don't forget, we're being brought to you by Race Radio 87.6 along with Bloodline TV.
And next up we have the pre-1970 Formula Cars and Formula Vee.
So we might just have a little bit of a break, Phil, and we'll be back very, very shortly with the pre-1970 Formula Cars and Formula Vee.
Thank you, Peter.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed as we watch the cars coming out for this event, the Group JK, LV, M&O and Formula Vee event. Always quite an exciting car race, this one, because we've got some very quick cars up the front and some slightly slower cars. I'm talking about Formula Vees and things, but don't be surprised to see a couple of Formula Vees up in the middle of the field, because they are very, very quick around here. Formula V is one of those sort of cars that's pedal to metal just about all the way. A little ease off here and there for getting around the corners, but very little braking goes on with those cars, and they just stick to the road like glue. And we've got in that group quite a few of our junior members of the VHRR running. The McLaughlin boys, Josh Lowry and a few others running in that event, which they'll really do well. They're very, very, well, we say experienced already, because they've been running for quite a little while. And to be a junior member, you're got to be up to 21. And it's a good idea to get into. If you want to join the junior light league, the junior section of the VHRR, you have free entries, free garage, and a few other perks to go along with it. So
do we qualify?
No, we don't. No, we don't qualify.
That's unfortunate.
Peter Shea, my other commentator, on board with me here this morning, so we'll bring in this event when we get them underway, which will be very, very shortly. What a wonderful day. Look at those jet streams. I was watching those earlier on this morning, and they're darting and diving all over the sky.
I hope they're friendly.
Well, I think so, yeah. We hope they're friendly ones. Dear me. Anyway, so, yeah, so a super day. You wouldn't believe if you were here on Friday that it could be anything like it is at the moment, because Friday was very, very wet. As you can see by the infield, it still hasn't dried up. And as we said yesterday, the track's pretty quick, but the infield's even quicker.
Absolutely. And this should be interesting too, Ron McGuinness and Laurie Bennett on the front row, two very, very quick pedallers in open wheel cars around this Winton layout.
Yeah, McGuinness had the legs on Laurie yesterday, but we'll see what how they go this time. So you've got McGuinness, Bennett,
Norman Faulkner up there as well in car 30.
Norm Faulkner and Graham Raper. Now Graham Raper, of course, would be probably the oldest car in the event, in the old monoskate, flathead Ford V8. Fagan next to him, Wadds, Bates, Mead, Edgar, and then young Abby Wingate. As they get away, look at the smoke coming off the tyres of the old monoskate as Graham Raper puts the pedal down, and he gets himself up into around about sort of third or fourth place already. No, he's dropped back a notch.
Dropped back, yeah.
But great start from they've had the two lead cars now coming up into turn 3. Laurie Bennett having to just drop back from McGuinness. McGuinness should really have the get up and go in a slightly quicker car. Laurie will drive like there's no tomorrow to keep up.
He certainly will, and he's really going to have to drive pretty hard to get back McGuinness. This is two races within one race. That makes any sense. We've got the V's and the slower cars just starting a little bit back, so they're having a race within a race. And the V's really put on a very,
There's
very
actually
tight
6
form.
categories in this race. Here's your Formula V's coming now. They started off a bit later. Let's make up through. And that looks like Josh Lowering, who actually gave us a hand with commentary yesterday. So Josh out in front. And Josh has been very lucky. He's had a couple of runs in other people's cars, a couple of touring cars, and those sort of things, so he's going well. But he must have missed a gear, because someone had really caught up very quickly to him. Can't quite pick that number up as they make their way through the big sweeper and up towards the tank corner. Called tank corner, but where the flag point is, there used to be a big old tank that the boys used to stand in. So we'll call it tank corner.
We'll call it tank corner up in the cleavage area, the twisty bits here
Yes,
at
that's
Winton.
the way.
Now our front runners are heading down in towards turn 3 as our back markers are just coming out of the twisty bits.
And
With
thing up in the cleavage there, car 71, and that's Harold Roberts.
Yep, Roberts.
Harold Roberts, again, one of the oldest cars in here. He bought that car brand new, that little Alfa Formula Vee. And Harold himself, of course, is no spring chicken.
I was going to say Harold and the car go well together, go way back. So I've just got some of the V's on screen now, so it's away good, close nose to tail running. Car 17, car 99 at it, hammer and tongs.
99 is Ross McLaughlin. We've got, usually have 2 of the McLaughlin boys here, but Derek McLaughlin, of course, running later on in his car, but a young
father and son.
Father and son, so we've got car 90 coming through. Looking back there to 99, which is the McLaughlin car. Also Cuttle.
That's Jackson in car 80, leading that gaggle of Formula V's.
Yes, that's Chris Jackson. It's Ross Jackson's son. So
there's a lot of father and son combos here this weekend.
Combos, yeah, they're all here this weekend.
Ross and the Di Tommaso a bit later on.
And I don't know quite what he was doing there, but 99 McLaughlin pointing to something to the side of the car, not sure what. Here's young Abby Wingate in the Bill Hemming little Alfa.
She's at 23, is Abby?
Car 23, yep. Abby's learning her way in motorsport as well. Yep, one of our junior lady drivers.
Car 25 putting a little bit of pressure. That's Doherty putting a little bit of pressure on Abby. As we run with Abby in car 23. And it's good to see the younger females also too having a crack and doing reasonably well.
Oh yes, we've got a number of girls driving, so that's a good thing.
Abby running down in 11th spot, which is pretty good. And she's more than holding her own as Mead and Doherty are giving her a little bit of a hard time.
Well, the
side by side.
Yeah, aren't they really?
Across the start-finish line. A great little battle too, where Rogers on coming through turn 1 now. Car 80 and car number 99. Jackson and McLaughlin. So there's the two father and son combinations actually at it hammer and tongue.
I think he might have just made a move there. Jackson getting past McLaughlin on the corner.
He's going to come back at him, but not quite. Can't quite make it.
Bit of racecraft going on there. He's pointing again. I don't know what that is. Whether his mirror's loose or something like that.
But this is a great battle. Rod's still side by side. Go through the sweep here at Winton as they go up towards the twisty bits around near Tank Corner. And it's still car 99, car 82 Formula V's. Actually, they come up onto car 38, slowing there.
Yeah, 38. Don't quite know who that would be, but we'll have a quick look for you. 38 is Jonathan Scott, the Alfa NG.
So John, not quite sure what happened. His hands out of the car at 99. That's McLaughlin. So obviously he's got some sort of a drama with his mirror. Or
well, he just been passed again, so the boys are swapping and changing. But I wouldn't be surprised if he got a loose mirror. It's taking his mind off what's going on.
Doherty just out in front of these.
Now he's going by again.
Yep, side by side. Good plenty of action as they go past Doherty's particular car, side by side, so 3 abreast at one stage, still side by side. So this is quite a McLaughlin and battling up, coming up to another
He's going past them too. They've got out of the way of those, McGuinness and Bennett. McGuinness, of course, with a 130.0 and a 130.1 to Laurie. So Laurie's making him a little bit more honest this weekend.
That's Wingett. They go past Wingett now. So these two Formula V's that we see on screen are cutting up a pretty mean pace. If they've gone past Abby Wingett's little elephant and McLaughlin and Jackson, well, they're starting to overspread a bit now. So it looks like car 99. That's McLaughlin starting to drop off for Jackson. So he's still fiddling with that mirror. So obviously
that'd be disconcerting, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah.
Flap around.
So it's allowed Jackson off the hook a little bit in the Formula
V's. Different line there from McLaughlin. I'm not sure where he was going, but looks like he might have gone off the track there, is he?
No, he's still there. But yeah, it was a
very wide line.
It was a very wide line, so obviously it might have a little bit of a problem. There's now Abby Wingett is coming under a little bit of more pressure by car 2, that is.
It's car 12 going
12,
by.
is it? Is that...
that's...
Makosi.
Yep.
So he's showing a little bit of pace in car 2, so they're starting to make his way through the Formula V field. Back to the race leaders now, and it's car 86 or 36. My eyes need a bit of retraining, I think. That's Andrew McGuinness anyway. McGuinness and Bennett. Let's see what... Laurie's not letting McGuinness get away.
Bit of slow traffic coming up, so
McGuinness has got to negotiate slow traffic. Allows Laurie Bennett in car 2 to make up a little bit of ground on race leader McGuinness in car 36. So I'll be interested to see if Laurie can try and pull back McGuinness. Probably McGuinness got a little bit more grunt than Laurie coming into some of the slower cars. get out of their way, give them plenty of race room. We see McGuinness now starting to open up a little bit, but then the lorry comes back at him. So the slower traffic, and lorries come right back behind. So Bennett in car 2, McGuinness in 36, so it's nose to tail. So the slower traffic has certainly worked into Laurie Bennett's favour as they just trying to get past car 77.
Connor Ryan just getting out of the way in the old MG.
Connor Ryan's not doing too bad. He's fairly high up the leaderboard. But our 2 race leaders setting a pretty mean pace, and to Bennett's credit, very seasoned campaigner is Laurie Bennett, keeping with Andrew McGuinness in car 36.
Interesting, 2 of the older cars there. You've got Raper and Ryan in 6th and 7th place.
Look at Bennett now. It's pulled right up on the back of McGuinness, starting to get very serious about Andrew McGuinness's lead as they go across the start-finish line. But then looks like McGuinness just got a little bit more grunt on in a straight line than Laurie.
All weekend he has, but...
So now McGuinness just opens up a little bit. Laurie under brakes coming in towards turn 3. Just pulls up, makes a little bit more ground on that race leader McGuinness as they make their way up towards the sweeper here at Winton.
Yeah, Laurie, of course, in the Alfa 600B. And McGuinness in the Brabham BT29. So 2 lovely marks of car there, the Brabham name, of course, and the Elfin with Gary Cooper's brand. So great stuff. As we looked of 7 of 8 laps done, there's a big go here with 12 and 84.
It's a real tight
that's McLaughlin and Mikosi, as we called before.
Mikosi, yeah, he's doing really well, and keeping McLaughlin more than honest.
It's a name I don't know. I haven't heard that name before, so he's probably a newcomer to the Formula Vees.
Doing very well.
They're coming out of the woodwork, these Formula Vees. They're been lurking in sheds all over the place.
Possibly could have come from karting, which is a good background as our 2 race leaders.
Right.
Still at it, hammer and tong, and Bennett still not letting McGuinness get away
On the last lap.
as Laurie's really turning up the heat on the race leader McGuinness. That's a bit of a snip. McGuinness just closes the gate ever so slightly. So Laurie's got just one more lap to do. Some of the slower traffic coming up now, so whether Bennett can use that to his advantage. Looks like Graham Raper that they go by. Graham does the right thing, indicates what side to pass. So the boys, our race leaders, can keep on running. It's still McGuinness from Laurie Bennett. That's first and second.
0.1 of a second different over the line, so they're pretty close.
Pretty close. So Laurie has a look every now and again, but just doesn't have the grunt of the Alfa to get by that Brabham. But Laurie's still keeping, he's having a bit of a look, especially in the twisty bits. But McGuinness just slightly closes the door ever so slightly. Laurie's still stuck in Andrew McGuinness's exhaust pipe.
Oh, Laurie's
someone's had a lock up.
That was the little Cooper locking itself up.
Yeah, so that could have been interesting, but Bennett really couldn't make any advantage of it. So now it looks like McGuinness has opened up about 2 or 3 car lengths on the second place man, Laurie Bennett. Laurie now under brakes, sort of makes up a lot of ground. Slower traffic once again. Bennett pulls up, but I don't think he's got enough grunt to get past McGuinness.
And it is, oh, well, that looked like McGuinness by...
That was pretty close, 0.006 was the distance between first and second.
Fantastic.
So it was a good battle there between McGuinness and Bennett all the race, and for our smaller ones too.
Our director from Blendline getting quite excited about the 0.006.
Very well done.
He thought that was pretty good.
So Blendline TV is certainly on it. So we'll have a replay in a minute of turn 7. As we wait for the V's to come to the car 9 and 99, still out at hammer and tong. That's Lowering and McLaughlin. So we're just, Lowering had a pretty good run as well in the Formula V category. We did see some very close racing right around the Vees, as they always do on the
Yeah, look at
Formula
this,
Vee.
right to the line.
Right to the line they go.
Yeah, a very similar close line finish there, so fantastic. Little races within races. I see one of the Penrite cars coming in behind this Alfa Mono by the look of it. Yes, car 27.
Just up for a replay now, so here it is. Keep it on 12, lock up. Off he goes. Can he get it back? I think he can. Oh no, it's pretty slippery out there on it. I don't think he's going to
found
get it
another faster part of the track.
Yes.
Which is very slippery out there.
That was Makosi, as we said before, probably one of our newer drivers, and just found the limits of his big capabilities.
Well, there you got the results anyway. Andrew McGuinness, the leader, or the winner. Car 36, Laurie Bennett there with .006, I think we said it was at the finish. Norm Faulkner, Antonio Cavesco, Peter Fagan, Graham Raper up there with the big monoskate, Connor Ryan with the MG Special, Barry Bates, Eddie Woods and Christopher Jackson in the Formula Vee in the first top
Yeah, that
10.
was very good, yeah. Excellent,
Well done.
yeah.
Ross Jackson, his dad, will be pretty happy about that. Then there's Ross McLaughlin, Josh Lowering, who gave us a hand yesterday with the commentary, and Dean McLaughlin. So the McLaughlin family right in amongst it there.
Yep. They're all a lap down over the race leaders, but that was a race within a race. Michael Olsen, Ashley Cuttle, Don Grieverson, Abby Wingett and Paul Doherty. Andrew McGuinness, he got the quickest time. Andrew put in a 1:29.3.
Against Laurie doing a 1:29.4. So wasn't much in it.
Yeah, no, not much.
Fantastic event. Well, that event brought to us by Cool Drive. Cool Drive Distribution, of course. The Blanchard family putting so much more back into motorsport. And I see they're actually going to have a second car in their Super V8 category. So
Okay, well, that's breaking news, Ron.
Absolutely,
I didn't
yes.
know that.
Two cars be competing. So again, Cool Drive and Blanchard family, thank you very much.
Well, that was a good, interesting race. There will be group entering cars coming up next, and we'll have a short break and we'll be back shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Les has got a little Cortina. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Les?
I bought it last year from, maybe early last year from a chap in Queensland called Phil Attlee, and it was his pride and joy at the time. So I've got it off him, and it's a great little car. I've never had a problem with the motor. The motor was done by Fat Az Motors in Queensland. The only thing I've done to it now is just painted it, and it's perfect. I love it.
And Group N, you're a stalwart of Group N. What do you think of the category, and why do you stay with the category?
Oh, I think the category is a good category. It suits a lot of individual people that can't afford to follow the main circus. I tend to come back to Group N all the time because it's we've got good numbers. We get good fields. The Classic's an example. We had 80 odd cars there. And now the interstate meetings, they're trying to get them going again. So the more meetings we get, the bigger, to support Group N. We're now getting a lot of younger people coming into the category as well, which is great. I think all the historic clubs and the categories need to have a bit of a 10-year plan ahead of them now.
Okay,
we're getting older.
Good morning again, and good morning to
We need
Darren.
these younger lads to come in and drive these old cars around the way they should be driven.
And Winton, the VHR's Winton Festival of Speed, what do you think of the event?
I love the event. I've done it probably every year. I think I've won 3 50k races here in the Charger. You'll never win it in the Cortina, but you know you got other cars in the class to race against, and that's all I'm interested in now is running with another 10 Cortinas. So, but the VHR are doing a great job with this meeting, with Festival of Speed, Sandown Historics, and the Classic. I think they get a lot of support from the Group N boys, so and they give a lot of support back, which is good.
No worries. Well, thanks very much for your time.
Okay, as we said before, Group N cars coming up, and welcome to the microphone for the first time today, Mr. Darren Knight.
Good morning, Ron. Good morning, everyone here at Winton Motor Raceway, and good morning to everyone tuning in on Blendline TV. Day 2 of the Winton Festival of Speed on the long track, and some great action we saw from the Group N historic touring cars yesterday, Ron. A win to a man who is no stranger to the category, Brad Tilley in the Mustang.
Yes, a fantastic event, and it was a good race right the way through the field. Lots of little battles going on here and there. A pity about Hubbard. I heard that he actually broke a motor.
Not quite sure the exact issue, but something going on with the number 24 Chevy Camaro. So unfortunately we won't have Tony Hubbard out there, but nevertheless a great field remaining. Almost 40 cars stretching across all capacities, shapes and sizes in historic touring cars. We mentioned Brad Tilley. He actually finished the race yesterday with no second gear, so they had to have a gearbox change post-race and untried. So it looks like it, hopefully, fingers crossed, will be okay for Brad, starting out of pole with another gearbox installed. So they pulled out from under the bench. No stranger to Winton, although it has been a while since he's raced here. They were telling me around 15 years ago was the last time here during the Touring Car Masters, running that famous green XY Falcon. So long time between drinks here at Winton for Brad. Of course, we saw Brad's son Jamie have a fantastic battle last year with Jason Humble in the RX2, the Mustang and the Mazda was side by side for most of the race. Speaking of Mazdas, a brand close to your heart, Ron, we have Peter McNiven out there in that very quick little RX2.
Yes, they were very quick yesterday. He was mixing it right up with the top guys. He's 4th on the grid, so fantastic. See a little rotary rice pooter, as we used to call them years ago.
Brap, brap, brap.
Yes, absolutely, a bit of brap, brap.
So, front row of the grid for race 2 historic touring cars, Brad Tilley in the Mustang alongside Andrew Williams, the number 59 Tirana. Darren Collins is 3rd in the Mustang at number 97 alongside that man, Peter McNiven, the RX2 at number 13. Andrew Gervin, the second of the Tirana runners there in 5th. The green machine number 29 alongside Brent Trengrove in the Camaro. And they're away. Fairly even start from the front row. Tilley just edges out ahead of Williams as they go into the S's for the first time. McNiven right up there now into 3rd place. He got past the 4th Mustang of Darren Collins. So a good start from McNiven up into 3rd. Collins 4th in the orange Mustang with Gervin right on his tail. Brent Trengrove in the Mustang number 22 in front of the number 90 Mustang of Chris Stern, the former president of the Historic Touring Car Association of Victoria, which that mantle has been passed to Ben Dahlstrom in the Charger. Gervin right on the tail of Collins as they go through the twisty bits, Ron.
Yes, up the top end as they get down into the long straight, and certainly right up the pointy end, they're really pushing along each other very, very well. 29 and 97 going well there. That's Collins and McGibbon in there. One of the Camaros coming up there as well. So 97 and and 59, is it? Going pretty well.
McNiven right on the tail
Williams.
of Andrew Williams. Mazda versus Tirana, which is allowing Brad Tilley to skip away a little bit at the front, with the number 59 Tirana having to keep an eye on his rearview mirror with Peter McNiven right there in the number 13 RX2.
The lead group, Tilley, Williams, McNiven, Collins, and moving ahead a little bit of the rest of the field as we watch them come up on the short old straight there, the old pit straight. Really rocketing up to what we call turn 3 here this weekend. But Tilley way out in front at the moment as they go onto the straight up before the big sweeper. Very testing part of the track here. You've got to take a deep breath as you throw it into that left-hander and sweep it right through. Pick up the apex on the other side and go out up to the top of the corner. Here we've got the other group of cars. The old Johnny Luxmore car there, the Cortina, nicely presented again.
Stu Bailey, the red and yellow Cortina, as Ron mentioned, the ex-fast Johnny Luxmore car. John Harrison back in a Cortina, that purple and yellow Cortina, formerly a Mustang runner in Group N. That's a car previously campaigned by Darren Pearce many years ago from Tasmania. And he's trying to track down that Mark II GT Cortina of Gordon Cox from Racer Industries. Having a rare outing. He's quite busy with the Racer Industries truck, going from track to track, but he's having a good run up there at the moment. That blue Mark II number 77.
Yeah, it's good to see the car 77 there. It's the latest shaped Cortina. I always thought it was quite a good-looking car, actually, but...
yeah, a little bit heavier than the Mark I, but
yeah,
of course has that 1600 cross-flow engine under the bonnet, moving up from the 1500 in the Mark I. Don Leo on screen there, the number 84 white Chevy Camaro, owned by Father Tino, who needs no introduction. Tino Leo, of course. Famous bit of Leo gold on the car now.
I see that, a little splash of the gold.
Car originally built by Jim Collins, Darren Collins' father. Bit of horse trading as usual in the Group N paddock, so the Mustang went to the Collins stable and the Camaro went to the Leo stable. Pete Muleman, the all-black number 43 Mustang, in front of Bill Trengrove in the number 64 first-generation Mustang, just being rounded up by Richard Hill, one of the real fast campaigners in a Cooper S in the country, in the number 12 Cooper S. Usually at the pointy end of the smaller cars is Richard.
Running about 8/8 at the moment. And the other car, of course, the other Mini Cooper there is Tweety, doing quite well up in about 11th place. So a good mixture of cars everywhere from your big 5 or 6 litre type cars right down to 1.3 litre cars.
That car on screen at the moment, the number 64 Mustang of Bill Trengrove, a brand new race car. It's been on the build for many years, having its first outing here at Winton. Looks like he's got an issue slowing behind Stephen Pillock, is the number 14 XU1, so no doubt new car niggles for Trengrove, the number 64 machine. Also got another red Mustang that he ran for many, many years, the same colour.
Yep.
And this is the new version, but having those teething troubles, as new race cars are wont to do. Historic touring cars version of Johnny Cash on screen, the number 43 Pete Muleman all-black Mustang. Everything is black on that car. Pete's got an all-black driving kit, and he says he has a black heart.
Right, okay. Well,
two-time champion too in the club championship in Victoria. Immaculately prepared car. Always has a team around him. They never stop working on that number 43 Mustang. Ensures a very rare is a DNF coming from the Muleman camp with that level of preparation that they have.
And Hill into little Mini right on his tail, throws it down through turn 4 and looking for a way through, probably up on the sweep a bit. I think it tricky bits up the top. This is where the Mini comes into its own.
Was hiking a rear wheel too, like a dog having a wee.
Absolutely. Yes, got to hang a wheel up in the air. So doing very well indeed. Beautifully presented car as well. I think he might have got him on the inside here. Yes, he has. No, he's on the outside again. He's got the right spot for the next corner though. Oh, he's running out a bit of huff there, I think. No, he's just got him, I reckon. But I think the big Mustang will probably have the legs down the straight.
Great race.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Great racing from Muleman in the Mustang and Hill in the Cooper S. Muleman goes back up the inside of Richard Hill. No replacement for displacement, as they say.
Well, that takes you back, 40 years ago, this is how we used to race here, particularly when it was on the short circuit. Mustang versus Mini versus Monaro, that type of thing. So, great to see.
While this is going on, Tilly has remained at the front in front of Andrew Williams and Peter McNiven in the Mazda. Last lap for race 2 for the historic touring cars. Tilly looks like he's on the way to another win. As Hill continues to try and reel in that Mustang of Pete Muleman. Handy break now for Tilly at the head of the field. A couple of seconds in front of Andrew Williams in the Tirana. So Brad Tilly, the number 28 Mustang, looks like he has this one in the bag.
We don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he's doing pretty well.
We're pretty good at that. Hopefully it won't happen this time. That car originally campaigned by Bob Cox, but it was built by the Tilly, so it's come home, I guess, in a way. Brad added it to the stable a few years ago. Very quick little motor car, 289 Windsor under the bonnet. And Tilly takes the win. 2 from 2, as Richie would say.
2 for 2, yes.
Brad Tilly wins from Andrew Williams in the XU1.
It's still that little dice we're watching going on between the Mustang and the Mini. The Mini actually had a bit of a wobble back there. I'm sure if something went not quite right.
Yeah, Richard Williams not giving up, but Pete Muleman looks like he might just edge out the Cooper S on the run to the flag, and that he will. Great drive from Richard Hill and Pete Muleman. Certainly up towards the top part of the circuit there, around Tank, around the cleavage there, they were side by side. Ben Dahlstrom, unfortunately, looks like he's going to post a DNF in the ex-Les Walmsley Rob Braun Charger, number 51.
Okay, just pulled off apparently, no other incidents going on there, but it's a shame that he didn't quite get to the flag.
Hopefully we'll see him back out there for this afternoon's big 50k Just Cars Historic Touring Car Cup. That'll be on at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see Benny back out there in the Charger. I know there's a lot of Charger fans here at Winton.
Okay, to find your next new or used classic car, unique car today, just go to Just Cars, a great magazine, and your local newsagents for the Just Cars people. So thank you for bringing that event to us, and thank you, Darren, for helping out.
Pleasure. Just running out the results for you folks. Brad Tilly was the winner from Andrew Williams. Peter McNiven was third. Darren Collins fourth in the Mustang. Brent Trengrove was fifth in the Camaro. Chris Stern sixth in the Mustang. Brett Ferris was seventh in that immaculate number 19 Tirana. Gary Edwards, good to see him back down here in Victoria after moving to Queensland a few years ago. Finished 8th in the Tirana. Adrian Moyle was 9th in the Camaro, and Dom Leo rounded out the top 10 in the 69 model Chevy Camaro. Don't forget, folks, 1 p.m. on Blendline TV, we'll have the 50k Historic Touring Car Cup. The guys will certainly be wanting to head down to Race Fuels and fuel up, because you don't want to run out of fuel on the last lap, Ronnie, which we've seen people do over the years, and it's always quite embarrassing. And it ensures a lot of stick from fellow competitors.
It does, it certainly does. Never want to run out of petrol.
Coming up next, we'll have the next race for Formula Ford.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Right, I'm with Declan with this fantastic Van Diemen Group FC Formula Ford.
Yep.
What can you tell us about it?
It's a Van Diemen RF88, recently purchased. We're in the process of learning the car. It's my second event in the car, so yeah, learning the car and having fun with it. Open wheel Formula Ford, can't go wrong with it.
No, you're dead right. I've driven one myself, so I had one for years and they are fantastic. How have you gone to practice so far?
Pretty well. Went out for qualifying just about an hour ago, got P2. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with learning the car and the track.
What else would you like to tell us about this weekend?
Well, just a big thanks to Penrite, VHRR, doing juniors, getting juniors and young people through. So VHRR are huge on getting young kids in the cars and up through. So you'll see them, young people in every category, and we're lucky to be two of them.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we do need young ones because the rest of us are getting very old.
Says who?
Don't say it.
No, you're still a spring chicken there, Bob.
Thanks, Declan.
You're welcome.
All the best for the weekend.
Thanks, mate.
You certainly have, Bob Morrow. Well, on screen you can see the Formula Fords forming up for their first race this morning, an 8-lapper. Maybe again I'll repeat myself from yesterday and explain what a Formula Ford is. In the late 60s, a race school was worried about his customers blowing up his very expensive race engines in his racing cars. So one day he dropped a stock standard Cortina 1600 motor in. Now, they didn't go as fast, obviously, as the racing engines, but they were still racing cars. They still had full adjustable suspension, change gear ratios, all the good stuff. And Ford England heard about this and got behind it, and within a year it spread throughout the world. And it is a formula that every single Formula One driver have been in, and I think the Super Tourist drivers, every one of them, started off in Formula Ford. They still run the stock standard engine. They can only have a control cam. In other words, the camshaft is the same in every single car. They can have their own, the exhaust is free, so they've got an extractor exhaust, but the rest of it is bog standard, including the original single carburettor on it. Put out about 110 to 120 horsepower, and if you've got more than 120 horsepower, you're cheating. It's very simple. You've seen this grid go up on your screen. We've got 28 of them in this race, and I'm joined by Ron Simmons. 28 Formula Fords. What do you think of that, Ron?
Yes, good morning, Bob. That's a fantastic event to have so many cars here today. It's so much other racing going on around the place, and have 28 Formula Fords here is really encouraging.
We find McBride is car number 4 is on pole, and Jonathan Miles is on the front line with him. Now, yesterday Jonathan was amazingly starting in 5th position, and we've never seen him that far down on the grid, but he came through into 2nd. So it'll be interesting, Ron, to see what he does from the front row of the grid. 30 cars there are too, not 28, so a great field. And as in most, or in all aspects of historic racing, they're usually broken up into classes depending on the age of the vehicle. And these are in FA, FB, FC. The FA are the very early cars up to mid-70s. The FB are up to the mid-80s. And the FC up to 89. There's not a lot of difference between the FA and the FB cars, but there is a big difference with FC, and you can see that just by looking at them. They are far more streamlined. They are a lot narrower in their body, to the extent, Ron, that some big blokes can't fit in them.
Is that right? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised with that. Interesting, I just see they'll be struggling to get their tyres a bit warm. The graphic came up before with our weather report, 9.9 degrees out there. So,
it's warmed up, hasn't it?
It has warmed up a little bit, I can assure you. It was a bit cool than that only an hour or so back. Yeah. But we have been blessed with brilliant sunshine today, which is fantastic. And we've had a lovely display of the jet streams up in the sky that all over the place. So
they are, which we don't get in Melbourne.
No, we don't see it, but must be a lot cooler up the top there.
Yes.
Righto, so cars just about ready to make a start off, and you can take the lead as they go off the line.
Let's see what Miles can do, as we said, from the front row. McBride won yesterday. Miles started 5th, came 2nd. We got Declan Fu too in 4th position, which is great because it's a new car for him and a new category to race in. There they go. Miles gets a good jump. We'll see just how good it is as they come down into the first corner. The whole field well away, and it looks like Miles is leading. No, he isn't. McBride's got in front, and in fact, there's a great dice going on behind McBride. McBride is starting to spread it out, but the cars behind him are all bunched up. McBride in a Swift, an unusual car for Australia, but there's a couple of them in this race. And this is an 8-lapper. McBride has already come out to about a 20-metre lead. There goes Miles having this great dice.
Hard to see on our monitor. We've got a lot of sun shining on the monitor, so it's a bit hard to follow it for the moment. But we're cooking McBride, Miles, Leston, Fu. Young Declan doing very well there in 4th place in a new car, a new category to him.
So Miles is not only dropping back, but having a lot of trouble with that car behind him, which we just can't pick his number up.
So they come down onto the main straight again. We've got a spin that's on camera over on the turn up to the other short straight at the back there. But the way they go down the long main straight, and car 4 at Bride, then Miles, Liston, Fu, Nethercote, Richard Davison is in there. Well, the Davison family's still competing here at Motorsport, and car getting off the track there onto the main straight as we go back to the leaders now, heading up on the short straight there before the big sweeper. And it's McBride way out in front. Miles, Liston, Fu, Nethercote, Davison, Willing, McInnes in that first group as they go up towards the tank corner. And a good lead as far as Formula Fords go with Miles, McBride I should say, just ahead of Miles by a good second or so. They sweep up the top of the track there through the cleavage area, down onto the long straight.
Oh, we've got a spin.
A spinner there, can't see the number. I can tell you it's a red car, Bob, but
it's red.
About any side onto us, can't see the number.
He's facing the wrong way, he's waving, but they've all dodged around him, thank goodness.
Here he is over here, trying to find reverse gear, which is a bit awkward.
He's got it and he's away, that's good. The first of the FB cars is Willing in position 7, and the first of the FA is Manifold down in 15. So 2 down. 3 down, sorry, 5 to go, and McBride a good second ahead as they went over the start-finish line for their 3rd lap. Then Miles, and there's only 0.3 of a second between him and Liston, as you can see, as they fly up the back straight, and they've cut that lead down a little, I think, Ron. Looks like they might be catching McBride, or maybe McBride's just capping off. And there's another one, no?
That's car number 2 is at Andrew McInnes. McInnes in car number 2 beats himself somewhere over on turn 4. So back to the lead cars. We can get them on screen. We're back to 95, car number 95. The hounded by 45. That's Faulkner and Connolly as they go down onto the short straight there. Down to the 50-yard marker. Heavy braking goes on right there as they do a left-hand turn. Then we go back to car 51. That's Miles. And
well, there's a
safety car coming out apparently. That car is in a rather vulnerable spot.
This is why the safety car's out on this replay. There he goes, sliding off and just pulled up short of the fence. That's McInnes. He had a bit of an off yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Which is very unusual for him. Very. So it must be double waved yellows. The safety car isn't out there, but it's the same thing. They have to slow down.
We've gone 4 of 8 laps so far, Bob, so a little bit to go. Hopefully we clear it away before get underway again.
Yep. This allows the cars to bunch up a little. I think they're supposed to hold station, but here comes the safety car now out onto the track. Yeah.
Apparently the safety car missed the leaders, so
Yes.
That'll throw the cat amongst the pitches for a moment to sort that out.
Yeah, well, if you're coming up behind the safety car, do you pass it? We're about to find out. See, this car's coming up behind. He slowed down.
They've all slowed to a crawl.
Because you're not allowed to pass the safety car. Yes, yes. So the safety car should pick up the leader so that the whole pack retains its form and slows down. But he missed the leaders, so we've got car number 31.
Well, it's going back to Chris O'Connor in the Royal. Car 31.
Yeah, in the Royal 31, and he is, let's see where he is. He's
back in 31, he's not on screen there. Yes, he is, back down there, O'Connor.
Yeah, he's in 24th position. So we've got car in the 24th position leading the pack. Unusual, Ron.
Certainly is, Bob. Okay, so they've extracted the car from down on turn 3. As we can see on screen there, the safety crew doing an excellent job again this weekend. They've had to tippy-toe their way through some mud this weekend too. We've had some cars going off yesterday, and they were parking the recovery vehicle well away from where the car was stuck in the middle of the mud somewhere, so they didn't get bogged.
Yes, it was not torrential, but it rained all Friday afternoon up here, and the ground is still wet on Sunday here. And we had a Formula Ford go off yesterday, and they had to bring out a tractor with prongs
to get him out of the mud.
lift him out of the mud. Yeah,
exactly. Well, this race being brought to us by Cool Drive Distribution, of course. The Blanchard family, always very supportive of all things motorsport, particularly in the Formula Fords. So thanks to the Blanchard family and Cool Drive Distribution. We love cool cars down at Cool Drive.
All right, well, the field has sorted itself out behind the safety car, so we now have McBride as the first one behind the safety car. And, you know, Ron, we always comment on this, don't we?
They're like Brown's cows behind the safety car.
Exactly, you would put your nose cone underneath the gearbox of the car in front of you.
You would think so.
Yeah, but no.
Now, where are these cars appeared from? There's another 3
well,
cars.
They're at the end of the field, which is a good 3/4 of a lap behind.
Long way back.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the last ones. Well, that Swift isn't the last one. He is now. They're the ones that waved through the leaders. But I would have thought they'd be able to attach themselves to the tail better than that. However,
we're going through for another lap.
still behind the safety car.
The safety car has picked up a bit of pace, but the others haven't.
And we mentioned yesterday and a bit this morning about Declan Fu in that Royale, car number 88. This is only his second meeting in that car. The first one was over at Malala, and I think he won over there. So the first time in the car, in that circuit, and he won, and here he qualified very well. And he's sitting in 4th position, which is a fantastic effort for first time out in a car that he's not all that familiar with, and the track.
Well, thank you to Penrite, of course, as one of their junior drivers.
Yes.
Penrite are very, very encouraging to get some of the younger drivers up there, and they are very, very good at pushing some juniors through, and Declan is one of them.
Safety car is coming in on this lap. Those laps that they followed the safety car around are counted. So when the safety car comes in, they'll only have 2 laps, I think, maybe even 1. Oh, we have. That's my mate's old car.
That's GD Gotterio, is it?
Yep. He's had a spin. He was one of the last cars there that had waved them through, and he's had a spin on the warm-up lap.
Well, I guess, well, actually on the formation lap, they were trying to catch up. The other 2 cars that he was with are now up at Tank Corner.
Yeah.
They're not going to catch up to the back of the field anyway, so...
Right, well, the safety car will stay out because we've got to recover car 73, which, as you saw on screen, spun on the lap behind the safety car, and is still there. So that has to be retrieved, and they've done 7 out of 8.
Trying to decide where to put the strap.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 1 lap to sort it out. It might just finish under the safety car, which is a bit of a shame, but let's see what happens. The crew are struggling to get that car out of the way as quick as possible.
Issues up there. I saw them trying to put the slat strap onto the front of the car, and they tried to put it onto the and he's actually got it going.
Yes.
So that's
all right, let's see. Yes, very good job for the crew to get that going, and we could have a 1-lap sprint coming up. Or will this be the final lap? Let's see. Righto, it will be. We've been advised by control. Safety car will come in and they will have this 1 lap. Now, as we said, Ron, you would think they would bunch up, wouldn't you?
But they're not. Oh, they might think of another sort of way to do it yet. So yes, hopefully they'll catch up to each other. Yes, they've heard what you were just calling out then, Bob.
Well, the front ones have. There's still gaps down the back, but as you say, they've got time to bunch up. So McBride, Miles, Liston, Fu, Nethercott, Davison, Willing, Kusamides, Richardson, Faulkner. They're the top 10 at the moment. Will that change in 1 lap?
Like an Indian file as they head up towards the start line again.
And Miles is giving
all right to go.
Yeah, McBride has done it again. He's moved over and got a good lead there, particularly if there's only 1 lap to go as they come down into turn 1. Cars tend to bunch up. And they do bunch up. They've put that short lead in. Miles still sitting in second. Liston looking for a way around Miles. Declan Fu still sitting in 4th position there. As they go up the straight into the sweeper, and Miles is looking as if he wants to get past McBride, and Liston looks as if he wants to get past Miles. They're pity it's only a 1-lapper, Ron.
Absolutely, they're really at it this time as they go up through the tight part of the top of the circuit there, down through the cleavage area there, and it's McBride, Miles, Liston and Fu really having a go.
Yeah, Fu's attached himself to that lot. the top 4 on your screen now with only half a lap to go, if that.
Or a bit of a lock up there from the third car in that group there as they come back onto that straight up towards the top end of the circuit. But certainly McBride there with Miles in behind him, then Liston. We think Foo's still in behind here. He was
yep.
He's in the fourth row. Here we go over the strike. This will be the first, second, and third. So McBride, Miles, Liston, Foo, back to Nethercote. Davison got up there for 6th place. And Steve Willing.
Willing is the first of the FP cars in 7th, yep. So McBride won by 0.17 of a second. And Miles actually did the fastest lap of 30.5.
So we've had some very close finishes the last couple of races, Bob.
Yes, we have indeed. So the top 10 being McBride, Miles, Liston, Foo, Nethercott, Davison, Willing, Koutsamides, Richardson and Faulkner. And the first FP car was Willing, and the first FA car Manifold down there in 14. So that's it. Formula Fords at Winton, always a good race, and we look forward to seeing them later on this afternoon. And we again thank Cool Drive for sponsoring that race. The Cool Drive are well behind all forms of motorsport, particularly historic.
Okay, thanks Bob for helping with that event, as we'll wait now for the HQ 8-lapper to come up very shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with John. John's part of the HQ Racing. Can you tell us a little bit about your car and where you're from, John?
Yeah, so from Clonmane in Victoria. Run a workshop there fixing cranes for a living during the week. That's our business, JDM Services, and decided to get involved in HQ Racing end of last year. Bought the car. Car had been sitting for 14 years. Overhauled it, pretty much ground up rebuild. And then debuted it fairly unsuccessfully at the Historics at Sandown, and then came back this year with a fresh motor, and it's been pretty good.
And your fellow competitors told me you used to be a flag marshal, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So 25 years as a flag marshal, sector marshal on the other side of the fence, and then decided at the ripe old age of 41 that, you know what, I reckon I might give this racing a bit of a go, and decided to find a car, get behind the wheel. Found a home with HQ and the HQ Vic Club, and been very supportive, very helpful, and really part of the family.
What sort of drew you to the HQ Racing?
Probably a few things, like obviously it needs to be a Holden man through and through. and just wanted to find something entry level. The HQ, guys have really cleaned themselves up over the last few years. Obviously, been watching them for a long time, and the kind of racing we're doing now, nice, clean, tight, fast racing. But we want to get the cars coming home in one piece. We're 50-year-old race cars, and we need to be making sure we preserve the club, and that's part of it. And obviously, lifting the presentation, as you can see today, with our cars and the cars around us, the presentation of the cars really lifted, and we're just trying to keep the cars going, get more people involved in the car. And go forward.
All right, so look, well, thanks for your time.
Thanks, HQs, Dave, welcome to commentary. It was a great race yesterday, sort of 4 abreast, coming through some of the corners, and really looking forward to today's event.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is, and that's for sure, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got the HQ Holdens, we've got the Tyre Power is our major sponsor of HQs, and we're very, very lucky here in Victoria. We've also got Mount Noorat for this round, and also Magilton Electrical. So fantastic race yesterday. We've got to remember our pole sitter was Ryan Woods.
It was.
We had practice on Friday, we had our qualifying Saturday morning, and then we had our race yesterday. So this will be quite interesting. Andrew Magilton got an absolute flyer of a start. And we'll go through the top of the field so everyone knows and understands and tries to know what's happening. Andrew Magilton is on pole. We've got Ryan Woods, Gavin Ross, keep an eye on him. The old veteran, Johnny Wise, Andrew McLeod, the Vice President. We've got Kenny Wright. We've got Rod Rajas, also in part of the committee of HQ Holden. Steve Banks, Perry Beckers, Glenn McDonald, the Ready Rose car, the 87 car, lucky for some. Mick Magilton, the 75 car, Andrew the Gallardy in the 26 car. Tony Maloney, keep an eye on him, Mount Noorat, he's the 99 car. Ray Jardine, we've got Crawford in the 68 car, that's the Andrew Williams car. We've got Woods, Lawton, as we go through the field. We've got Kenner, Mahoney in the beautiful looking maroon car. Here they are, as you can see on the start line. We've just got to wait. The revs are building. This is race 2, 8 lapper here at the VHRR. Thank you very much for inviting the HQ guys. We absolutely love it. And of course, these cars are almost 50 years old.
Absolutely. Keep an eye too on Jardine. We saw him start from back of grid yesterday, work his way through, so he might be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Yep, he's still got electrical problems this morning, ladies and gentlemen. The number 8 car, twin headlight one. Keep an eye on him. We have to wait and see. Just waiting here. Just having a bit of a look. We're up in commentary. We've got the TV screen on the start-finish line, so we can see what's happening and what's going on. And you've also got a fantastic view right around the track.
Is Woods going to have the ascendancy going into turn 1, or is Magilton going to try and cut across and take the ascendancy?
Well, whoever gets a real good start, talking to Ryan Woods yesterday, his start was pretty average. He spun the wheels a little bit. Keep an eye on the veteran Johnny Wise, but I reckon the young kid, well, he was a young kid when he started at HQs, Andrew Magilton, just keep an eye on him because, and a ripper of a start there, Magilton on the inside, Wise. Also got Ray Jardine there in the red with the fluoro yellow wheels. Keep an eye on him as they come down into turn 1. We've got Magilton, Woods, Wise, Gavin Ross doing extremely well as they come through. Up where the commentary box is, where the canteen is for all your food. Andrew the Gallardy's got a good start. Mick Magilton's up in there as well. Lawton done a head gasket yesterday. He's back going. But keep an eye on Rocket Rod, the 33 car. He's normally near the front. We've got Johnny Wise there in the 5 car. We've got right behind him as they start to go through the sweeper.
I'll tell you what, Magilton's looking pretty good at the moment, Dave, as they head up in towards what we call the tank corner or the cleavage, so the tight part of here at the Winton Raceway. But yeah, Magilton, Woods, Ross, and as you said, keep an eye on car 5, Wise. And we'll also keep a car on Ray Jardine back down in car number 8. He's running midfield, but I reckon we'll see Ray work his way through the field as well.
Yeah, we've got Steve Banks and Rod Rogers there on screen at the moment. Andrew McLeod's in front of them as they come through down the old back straight. Then they call on the sharp left-hander on the veggie patch And that was all replaced, well, some 15, 18 years ago now to make Winton a lot bigger.
Yep, absolutely.
And the officials for Winton, I've spoken to them this morning. Fantastic to see Winton looking so well. So swell, so well. And a little bit of rain on Friday morning, which has made everything wet, but keeps everyone on the black stuff. All right, Steve Banks there right in front of Rod Rogers, 33 car.
I tell you what, Rogers is really putting a lot of pressure on car 33 onto Banks, so it should be very interesting. Wright's in there as well.
Yep. All right, now we're starting to see some sector times. We're also starting to see lap times for lap 1. And, of course, we've got Magilton a 152. They should come down to about a 147, ladies and gentlemen, on lap 3 or 4. Boys and girls, get out there and have a bit of a look. HQ Holden's going strong, 33 years of HQ RA in Victoria, right across the whole of Australia and Tassie. We race these cars. They're a 6-cylinder Holden, single carby, 3 on the floor. They used to be column shifts, but now they're all on the floor. 355 diff ratio, banjo or Salisbury. And take the back seat out, put a roll cage in them. And the most important thing is about HQ Holden's affordable excitement. Everyone's got the same stuff. Doesn't matter how much money you got. We have a controlled tyre, a controlled pedal shockers, controlled wave camshaft. How all the engines get sealed. We make sure that everyone is exactly the same. The only difference is, and I call it a spacer, that's between the steering wheel and the back of the seat. Everyone's different, the driver. So as we go down, look at Magilton there, just starting to get a little bit of legs. Over Ryan Woods, Wise, Ross, Wright, McLeod, Banks, Rod Rogers, still in 8th position. So Banksy's doing a fantastic job. Becker's in the 89 car. That's a car that's been around for many, many years. Back on the Thunderdome, flat track and all that, many, many years ago. And Perry Beckers has done what he normally does and does every race car. Road car, as it made it absolutely stunning. It's almost the twin sister of the Andrew Williams car, which Crawford is driving this weekend, which is a 68 car.
Just like yesterday, Dave, the battle for third is certainly hotting up. Wise, McLeod, Bank, Ranges is in there as well as our 2 race leaders. Magilton and Woods just skipping away a little bit as they head up towards the sweeper, but the battle for third. And go back to a midfield battle there. It's really hot up. There's 5 cars in that midfield battle.
Certainly is. McLeod went down the inside of Wise, down into turn 3, and got just in front of him. And you can see that now as we go through the sweeper. So we've got McLeod, Wise, Rogers.
Looks like Becker and McDonald's in there as well. So that's on for a young and old for the minor places. In the meantime, it's probably letting their 2 race leaders off the hook a little bit, that being Magilton and Woods. But the midfield battles are really making it very, very entertaining. HQ Racing at its best.
Yep, it certainly is. Then we've got in 3rd, 4th position, we've got Ross and Wright. Keep an eye on those 2 guys doing extremely right. Kenny Wright's the son of Bobby Wright, which has been racing ever since 1990, you might say, with HQ Holden's. And Bobby Wright also raced on the Thunderdome for one of my cars as well. And his son's doing extremely well. Bobby Wright's here this weekend, just tuning up the car, keeping everything absolutely spot on as they go through, coming onto the front straight. We've got Magilton, Woods, Ross, Wright, Wise, McLeod, Banks, Rogers, Beckers, McDonald, Legality. That's what it's telling us from 1st to 11th. They've got Mick Magilton in 12th. Then we've got Ray Jardine, Maloney, Crawford, Lawton, rounding out the top 16. So go up past the canteen. Magilton seems to be doing extremely well there. Car that looks very steady and braking through turns 3 and 4.
But that battle for third is certainly on. There's nothing between those 2 guys.
Yes, that's for sure. Kenny Wright's just starting to catch. Whoa, we've got a spinner here. Oh, a spinner right in front of the canteen. Everyone can see it. Crawford.
Of all places to go off.
Yeah, well, you can't say you didn't see him. Absolutely. You could hear him. You could smell him.
You could see him and smell him.
All right, Tracy Molden's 7 car there. We've got Canna and also Michael Ling in the 70 car. Right, on screen, we've got Tony Maloney. Keep an eye on him. Mount Nururate Freighters, Lawton. As they go through the sweeper, over into Tank Corner. Lawton trying to find a spot past me. Maloney.
He's trying. Whoa.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a look up the inside. Going to try and make it stick again, but probably only a half goal. He's having a look again right into his exhaust pipe. On screen, that's a battle between 99 and 35.
Yep, if you
That's
have a look
Maloney
at
and Lawton.
Yep, sorry, mate. If you have a look at the tyres, you'll see HQ Racing Kenda tyres. Absolutely fantastic. They actually put that white writing on for us from the factory itself, and it certainly makes it a bit more like a NASCAR. It makes it really stand out and look like really, really good. So great pictures of these cars with these tyres on.
That little battle we're just calling starting to open up a little bit. Car 99.
Yep.
That's Maloney. Sort of bit of a lock up from Tony, but a bit of smoke, but he goes along his merry way.
Certainly is.
I'll tell you what, the battle for third, is still as they go down in towards turn 3. It's nose to tail. It's nothing between third and fourth. That's Ross and Wright as they head up towards the sweeper. And they're nearly a side by side as they go up towards the sweeper now. That's Wright having a big look at Wright. Nearly can't quite make it through the sweeper, so that's a real ding-dong. That's the battle for third, folks.
Certainly is. Kenny Wright's got a wild. He's got a wild. Pulls it back up in turn 6.
He did.
Gives Gavin Ross probably a car length there. If you keep an eye on Kenny Wright, he's certainly had that thing going sideways. You can't say he's not trying.
Well, both the boys are trying and they're really throwing those cars around. In the meantime, while these two boys are battling for third and fourth and fifth are starting to probably start to move up a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, that's McLeod and Rogers, so keep an eye on those two. We got groups of 2, 2, 2, 2, and 3, if you have a look there, which rounds out your top 9, ladies and gentlemen. So we got McGilton, we've got Woods, Ross, Wright, McLeod, Rogers, Wise, Banks, Beckers, McDonald, rounding out the top 10.
And on screen, that battle for a third between Ross and Wright still rages, nothing between them as they're going through the tighter part to the circuit. Still nose to tail along the front straightaway across the start-finish line.
All right, we'll just have a bit of a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Woods, the car that's running second, has just done the fastest lap on lap 5, a 1:45.67. Now that is very, very quick for a HQ hole.
Very, very quick, yes.
Yep. Anything in a 1:46.
There we go, side by side. No, on screen 38, as we'd call them before, between Ross and Wright. Nose to tail, these boys are really at it, hammer and tong, and the pressure's really on both of them.
Yeah, well, Wright's in front of Ross now, so Ross now has to try and readdress that somehow. Right now, up into third position. He's on the podium. Absolutely fantastic. Brought to you by Tyre Power, our major sponsor, HQRA Victoria, thank you. Mount Nururate and Chilton Electrical. But also, ladies and gentlemen, we have got sponsors on the car. If you go and have a look at the front cars, we've got sponsors all the way down. Absolutely fantastic. We've got 2 sponsors for every round throughout our season with HQ Holdings. And also, we're back here at the 4-hour at Winton, the start of December, and there's normally around about 25 to 35 HQ Holdens. 2 drivers, a team, tyre changes. Oh, Maloney's gone over the back there on turn 6. Oh, has he hit the wall or not? Let's hope he hasn't.
It's a bit hard to see. We'll have to see if the cameras can pick him up.
Yep.
Oh.
It looks like we've just got on screen, we've got Tracy Molden and also Ling there, Michael Ling. So it looks like Tony's car's going, the 99 car. So that's absolutely fantastic,
That's good,
Tony.
That's good news, yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's pulled it up. The sand trap's done its job.
Does its job, absolutely.
But we're still racing. That's the most important thing with HQ Owen. Have a look at Wisey coming on the front straight of the canteen. We've got Wise, we've got Banks, we've also got Beckers there. Oh, Wisey's dropped back 4 positions since the start of the race. The number 5 car. 4 positions he's dropped back wise. Right behind him, he's got Banks and Beckers. So we've just finished lap 6. We've got 2 laps remaining. Woods, the fastest. Then we've got Kenny Wright doing extremely fast also. Kenny Wright has done a 1 of 46.46. Absolutely fantastic flying there.
I'll tell you what, Woods is not letting Majulton get away, as we'll see on screen at the moment. First and second, probably 2 or 3 car lengths separating them. So the 2 boys at the front are starting to up the ante a little bit too. We see Majulton now just pulls a little bit away from Woods.
Yep, certainly is. There's 0.8 now between first and second. Then we've got second and third. You know, we've got 0.7 there. So we've got some pretty close racing. HQ Hollands, we've got a race within a race. There's racing all the way through the field. You can see it there. We've got 21 cars this weekend. Absolutely fantastic for the VHRR. Thank you very, very much, guys, for inviting us again. We absolutely love it. And we're also at Sandown as well for another round of the
Oh, well, looking forward to that, yeah,
so
later on.
Which will be absolutely brilliant.
In November, our big Sandown historic meeting. As our race leaders are on screen at the moment, and still nothing in between them, between Majulton and Woods. Majulton's got the ascendancy at the moment, but I tell you what, Woods is going to up the ante because he hasn't got too long to do, 1 lap remaining, so Woods has got to really extract the digit to try and get back Andrew Majulton.
Certainly is. So our top 10 for everyone out there: Majulton, Woods, Wright, Ross, Rajas, Wise, Banks, Beckers, McLeod and Rajardine rounding out the top 10. So Ray's moved up a little bit, means his car's going all right, which is fantastic. From 11th onwards, we've got McDonald, Legality, Lawton, Woods, Mick Majulton, Crawford, Kenner, Tony Maloney, Tracy Moulding and Michael Ling.
Jardine might even get into the top 10.
Yeah, he certainly could. Now, the 81 car there, Mahoney, definitely hasn't finished. We don't know what's happened to that one, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep an eye on that. You can go down to the pits. That's what VHRR is all right. You can go down to the pits, have a look at all the race cars, all the different race cars, from right down the far end all the way up through the HQs, right up to the canteen here. We've got race cars throughout the whole weekend here at Winton.
And Dave, you don't have to pay any money to get into the pits. Free.
Well, mate, that's what's so important about it.
What all about, isn't it?
Mums and dads, if you've got young kids there, any HQ competitor will allow you, ask them please, to put the young kid inside the car and get a photo. Get a photo shoot, mum and dad. The big smile of the little kid and everything else like that, more than welcome to. Talk to anyone.
Check-it flag is out, and it's Andrew Majulton is going to get it from Woods, Wright and Ross.
Yeah, certainly did. 1.5 seconds between first and second. Majulton just kept it there without an issue or problem. Woods backed it off a little bit. Woods was the fastest guy out there with a 1:45.64 on lap 5, so absolutely fantastic there. But from HQRO Victoria, welcome fans, welcome ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Enjoy the day. Come and have a look at us, come and see us. But most importantly, be here for motor racing. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave, for that. All the HQ boys and girls for putting on such a great and entertaining event. Yesterday was a great one, and today is no exception. They'll be on a little bit later on this afternoon. And as Dave said, they'll be joining us at historic Sandown as well. So looking forward to the HQs for when they come back later on at Sandown. Just the results is HQ, the final results are Andrew Majulton from Ryan Woods, Ken Wright, Gavin Ross, Rod Ranges, Johnny Wise, Steve Banks, Perry Beckers, McLeod, and Ray Jardine. Ray started for yesterday right back at the field, and he started probably about 15th or 16th, and it's good to see Ray Jardine get into the top 10. So that was our HQ race 2. That was the final results. Glenn McDonald, Andrew Lockley, Andrew Lawton, Damon Woods, Mick Majulton, Graham Crawford, Tony Maloney, James Keener, Michael Ling and Tracy Moulding. That's the results for race 2, and John Marnie in 21st position in car 81. So we thank the HQ boys and girls for a great and entertaining event. We'll be coming up very, very shortly with the tributes. Next is the Super Sprint Tribute. And we'll have a little bit of a break, and we'll be back shortly with those immaculate Super Sprint tribute cars. Okay, Tribute Touring cars on circuit now for their warm-up. Brett Florence is with me. He's going to tell us all about these beautiful-looking tribute touring cars. Welcome, Brett. I'm well, thank you.
Yes, we've got the tribute cars out here at the moment, brought to you by McDonald's Automotive from Wangaratta, Lloyd's Fabrications from Ballarat, and then we've got Parks Sprayer Barn, and those guys are actually members of this category, which is great. But we see the first Commodore that went past is a guy, Peter Rao from, Daryl Rao from Tasmania. So it's a great car, very quick, runs an LS engine, and then you've obviously got the Porsche behind it, which is one of our regular guys. He's from Melbourne. It's one of the original IROC Porsches built for the series here in Melbourne.
It's great to see the Porsche out there too, Brett. Sort of really good, beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great car, done to Danny Holmes. Colours from back in those days, which is fantastic. Great driver, and you know, it's presented just beautifully. If you wanted to see some quality cars, go and have a look at those in the paddock.
Oh, absolutely. I will be going down having a good look a little bit later. I want to get a bit of time and checking out some of the cars.
Maybe you could get yourself in one?
Well, I've got one at home, and I was telling you about that, a little bit of work on the BMW E30 and get that out and running.
Yeah, that'd be great. So these guys are doing a sprint, which is essentially a really fast regularity.
Well, basically it's qualifying.
Yeah.
So, which is good stuff because they can go as fast as they like. Regularity a little bit more restricted. With the sprint format, you can go as fast as you like.
That's right.
And it's the fastest time. So these guys are, whatever these cars can do, they're at their maximum. So it should be some pretty quick times. It'll be interesting to see what sort of times they actually do. Obviously, there's going to be different times and different drivers, and you know the cars are going to be at a different level. So, but the quicker guys will be, and they sound great.
Yeah, they sure do, don't they? And it's great because we've got a mix of small cars and big cars.
Yep. Good to see the Escort out there as well.
Yeah, which is great. Yep. We had a little Corolla done in team colours. Toyota team colours, but unfortunately had an engine issue on Friday, but he'll be back again. And but you know, a couple of these cars had a few issues yesterday, but overnight the guys have worked to get them back out here today, which is fantastic.
It's great to see the Coca-Cola Mustang out there, car 9, just going about his business, and also on screen is the car 17.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car. I did an interview with Steve Blacksland yesterday, or Friday actually, and he sort of went through the car, and it's still a Cleveland, runs a Jericho 4-speed, 9-inch diff, you know, upgraded brakes. Yep. Gee, it's a great car. So
it takes you back in time when you see that livery, and you think, you know, sort of just transports you back in time momentarily.
Oh, it sure does, and you know, look, same with the little Bluebird. Like, I mean, Gibson Motorsport, you know.
Yeah, well, once they were giant killers in the day. Yeah, you know, sort of the Nissan Bluebird come out, and George Fury and company really strutted their stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we go back and you look at there's a little XU1 running around out there, and it's Graham Whincup. You know, and that car's sort of recently been finished in the last few years, and it's stunning. You know? Again, and it's a quick little car. So.
And it's good to see Graham out there.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, but and then you've got, you know, we go right back to the Humpy Holden here from that Kim is driving, and you know, he ran in Regularity earlier, and here he is out here again, and he's having a ball.
Takes me back to what they call pre-EH racing back in the day in Calder and places like Sandown, and that sort of used to get about 20 or 30 of these the FX and FJ Holdens, or the 48 series, or whatever you want to call them. So it's great to see them out there circulating as well.
And yesterday, you know, unfortunately, the EB Falcon DJR car had a bit of an issue, but you know, those guys worked overnight and fixed it, and the jigsaw puzzle putting that front splitter back together. It's all taped up, but he's back out there again for another day.
And we see a good battle on screen now between the Escort and the Humpy Holden, probably maybe running similar times, so obviously they're going to be running nose to tail.
Yeah, exactly. So, and And then the VL Commodore, he'll catch up in a moment. It'll make a great three-way battle.
Now, what guys is the Humpy running at? What sort of mods in that particular
That
car?
car was built for Pan America Targa in Mexico.
Oh, okay,
It was
yeah.
built for that, and by Dave Ryan and his colleagues. So it was built for Targa racing. It's a triple webbed, essentially an XU1 202.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In it, but it's a very quick car, exceptionally well built, and it's really impressive.
Well, it's staying with the Escort, sort of.
You're three-wheel through this corner here, which is unusual for a Humpy, but
We'll get a time on him and see what he's doing.
yeah.
As we see the Humpy on screen now, car 25. Britt, and what's he doing? A 147.
Which is not bad.
147. Quickest out there is Smith. He's doing a 139 in car number 8.
Which is the IROC Porsche. It's a very consistent car.
That's a pretty quick time.
Yeah. And in fact, we've got one of the Group C regulars, Ian Ross. He's out here running his XD Falcon. He's cross-entered this weekend in both categories, CNA and the tribute car, so making the most of the weekend.
I think that's Dave Ramsey, isn't it, in car
Yeah, it
5?
is. Yep.
Comes from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Sure does. He had a bit of an issue yesterday, but he worked on a few things overnight, and it's back out here, which is really good. And it's a great car.
Yeah, well, he's
Goss and
he's running 8th. He's 8th quickest out there. It's Dave doing a 145, so he should be pretty happy with that. I remember when he first started, he got a little bit nervous when he was thinking he was running Group C or whatever it was, or he might have been running Heritage, I think, at the time, and he was a bit overwhelmed. But when he first started, but now he's on the pace and looks like the car's nice and regular, and not having too many dramas with it. Car number 05 on screen at the moment.
Yeah, it's car 51.
Or 51 miles.
Yeah, so he's coming into the pits by the look of it, so he might have an issue.
Oh, that's right, so because Dave Ramsey's is 5, so if you've got a 5, bang a 1 on the side, and you've got either a 15 or a 51, and away you go. Our co-commentator Ron Simmons always used to have 11 or 111. If he'd rolled the car, they could still see what number it was. So he covered all bases
Fair enough.
in his Mini.
Yep. Well, here's the Graham Wincup's XU1. He purchased this off Bob Jane, and he's built it to the colour scheme of Bob Jane. Oh, there's Dave. Unfortunately, Dave's come off.
It's called the commentator's curse. You give
just given it to him.
You give the bloke a bit of a rev up, and what's he do? He clags out. So we better not say nice things about any other driver. We might put the curse on them as well. So
exactly.
Hopefully Dave's no big dramas with Dave, and he can come out later on this afternoon as well.
Exactly. And car 50 here, the mobile car. That's a HDT mobile VK. It's Max McKay he's local to Shepparton. And that's actually in Donington, European colour scheme.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the Australian colour scheme. A lot of people look at it and think, oh, what's different about this? But that's why.
That's interesting.
So he chose something totally different, which is great. So him and Graham are having a tussle here.
Graham Winton, that's Jamie's uncle, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Graham Winton in the, as Brett was saying, in the ex-Bob Jane Toronto, having a good battle with the number 5 mobile Holden Commodore. And what's Graham's time? We'll have a look on his Graham in car 7 doing a 1:48.
Consistent 1:48 actually, which is really good. Yeah. The guys are all pretty much the same. They're very consistent in their times, which is impressive.
Well, Smith's got the quickest with a 1:38.49. So in car number 51, we gave you a bit of a. Sorry, that's Smith's in car 8. That's Rails in 51. Commodore goes across the start finish line.
What's interesting in it, genuine Group C XD out there with Ian Ross is doing a 1:44, 1:42, and then you've got Steve Blacksland in his XE Dick Johnson car you know, essentially the same car, and he's doing a 143 and a 144. So these guys are pretty consistent with the genuine cars, which is interesting, and it's great.
We just see the John Bow, Dick Johnson car 18 on screen at the moment. Looking very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, it's a great car.
John's here this weekend, so a little bit of nostalgia for John.
Yeah.
Car 18, the Alfa Falcon.
Well, this started out as a spare body shell from DJR, and it was turned into a saloon car. And then the current owner, John Hoskins, he purchased it and turned it into back into an EB supercar. So he had a bit of an issue yesterday, broke the splitter, and here it's the end of turn, it's pitch straight.
Okay. Checkered flag is coming out to end this. I thought they might have had a little bit more time, but
yeah.
Checkered flag is out as we saw the Porsche go through very slowly before, but on screen now is the car we're talking about, car 18. Beautifully turned out car. Is the DJR Falcon.
But I welcome anyone in the crowd to go down and see these guys and have a look at their cars. They are beautiful.
Are they all grouped together, or are they scattered around, or are they all pretty much
no, they're all
in the
grouped
pit?
together.
Oh, okay, so it's easy to come in and have a look, and
yeah, exactly.
You can see them all in one hit. Well, that'll be great.
So, and this is one of our growing categories, moving forward with the event, and you know, keeping modern, I suppose. So it's great.
And it seems to be a growing category all the time.
Sure
sort of see more and
yeah.
more cars coming along, and the quality from where I'm standing, I haven't had a good close look at it, but from a spectator's point of view, it's first class.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well, time is Smith got the quickest time with a 1:38, so that's not sitting around. Sort of in car number 8.
No, he did well, didn't he?
So it was Smith, and then it was Rail, who in car 51, Commodore, 1:39. So he wasn't that far behind, sort of. So they're out there scooting around, and Blaxland, McDonald, 40. What was Blaxland was a 1:40, his best time. McDonald's was a 1:42, his best time. Then Ian Ross, 1:42. So there's probably half a dozen cars all pretty well close to each other, so they should be pretty happy with those consistent times.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. So
Ivers, Hayden Ivers do a 1:43, so he should be happy with that. Then 1:43. Hoskins a 1:43, and they go down to the 1:44s. And Dave Ramsey, the man that you give him a bit of a build of, and something happens to the car. But Dave Ramsey in that lovely turned out two-door, what they do a 1:44, so he should be pretty happy with that, I think.
yeah, exactly. So, we'll see you out here next year, won't we, Peter?
Well, yeah, sort of medical health problems go away, and no worries, I get that E30 up. I'd love to come out and sort of get stuck in it. All right, well, that was, thank you very much, Brett, for that. We'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon when the tribute cars come out and strut their stuff again.
No worries, thanks, Peter.
Not a problem. We'll have a little bit of a short break, and we will be back with some action pretty soon.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with Justin. Justin's got...
So we have coming out on track at the moment, Groups SA, SB and SC production sports cars. I'm joined with Tom. Tom, how are you this afternoon?
Very good, very good. I should be out there racing, but unfortunately I'm not, so I get to share perhaps a little bit of knowledge about Group S.
So your Porsche car has turned into a push car?
It has indeed, yeah, a little gremlin we haven't been able to fix, but I can't complain too much. It's been a very reliable car for a number of years, so I'll take my medicine now and enjoy watching from up here. So it's great to see these cars. For a lot of people, these are the cars that we all sort of grew up loving and wanting. They're the sports cars that you could have on the road, and to be able to race them in the way that they were, I guess, club raced in the day is a real thrill for everyone.
Absolutely, and I think my first introduction to sports cars was an Austin Healey Sprite. We've got a little old Mark IIA that I could do about 30 miles in it before it would start to overheat. And so yes, that was a bit of an introduction.
So now we've got a progressive grid here from race 1 yesterday. So on pole we've got Doug Barber in his Martini liveried 911. Sitting next to him is Ray Narkowitz in his big Chev. Behind them is Simon Meyer in his little Sprite midget. Next to them, Alex Webster, again in the 911, Andrew Whiteside in his 911, then Hugh Harrison in his beautiful Alfa Romeo. There'll be a great battle between Hugh's Alfa and Darren Harris in his Alfa. The two cars look very similar out there, but and they both drive really well. Sitting after them is Warren Hotz and then his son Blake Hotz. So there could be a bit of family rivalry going on there. Mickey Perlot, who actually was leading the race yesterday, it's his first time at here at Winton, so I think he did a fantastic job to lead, but he
absolutely
found out that if you go a couple of feet wide here, it can cost you dearly. So he's
fast on the grass.
Yes, he's back there in 10th position, but I'd expect to see him back up the front fairly quickly. Behind him is Ross Jackson in the beautiful yellow Pantera, which, as far as great sounding cars, that's one of the nicest cars for your ears.
Absolutely, and he's been around here a number of times over the years.
Yep. They're just coming up the last cars now. I'll just go through the rest of the guys. We've got Colin Wilson-Brown, who's one of the ex-presidents of Group S. Joe Collegia in the big Corvette. Andre Briat, John Geis, they're both in Datsun 2000s. So they'll be having a great battle all the way through. And Pete Kaiser as well. Tim Linus in the 928 and then another 911 down there. So they're all set now.
I'm picking the 911 will make the jump off the start. Better grip over those back wheels.
Yep.
Over the Chevy Stingray. Ooh, a bit of creep from the Stingray. But as I suggested, I think the Porsche has made the clear run. Two Porsches, in fact.
Yep, that's Alex Webster is a bit of a start specialist.
But look at that Austin Healey Sprite. That's well up in the group there as well. A bit of action there in turn 3. So they head down into the corner. Down into turn 4. We've got Porsche, Chevy, Corvette, and on screen car 30 stationary, the Triumph, just on our old start finish straight, but back at the lead again.
Fantastic! He's got that beautiful TR3 going again. TR2, sorry.
So down in the wobbly bits, we've got Porsche, Chevy, Corvette still, as they work around the twisty bits down the bottom of the track.
So that's
in fact the Austin Healey has taken up third spot.
Yeah, always quick through the cleavage there. He'll have a bit of trouble here holding off Ray in the big Corvette coming down the two straights here, but he'll be back all over them again as we go through the twisty bits around the back. So it's Doug Barber who started on pole, who's still leading. He's got Alex Webster right behind him, and then Ray Narkowitz, who's now up into third.
Yeah, as you predicted, the brute horsepower of that Chevy Corvette just cleared away from the Austin Healey Sprite.
that'll be a cat and mouse all race there until.
Well, Ray's cleared one of the Porsches as well and gone into second position.
Yeah, it's a good move by Ray. I'd look for Alex to be up there and around the back here.
See Joe Collegia there going down through turn 3 in car 44. Beautifully presented car.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a spin yesterday, so he'll be coming back through the field as well. And the power of that car, I'm sure he'll be back up the front in no time at all.
Yeah, and talking of beautifully presented cars, if you get a chance to have a look at that one, it's well and truly worth having a look. Austin Healy Sprite down the inside of Joe, though, in the big Chevy. Twiddly bits sorted out and beautifully as the Sprite clears it away.
Yeah, that's what Warren Hott's in that Sprite. It's again a beautifully presented car.
Works his way up the back straight now. Just hearing from the sidelines that we've got a Porsche out in the bog somewhere. Oh yes, off the exit of the sweeper.
It looks to be Tim Linus in the 928. He might have
on screen. We've got car 309, Tom,
which is
beautiful Alfa,
which is Darren Harris's car. We've got a safety car now just to get there and recover that 928 that's found itself a little bit parked.
Yeah, fast in the grass and slow in the mud.
Tim, you can't park there, mate. You have to move it.
Parking fines apply.
Right, well, look, as these cars file past slowly behind the safety cars, probably a good chance to get a look at how well presented all these cars are.
Absolutely, and maybe wave at some of the drivers. They might even wave back. Gives the guys from further back down the running order a chance to group up as well, and hopefully they make a nice clean restart.
Yeah, looks like they're almost over with that car now, so we hopefully be up and racing in about another lap.
As I can see, the tow rope appears to be moving the stricken Porsche. Yes, we have it on screen here now. And the Porsche being unceremoniously dragged back onto the black stuff. I would assume there's no damage to that car. He'll probably just get it restarted and have to rejoin it the back of the queue.
Absolutely.
Or go home and just clean all the mud out.
There will be a bit of mud. I don't think Tim will be very happy about having parked on the grass there, so there might be a bit of heat under the
helmet,
helmet there, but he'll take it all in his stride and be back out there in a minute.
Not sure what colour the car is on the inside, but it's probably a bit blue in there at the moment.
Well, there it is. It's going again now, so that's good news. So we can join up and keep racing.
Great job by the safety crews here at the Winton Motor Raceway. Always do a fantastic job. Big shout out to all of the volunteers, not only the safety crew out on track, but flaggies and scrutineers, all those people that go towards putting a meeting on. It's a huge effort.
Now there'll be a little bit of strategy here with Doug, knowing that he's got Ray right behind him with the powerful Stingray right behind him. So he's going to have to time his run quite well, whether he goes before the corner or whether he's going to wait right up until we get to the start-finish line, which wouldn't surprise me, and just take away that ability for Ray to stretch his legs down the straight on him. So
yes, one thing about that Chevy, it's got very stretchy legs down the straight. But look at the Austin Healy Sprite there, right up in third position.
Yeah, and Doug has quite tactically held them back as long as he can.
Yeah, and leads into turn one,
and he'll hold that lead now.
Yeah. they come through onto the old start finish straight. Barber in front, Narkowitz, Meyer, Webster, Peeland in that order as they peel through into turn 3 and on down to turn 4. The Porsche making some clear runs. The Austin Healey Sprite coming right up on the back of the Chevy Corvette as they head up into the sweeper.
I can see there that Mickey Perlat in the green 911's made his way up from about 10th, so he's had a really good run there, working his way up. As
that's great stuff. But on screen, the Austin Healey Sprite down the inside of the Chevy Corvette. Great move down into Old Tank Corner and is now up into 2nd position. Is he going to be able to hold that? I suspect the straights will play a bit of payback on that one, but great move there by Meyer in the Austin Healey Sprite.
Yeah, look, I think he'll definitely try and hold a lot of ground there. It's a small car.
He's going to make it as wide as he possibly can.
He normally races with his brother, and they've been known to race side by side from time to time.
Yeah. Not able to hold out the horsepower of the Chevy down that straight, though. You claw back onto the back end of him through these corners down on the extended part of Winton Motorways Road. Hurls the car on down the front straight.
So on lap 4, Doug Barber's still leading. We've got Ray Narkowitz behind him, followed by Simon Meyer, then Alex Webster. So now I can see Mickey Perlat's moved up into third place again now.
So Meyer's dropped back into 4th spot there.
He'll probably find the 911 a little harder to overtake through the twisty bits here than he did the Corvette. So I expect to see the lead being challenged by Mickey fairly soon.
Yeah, I would expect that would be the case as well. Although look at the Sprite, hooks it up through the right hander out of the sweeper.
Yeah, Simon's never going to die wondering. He's going to have a look everywhere.
Absolutely. And whilst he's doing all of that, he's worrying the guy in front into making a mistake if he can.
Yeah, and I can see Alex Webster right up behind him, waiting to see if both of them go off venturing. He'll be right there to snap up 3rd place again.
Yeah, if they cut each other off, he's going to snap up that position. Mind you, he's probably also sitting in there smiling away going, wow, look at this entertainment in front of me. Oh, we've got car off. 2 cars off. There's a bit going on down here, and
yeah, I think there might be some oil on the track there. We've had a number of cars all spin there,
and that's down. Looks like it's down in the cleavage area. So as those cars sort themselves out, back at the lead. Barber is still in front from Narkowitz.
So coming over the line there, we've got Terry Spadides.
Joe Collegia
in his big Stingray coming through. And again, he's still got Warren Hotz right behind him as well. And Hugh Harrison is it's in the beautiful red Alfa there. So
yeah,
he'll be looking to try and get past both those guys as we get round the back section here.
Brilliant job. Little 21 trying to get around Joe Collegia.
So Warren's in a difficult spot there, where he's going to want to get past the I guess the slower Chevy as he goes around the back there.
So a penalty popped up on our screen for Narkowitz, a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, I think
that might have been a start line.
Yeah, I think Ray may have just been rolling slightly at the start, so he probably misinterpreted. There's a bit of a downhill there, and he's crept forward a little bit, so he's been punished for that, which is probably going to be quite costly for him, because they're all quite close at the front here.
And I did notice on screen that there's a couple of cars stationary over on the old back straight there, with drivers getting out and making their way over the fence.
Yeah, that's Andre Briax. That's in 2000, and I think I can't quite see the number on the other Alfa that's over there.
So back on the at the lead, we've got the 911.
So Doug Barber leading Ray Narkowitz, who, as we said, has got a 5-second penalty with Mickey Perlat right in behind him. So Doug's really going to try and make it as hard as he can for Ray to get past him. He'll park that car nicely on each of the corners and get that great drive out. But as you can see, Ray really makes that big heavy car sort of defy its weight a bit, the way he throws it around the back there.
Has the car carry
and as those two trip over each other, Simon Myers made a beautiful move around the outside. Always the opportunist. He's gone through and now he's having a look at Doug, who'll be checking his mirrors.
You can't see me, I'll sneak past.
That was a great, really clever move by Simon.
Very clever move, back into second position.
Yeah, and he knows where he's strong, and he sees those opportunities, and he never hesitates.
Yeah, what's going to happen down the back straight? Narkowitz is going to come back straight past him, but he's got that 5-second penalty that's going to hurt him at the end of the race.
Yeah, and I think what you'll find there too is that I think he'll actually end up holding that position there, because he's probably got just enough of a gap now that Ray may not catch him. Oh no,
yeah, Ray's gone back into second position on track, but carrying that 5-second penalty, that's going to push him back down the grid. These guys up the front are all pretty close together.
They are. I'd expect to see a move. I'll see a move by Simon as we go into turn 2 here.
The old turn 2.
The old turn 2, yes. So
he's going to make a try, but I don't think he's going to be able to pull it off. He's certainly able to read the part number on the boot lid of that Chevy Corvette, heading down into the sweeper.
So I expect him to make another move here. He'll probably try and sneak around the outside.
Yep, which he does quite beautifully.
Yep. And
the Porsche tries to follow him around. I'm not sure how that looks like it might work. Admire now. He's all over the back of 911 Doug.
Doug Barber's 911.
Of course, Doug's going to be able to pull out and use that beautiful Porsche power up the back straight.
Yep, so Ray again, they're going to sort of yo-yo backwards and forwards, these two. So
they are. So we're on lap 8 of 10, so we're getting towards the pointy end of the race. Narkowitz again is able to just use that power straight up the back straight. They work their way around the extension here at that makes it the long track at Winton. Right behind the Chevy.
I know he'd love to throw
a car.
Oh, yep. And he's kept out of the way nicely, which is good.
Narkowitz right behind Doug. So they come onto the old start-finish straight. Porsche, Chevy Stingray, Austin Healey Sprite, Porsche. I think Ray Narkowitz is going to be able to do much about this.
No, I think this is going to be another. He'll probably try and cover the outside, but the second he does that, you'll see that Simon's just going to move to the inside and get past again. I don't think Ray's going to fight it too hard, because I think he knows he's got the legs to sort of get back past him again.
Well, Meyer not able to capitalise on that outside move, but so we've just been given a word over the earphones that this is the last lap. Oh, and Meyer just pulled off the track, so something's happened to the Austin Healey Sprite.
Yeah, it's going quite slow. I think he may have just tried to go a little bit too wide there. Now Ray's just not going to be close enough to make a move on Doug here, so Doug's really gone from flag to flag.
Yeah, certainly has.
He really hasn't been challenged. He's driven perfectly, not a single mistake, and that's what you've got to do when you're on pole. You've just got to make sure you don't make any errors.
That's right. Just keep it clean and get it to the finish.
Oh, and isn't it close as they go? So only a car length in it, so you can really throw a blanket over those two.
Yeah, Meyer dropped back quite a bit there. He must have made quite the mistake down there on the entry to that back straight, that tight right-hander.
Yeah, look, he's either run wide, just trying a bit of an optimistic move, or he might have missed a gear or something. But,
Yeah, found the marbles perhaps.
Yeah, we'll find out from him. So winning race 2 was Doug Barber, not headed. We've got Ray over the line in second, but with a 5-second penalty, it looks like that may drop him back to third or fourth. We'll see what the final classification there is. So it's Mickey Perlad, then followed by. So I've just been told that Ray's actually ended up in position 5, so it's been quite costly for him. So it's repeating it: Doug Barber from Mickey Perlad, Simon Meyer, Alex Webster, then Ray Narkowitz, Andrew Whiteside, Joe Kaleja, Perry Spaditas. Then we've got the father and son of Warren and Blake Hotz, followed by Ross Jackson in the Pantera, Darren Harris, Colin Wilson Brown, Doug Bartley, Scott Farkelson, Peter Kaiser, John Geist, George Pethard, Ryan Koenig. Just looking down there who we've got after them. And it's gone off my screen, so.
Yeah, it's always handy when the screen changes on us at the wrong time.
There we go.
There we go. The Blendline TV guys have got it all sorted out.
Absolutely.
And as you say, Doug Barber, Ray Narkowitz, although that's going to be pushing back to position 5.
Back to 5, yep. I guess while we're looking at these results on screen, just from a Group S with our sponsors, which is Bowden's Own, we really want to give a big thanks and a shout out to them, because without sponsorship it makes it a lot tougher for us guys. And Bowden's Own have been a great sponsor of ours for many years. So to the guys, a big thank you.
Excellent. So next up we have Group C and A touring cars, and we'll be back straight after a break.
Thanks, man.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with David Tote. David's got a JPS M3 BMW. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, David?
Sure, yeah, this is the last of the 5 JPS cars they built in '87. It was the car that Richards and Longhurst drove at Bathurst that year to 4th place outright, beating all the German M3s that came over for the World Touring Car Championship round that year. And in '88, it was Brocky's Mobile M3.
You've raced Group C and A and with this car for a while?
This is my 4th Group A car. I started with the old white 323 that was run by JPS back in '85 for Longhurst, which was a development car. And then I bought the first of the 5 M3s, which was built from a converted 325 shell and is now owned by Peter Jones in Queensland. So I managed to get hold of this one as well, and had the pair of them, the first and the last JPS M3s, in my garage at the same time. So I had a real humility lesson in those days, because I was having a really bad day at work one day, and I was stood in my garage for a minute, and I was really stressed, and I'd had enough of work, and I was going, this is crazy, I'm not getting paid enough, this is crazy. And then I looked, and I had one arm on the first M3 and the other arm on this one, and I went, oh, you idiot, shut up. And I realised how lucky I am to be where I am. So
And obviously we're here at the VHRR's Winton Festival of Speed. What do you think of the event?
I love this event. We had a great time here last year with the Nissan Godzilla of Tony Alford. And when it was put on for us this year, I jumped at the chance to come down. It's great fun. I love it here.
No worries. Well, thanks very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Darren Knight back here with you at the Winton Festival of Speed. Had a little delay there with an oil cleanup after the last Group S sports car race. Coming up, we've got race 2 for the Heritage Touring Cars Groups A and C. Good morning once again to Brett. Welcome aboard.
Good morning, Darren.
So a good win yesterday, a very popular win too for David Toe, the man we saw in the interview package about 10 minutes ago in that little black BMW M3. Had an issue on the warm-up lap. The car got quite hot, and David has a sensor in the car that if the car gets turned off, it basically lowers the rev limit in the car, so he could only rev it to about 4,500 RPM. So that's why we saw him with his hand out the window, the warm-up lap, the formation lap there yesterday. Came into the pits, restarted the car, got it going again. The old computer thing, turn it off and turn it on, and it worked. That's what happens when you ring IT. Oh, have you turned it off? David did that, got the car going again, and came right through the field. Was helped, we must say, by a safety car mid-race when Justin Matthews looped his Escort and got stuck in the mud. But nevertheless, a fantastic drive from David, Brett, and certainly had the crowd on their feet.
I sure did. It was fantastic. And David put on a great show, and so did all the other guys, actually, to see him come through the field.
Yeah, we saw some really great action at the front, actually, once David joined the party as well, with Bill Cutler in the other M3 out there, the number 46 ex-Schnitzer machine, and also Steve Axisa in the ex-Scotty Taylor VH Group C Commodore, doing a really great performance from the big fat. Well, it looks big fat because it's got those wide Group C flares on it, but Steve had a great race yesterday, mixing it right up to the BMWs at the head of the field, so we'll see if Steve can continue that good performance.
Yeah, it's good to see that car up and running, and it's really performing well here this weekend.
Steve Axisa has been involved in the category for many, many years. Has got a couple of cars back in the shed too, of course. Took out the club championship in 2016 with an Isuzu Gemini Coupe, the PF60. Also has an XU1 Group C car as well, the ex-Digby Cook CIG machine, and now running this ex-Scotty Taylor VH Commodore.
The guys are lining up here in their traditional formation. Oh no, they're not. They're going through for another.
And so the siding lap first, and now we're into, they'll form up behind the safety car and have a rolling start. Practice being used in Group A and Group C races for a couple of years now in Australia. Wasn't really used in the period here in Australia, but certainly in Europe, rolling starts were part of the category, so they've continued that here, a lot easier on the drive trains.
Yeah, it sure is. These cars are starting to get fairly old, and replacement parts are hard to come by.
Yeah, some of them out of production, of course, so it's always hard to source certain components, so anything that we can do to make them last a bit longer is certainly welcomed.
That's right, a set of gear sets for a hold. It's not easy to come by these days.
We did see a couple of fairly sizable accidents too when we used to run the standing starts. I remember a couple at Phillip Island with the ex-Bob Jane. XU1 was clouded from behind, unfortunately, when it stalled on the grid. So rolling starts a lot safer.
Yeah, exactly. Should be an exciting race with these guys up front.
David Toe in the last of the M3 BMWs built by Frank Gardner's JPS team. David's been a BMW nut for many years. He's previously owned a 635 Group A BMW and the first of the M3s as well. First of the JPS M3s, and now with the last one built.
In our highlights package, he was talking about owning them all at once.
They do like a bit of horse trading, the Group A and Group C guys, collecting cars, and they go to a different owner, and hopefully, usually, they end up back on the track. Sometimes they disappear into somebody's man cave, which no one ever likes, but you've got to hand it to the guys that still run them, putting them where they should be. They are a race car, and just my personal opinion, they should be out on the racetrack. Don't necessarily have to be up the front, but getting out there, getting the crowd the opportunity to see them again racing in anger. And here we go, folks, race 2 of Heritage Touring Cars Groups A and C. The two BMWs will lead the field away once they get the green flag. Cutler in 46, Toe in 44. And they're away, heading down to the S's for the first time. Steve Axisa, a great start once again in the Commodore. He's right there with Toe and Cutler. But Toe will lead Cutler and Axisa through onto the old front straight. Axisa putting the move on Bill Cutler and moves up into second place. So good drive there from Axisa.
Certainly is, and David Toe's coming now to the back part of the section, so he'll be heading into the sweeper into the cleavage. He's still running first with Axisa in second and Bill Cutler's in third.
8 laps the journey, so Bill Cutler taking it relatively easy there and allowing Axisa to go through, but you watch the number 46 BMW start to put the pressure back on the Commodore as we get further onto this race, with the Commodore a little bit harder on its tyres than the lightweight M3, homologated under 1,000 kilos, so a very great power to weight ratio for the little BMW. Easy on the brakes and tyres, or easier on the brakes and tyres, and already Cutler starting to fight back in that battle for second, Brett.
That's exactly right. We've got Justin Nielsen in fourth, and he's in the little Nissan Exa, so he's not that far behind, which is be great to see him get up and dice with these guys.
Had a good race yesterday in the little front-wheel drive Nissan after gearbox problems during private practice on Friday. Got the car on song again and posted a good finish.
Yeah, Justin's getting some good reliability out of the car these days, which is fantastic to see him back out there.
Hopefully we don't put the mocker on him, because he had some issues in days gone by.
And then closely followed is Tony Sawford in the Sol A9X hatchback out there, the XL and Grice car.
Escorts are at it once again. Justin Matthews, the number 45 red and white ex-Bob Holden Escort, narrowly in front of Neville Butler in the yellow X-Ray Cucci Mark II Ford Escort. And they've got their mirrors full of the big black XC hardtop of Tom Vondrasek, an ex-Rusty French operated machine.
Yeah, this is Tom's second race, I believe, so he's doing a good job out here today.
Yeah, won the young driver of the meeting at the Philippine Classic early in the year by keeping the big fat hardtop on the circuit. So he's doing a very good job.
Not an easy car to learn in.
I wouldn't have thought so. But certainly a nice big wide footprint. Those big, lovely big 10-inch wheels under the rear guards of the XC. So Tom doing a good job there, trying to track down the two Escorts on screen. Matthews and Butler.
It's a great dice between these guys.
Well, Justin Matthews would have needed plenty of Bowden's own car care on that Escort yesterday after he took a run through the wet grass and then ended up in a puddle covered in mud, which brought out the safety car. So good to see him back out there. And that car is certainly nice and shiny once again.
Yeah, that's right. And it's good to see the little cars out. We've got an Alfa out here as well, which is fantastic. Get some more little cars out here.
Butler puts a move on Matthews. It's a very neat move, and now moves up into 8th place. No surprise there, David Toe, fastest lap, a 1:34.65. Next fastest man is Steve Axisa, second place driver in the Commodore, 1:34.9.
Normally we see Nev Butler on 2 wheels, so he's got all 4 on the tarmac today.
Another Escort here on screen, the Greek Keem, red and yellow number 14 Escort, putting the pressure on Tony Sawford in the ex-Alan Grice A9X hatch.
This is a good battle, actually. It just shows the difference between the big and the little car on the tight, twisty bit up here, doesn't it?
Keem goes through, neat move. Favourite move of all the small car drivers up here at Winton through that tight tank corner. The RS2000 shape Escort with that lovely little sloping nose on the front of it. An update from the original flat front of the Mark II Escort. Very popular in the small car class in the 70s at Bathurst and the Touring Car Championship.
Sure is. Looks like Tony may have Oh no, he's going. Looked like he had a smoke issue there for a second. Might have pinched a brake.
Stretch the legs of the 308 to get back past Greg Keane. Tony's been involved in Group C historic touring cars for many, many years, running his own car and also helping out other guys. So one of the stalwarts of the category, and it's good to see the A9X back out there after had a fairly hefty accident, which is not of his own doing at Bathurst a couple of years ago. And a lot of work put into that A9X, and it's great to see him back out there. And he's really got the wick turned up now because he's starting to reel in Justin Nielsen in the Nissan. As Tom Vondrasek and the XC got a little bit enthusiastic there, trying to attack the two escorts ahead of him, and it goes off at turn 1. He's back on the circuit though.
Yeah, no damage, which is great. These two escorts are having a fantastic battle here.
Yeah, Justin Matthews in 45 has just got past Nev Butler again in the number 53 yellow escort. Talking about Tony being involved for a long time, so are these two guys, Justin and Neville. Justin driving an ex-Bob Holden escort. There's probably more Bob Holden cars running in this category than any other former owner. There's quite a few escorts, and also a Corolla in Queensland of David Patterson. And Bob has also had several drives over the years in the category too, so very much involved and supporting the revival of heritage touring cars over the years.
Steve Assisi's got the fastest lap so far at a 1:34.14, which is pretty good for the Commodore around here compared to the BMWs.
Yes, Steve says, game on, David, let's go. He's only about 4 or 5 car lengths behind Toe at the moment. Still 4 laps to go for race 2 of the heritage touring cars. Butler goes back up the inside of Justin Matthews. Plenty of passing going on. They've swapped positions just about every lap.
That's what these cars are made for, isn't it?
Matthews up the outside again of Butler, and looks like he held the inside line into the S's. Puts the move on, so Matthews back up into 8th, Butler back to 9th.
Looks like Nev's got him now. Turn 3 there, so.
Wonder if there's any hand signals going yet. Might be towards the end of the race. Would you like 1 beer or 2 beers after the race? That'll be the hand signals, won't it?
Sure, it will be.
Those digit hand signaling. Tom Vondrasek back on song now, and if these two guys in the escorts don't keep an eye on that mirror, they might find a big black hulking XC hardtop right on their tail very shortly.
I'm sure they're going to. Tom's actually driving well. Other than that small off, he's doing really well out here.
Very careful over the, you saw the oil dry on the corner there. That was the reason for the delay, so they've done a good job to clean that up, because I haven't seen anyone get out of shape on that. So the oil dry doing its work as Vondrasek now. He's right on the tail of the 2 escorts as Butler once again draws up alongside Justin Matthews.
And Steve Assisi's just beaten his last fastest lap, and with a 1:33.16, so he's really going.
Butler side by side with Matthews once again. And here comes the XC. 351 cubic inches of Cleveland power being brought to bear now. Vondrasek rounds up Butler. Can he get past Matthews as they go into the S's? Not quite. Be round the outside of here. Have to be careful with Butler fighting back there. But he's kept it all nice and straight. So next cab on the rank for Vondrasek is the number 45 of Justin Matthews.
Let's see if Tom can get him. No, he's still a little bit behind, but I think Nev Butler's now catching up to him, and it looks like Nev might even pinch him in the cleavage.
that car of Vondrasek had several drivers over the years. Jim Keogh and the very fast Kiwi Leo Leonard shared the car at Bathurst in the guise that is presented in. Originally built as an XB, then converted to XC and appeared with first with those rectangular Fairmont GXL headlights, and they got rid of them fairly quickly, which is definitely a visual improvement, Brett.
That's exactly right.
Rusty French invariably turned up with black coloured cars, although that XC was painted blue at one stage when John Goss shared a drive in one of the Enduros and brought some funding along, and it was painted in the typical Goss blue.
I think it looks great in the black Morley Ford colours, to be honest with you.
Yeah, certainly a striking silhouette. As we go back to the front of the field, David Toe leading from Steve Axisa in the Commodore. Toe was lowered that fastest lap race that was held by Axisa until recently, so Toe into the 132s on that last lap. Axisa's fastest was the 133 on lap 5. Axisa not giving up though, he's right on Toe's tail as they head down to the S's once again. Right with him now, and overcooks it. So Steve Axisa goes off on the entry to the S's. Well, that was a kiss of death, wasn't it, Brett?
He's lucky he didn't hit that culvert like the cars yesterday, so...
Just got a little bit excited there as he
exactly.
Saw the tyre lights of the BMW in front of him, but he's gathered back up. He's well clear now of Bill Cutler, so he won't lose the position there, but he'll be a bit aggro with himself, but he wasn't going to go home wondering.
No, that's right. I think David's got a sigh of relief in his BMW. He can just ease up a slight bit.
1 lap to go for David Toe to make it 2 from 2.
He's driving this car very well, isn't he?
Certainly is. Getting the best out of it. If there was any track in the country that suited the BMW M3, you would think that it would be Winton.
Sure is. And it's great to see Bill Cutler's car out there, you know, being an ex-Schnitzer car. It's traditional BMW white, blue and red colour scheme.
Yes, those BMW Motorsport colours that took BMW to the World Touring Car Championship in 1987. That was the car that was crashed by Roberto Ravaglia. Friday practice, Bathurst in 87. The TAFE team, as they always did for many, many years, did some great work. David Toe is almost caught by Axisa right at the end there, takes the win. So David backed off a little bit there on that last lap.
Might have backed off that slight bit much.
Nevertheless, took the win from Axisa. Bill Cutler was third.
It was a great race between these guys, Darren.
Vondrasek has got past Nev Butler on this last lap. They'll race to the flag. Cutler, as I mentioned, filled the final step on the podium, but still racing going on back through the field here. We're watching Vondrasek in the XC trying to hold out Nev Butler in the Escort.
Let's see if Nev can get him.
It's pretty fat, that XC.
Oh, it sure is.
Plonk it at the middle there. Nev will be trying to find a way past. Might get a look up here. And does it. Nev Butler. Tank corner once again. Nipped up the inside of the big XC.
Will cubic inches prevail?
Butler pedalling very hard to try and stop the run of Vondrasek. They're not too far behind Justin Matthews either.
No, actually looks like Ned's going to get Justin at the last corner here.
Butler's gone berserk on this last lap. He's really getting into it. Got past Justin Matthews and will cross the line in front of the two Fords, Matthews and Vondrasek. Matthews fighting back. No, just couldn't quite get there. So Nev Butler up into 8th. Great drive, and also a very entertaining drive too from Justin Matthews and Tom Vondrasek.
So we've got David Toe in first, Steve Cisa in second, Billy Cutler in his BMW third, Justin Nielsen in the Nissan XR is fourth, Tony Sawford in the A9X fifth, Greg Keane in the Escort, Nathan Gordon in the Alfa, Neville Butler, who we just spoke of, in eighth, Justin Matthews eighth, also in Escort, and then Tom Vondrasek in the XC Coupe in 10th. And Bill McGoffin and Ian Ross were in...
Didn't get out there,
unfortunately. So, yeah, great race by these guys.
Thank you, Brett.
Thanks.
Group C and Group A touring cars will be back out there at 3:35 this afternoon. And, of course, for some more of this type of action, we've got the tribute cars coming out a little bit later on too, Brett.
That's exactly right, Darren. And they were brought to us by Rapid Smash Repairs in Reservoir and FS Spagnolo and co-accountants in Ascot Vale.
Coming up next, after this short break, we'll have Alfa Romeo and Invited Cars at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
All right, now we have the Alfa Romeos coming out for their event. This is the Alfa Romeo Racing and Invited Cars, and my co-commentator is Colin Connaughton coming on board. Good morning to you, Colin.
Good morning, thank you.
And Colin's normally be running, but his car's had some problems, so unfortunately he's not able to run.
Yeah.
But he's come up here to give us a hand. Good on you, Colin. Well done.
Thank you.
You've got a good entry for this event?
We have a good roll-up. I think we had about 30 entries altogether, spread across 4 different classes. We've tried to make the racing accessible to
the newer cars and the newer drivers, as well as some familiar faces that you'll see. So we've got vehicles here from the 1960s, 70s, and then on up into the front-wheel drive vehicles that are more common now.
Yeah, so that's some of the, we'll call it the cheaper sort of version of a car, and it gives a fairly cheap way to go motor racing, I guess.
Well, I'm not sure that there is a cheap way to go motor racing.
Yeah, well, they say sort of start with 1 million before you start.
That's right, yeah. Make a small fortune out of a big one.
Yeah.
But our twin spark group, the 147 and 156 front-wheel drive cars are very popular. They're at the fastest growing group here. With not too much money spent on safety equipment. They run to specification, and they provide quite exciting racing, I think.
Well, that's good that you've got all these different categories there, so as they come to line up on our grid. And I see car 28, Bagetto, is on pole position with Aaron's next to him.
Yes, they're a very different approach. Aaron's car is a development of quite a powerful setup in the first place, whereas the Bagetto's car is a twin spark turbocharged engine in an older frame, and always spectacular to watch. Both.
Are they running V6 motors?
Yeah, we have a number of V6s here in that faster group, including some modern cars, front-wheel drive cars as well. So there's...
Okay, they've made a good start. They get away in Bagetto and Aaron's and Masuimi, is it? In
Mitsubishi, yes.
Mitsubishi, okay.
Yeah. So
and then Grierson there. So they come down into the first of the S's, and Bagetto, I would say, is in the lead as they come up towards turn 3 for the weekend. And a good group of cars getting through there. Some of the Tiddleys coming up at the back there. Nice little 105 series and amongst that group as well.
Yeah, the 105s now are not as common. They're worth rather too much as a classic car now to be taken to the racetrack.
My word.
So in the front there we've got Mick Aaron's in the V6. Then we've got a more modern front-wheel drive car that's trying to climb into its boot at the moment. And so it proceeds from there.
So the second car there is like a four-door touring car of some description, or two-door, is it? Picked it up.
Two-door, I think.
It was not the...
but yes, one of the more modern ones.
That's
yes.
what I was going to say, too. Later modern-looking car. He's come up onto the back of Aaron's now as they go down through the left-hand sweeper there, heading up towards the top end of the circuit. A big string of cars all the way down that long main straight. Everyone seems to have negotiated the whole circuit without dropping off onto the very quick infield we have today.
That's true. A big range of lap times with these cars because of the different classes, so the field will spread out quite a bit.
Got a nice V6 they just had on there as they come down towards the S's again. Oh, big lunge down here with the... Is it Bagetto in front, I believe, as they come through the corner there, as they come up on past our commentary spot. Car 51 is Aaron's, of course, and down through turn 2 they go. So good dice for these three out the front. Aaron's, Bagetto and Masumius.
Yeah, Mitsumishi's car is the more modern front-wheel drive vehicle, so you've got very different lines and approaches here. Car running in fourth is a V four-cylinder. I can't see.
777 number. 777 says it is a 3.2 litre car. All right, they disappear up into the cleavage end of the circuit, up towards the DeWalt corner. And Aaron's still with a nice little lead there as he comes down the long straight. The second man is that Bagetto is making up a bit of inroads here. He seems to have the power at around the wrong spot. He doesn't quite get up to him into the braking area.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there's a bit of turbo lag going on there, but we've now picked up the Mitsubishi car the Grierson car, which is a V6, and then Darren Harris, who's running a Group S 4-cylinder car. So a big range of cars in that first group.
Benetta there in car 75. That's another one of the bigger Alfa type cars. That running a V6 motor?
No, that one's twin spark. It's
Two litre?
It's a 4 and a 105 series car from the 1960s. Colin Wilson Brown immediately behind it. So
the fastest lap at 138.4. There's all got a bit of a change here going through. That's is it Aaron's getting pushed aside a little bit there this time?
I think there are no prisoners taken amongst this first group, that's for sure.
No, they're certainly really at it. And our lead car, Bagetto's just out a little bit in the lead there as they come up through the twisty bits up the top. Had a good run there. Car 17, of course, is I'll get that right in a minute. Basum, you said? You say it for me.
Alfio, just say Alfio.
Alfio, that'll do. But have these tricky names, don't they, sometimes, us commentators? But never mind.
So Mick Aarons has managed to sneak into the lead for at least a little while, till the turbo comes on in the red car. So.
Yes, I remember the Bedinka boys years and years ago having their turboed cars. They were indecently fast.
Indeed, it was a famous vehicle. So. The Bedinkas, of course, still run the dyno and tuning service in Melbourne, but they're not active in racing anymore, I don't believe.
No. Knowing their old father Ben very well many years ago. But anyway, as we watch back to the racing, their lead cars now coming down to the S's.
Yeah, and here we go again. Alfio's in underneath the big V6, and
nearly a bit of a touch there. That was pretty close. As we watch Aaron's again come down the end of past car 17, a famous number 17, of course, a Dick Johnson number. But here we have an Alfa Romeo with that number, but leading out onto the straight, and the car 17, is it? So really catching up there. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4 of them going by. That's Grierson is the car 777.
Yeah, 3.5 litre V6 motor there.
Right, so that's really,
nicely prepared car.
Back onto the end of Alfa, and so as they come through the big gum tree up the top, up into the old corner. But we'll watch the cars that are on screen. And the little car 98, a very nice one of Ashby, the 105 series cars. Beautiful little motor car. I had the fortune to be selling these motor cars brand new. There you go. Goes back a long time.
Still very pretty cars, and these ones are quite highly developed now. So, but good racing back through the field as well. Good mixture of cars from the different classes with overlapping power and skills.
Car 53 is another Aaron's as well, same family.
Yep.
Of the you've got M Aaron's and S Aaron's. They make their way down on the screen. We're watching them go down towards that left-hander, down past the 100-yard marker, or 50 metres perhaps it is these days. I still talk in the old-fashioned stuff, feet and inches and things.
Indeed.
But anyway.
Well, hopefully metric measurements for these cars were all originally made in Italy.
All metric, yeah.
So Mark Bagetto's fastest lap again with a 137. Again, the big turbo showing a liking for the track here. And
here's another group of cars, car 94 going through there. That's one of the later type little hatchbacks with the Alfetta in amongst there, and the car 75, sorry, in there as well. So that's Panato.
Yeah. So we've got the coming across the line now, and round onto the back of the track is the 147 group, the spec class. Few more of them with us now.
Try and watch what's on the screen. So 75 going by there with the Manning Motors entry. And that is Panetta, is it? With the,
yes, that's Rob Panetta.
Trying to get by Lagerfeld, is it, in the 94 car. So they're having a little race within a race with our lead cars, not on the screen at the moment, but they're right up the other end of the circuit. These other guys all having a great little run between themselves.
So Panetta's doing his best to overtake one of his customers, so
Right.
there'll be some discussion after the event, I would think.
Fair enough. Okay. Yes, I guess that does go on a bit, doesn't it, with... oh, then we've got number 6 has decided to drop
Yeah.
off the track there.
Yeah, one of the 147s.
That's David McKee.
Yep.
With the Alfa 147 Twin Spark.
Twin Sparks, yeah.
Yep.
So there are a number of different configurations here that use the same motor, so
okay.
It depends on how old they are. So on screen now is Bill McGoffin, still working to stay ahead of his engine tuner and provider, so there might be some discussion about the bill later.
Okay, right. Car 61 there doing well, as not on my program here, but car 61, I don't have him on the screen there either, so 81, try 81, and it's Peter Tillett in the Alfa 147 Twin Spark as well, and 280 in behind that is Andrew Wilson in another Alfa 156 Twin Spark.
So Peter is second generation racer. His father was an active campaigner of Alfas for a long time. And the Wilsons, 2 brothers, both with 147 cars, entered today.
That's good, keeping it in the family. Love their colour schemes, all sorts of stripes, different colours on the cars, makes it look very smart out on the track. And there's 51 going by, that's Aaron's, he's still in second place. He's doing a 137.4 with Beghetto with a 136.6. So he's rocketing up there to the big sweeper as we speak. And on screen we've got car number 81, which is the Peter Tillett car. And that's 280 in behind him, I think, which is the Andrew Wilson car. So they're having a nice little dice.
Yeah, they're working very closely together. You can throw a blanket over these guys most of the time. So
yes, there's a lot of little races going on within a race. The next group of cars are going down through the sweeper, but we'll watch what's on screen as we have that little dice going on here between 81, which is the Peter Tillett car, and Wilson in behind him. So it's great to see these guys.
they use all of the track, the curbs and anything else they can get their wheels on. So.
Okay, car number 5 there is the Alfonso car, another
the Alfa, Alfa Musumeci.
Yes,
so
Alfetta GDV. Had the pleasure of owning one of those cars for quite a while. Nice little motor car, 2-litre engine. Very torquey engine they were too. Car 707 on the screen is Camarel the oldest Inner West Alfa 147 GTA. Now, GDA, of course, was always the like the hot-up versions of.
That's
Alfa,
correct. It's the performance option amongst in the.
I think we used to have Auto Delta do all the work on the cars years ago. Auto Delta was a bit like you'd call the Italian version of the HSV sort of category.
Indeed, yeah.
So it's good to see. Here's 28 again going through. It's Beghetto with the transmission racing car.
So yes, Mark's he's starting to extend his lead, I think, from that group. Mick Aaron's in the V6 should be following him along a little more closely, I would think, but obviously the turbo's working well today.
Well, I think he'll be coming into screen very shortly as they come down into that hard left-hander. A lot of heavy braking goes on there as they veer away from the old track corner to go onto the S's. So, Beghetto well and truly in the lead with a 136.6. Aaron's next with a 137.4. And a little bit of a gap back there to Wilson with a 138. So lap 8 of 8, and we should be seeing the leader go over the line right now. So good win there to Baguetto. It was, and that's not Aaron. Surely pulled out on the last lap. We put the commentator's boz on him again.
I think we have.
Yes. So they've still got Aaron's as in second place, but he's missed. Greason comes into play, and then Alfonso and Aaron's, of course, slipping down the list. They must have been so far ahead of everyone else. He's taking a while to come down the list, but
it looks like we've lost a few around the back of the circuit there, but the 147 group is still hard at it. So.
There's quite a few still to come across the line. We've only had about 6-7 cars go over the line. Here's that next group. As we watch, was that 81 Tillett having a bit of a dice there with 280, which of course is Andrew Wilson.
But all of the groups here, it's very much about amateur racing, about getting out and enjoying yourself with other members of the club. So very successful weekend for us.
Fantastic. And Colin, you're normally racing, but your car's got some misdemeanor.
Unfortunately, it's wet itself, but there we go.
Oh, please. Please. Well,
I'm sure we'll be back.
I'm sure you will be. And so you go back a fair way with the Alfa group?
Yes, I've been involved, I guess, for 20 years or so, one way or another, but a little less than that in racing. I took it up later on in life.
Ah, good on you. That's a good thing to do, though.
Yeah.
My good friend John Emery, you might know John Emery pretty well, I guess. So unfortunately, John couldn't come today. He's not got the best of health as of recent times.
So we have a result with Mark Baguetto leading the group, Simon Grierson in second, Michael Musamichi in third, Alfa, his father, in fourth, and down through the group you see the name of Colin Wilson Brown there, who's a Group S contender, and we continue. I'm sure there's going to be lots of smiles behind the helmets as they come off the track.
I guess so. Well, thanks very much for coming up, Colin. We'll see you a little later today. We have another run, I believe, later on. So thanks for coming and contributing to the commentary.
You're welcome.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I'm here with John. John's part of MG Racing. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, John, and where you're from?
Thank you. So I'm here from Adelaide. We love the Victorian series, so I come over and do all of the rounds. It's quite expensive, but you get the great value. Different tracks, great people, and good close racing. So this is an MG ZS 180. It had 180 horsepower ex-factory, 2.5 litre V6 front-wheel drive, and this track certainly likes front-wheel drive cars and vice versa. So provided I'm using a little bit of curve here and there, yeah, you keep your lap times up. You get off the torque, and unfortunately you go backwards. So you've got to keep that corner speed up. So I'm enjoying it, scrubbing tyres, but enjoying the racing.
And I hear that you're starting the series over in South Australia, is that right?
Yeah, look, so what we've done is we've looked at what they're doing here in Victoria, and we're going to replicate it. Obviously, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. We have a series starting next year. We've got 16 competitors already. We've got people coming out of the woodwork, so it's going to be a great season for us.
And have you done the VHRR's Winton Festival Speed before?
Look, I've done a couple of rounds here, certainly, and historic Sandown. Love the tracks. We're off to Phillip Island later in the year, so certainly looking forward to that as well.
No worries. It's a very nice car. How long have you had it?
So this car I've had now about 18 months. It's sensational in the wet. So I came here the first time I raced it in this series. Was at Winton and it was raining and I qualified on pole. So it's a great wet setup car. Obviously in the dry, the guys with the slicks tend to open up and get away from you.
No worries. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
We're stuck behind the parade. We're not going to be able to get into pit lane for a bit. Just park your car somewhere and walk there. Like we are at the tower, like outside, like the tower. Like the other entrance where they're waiting for all the cars for the parade. Yeah, find where to park it and walk there. Copy.
Okay, we have a red ute, HR179, that is in the way of the people out in the parade lap area, and also for medical access. So could the owner please of red ute, fairly late model looking sort of ute, HR179, very good number plate to have, but it's not on a HR179. You must move your car straight away please. It's in a area we need to have access to. You know your car, you parked it there very early this morning. I saw it when I first came in. So Holden red ute, HR179, please move it or it will be picked up by the flat top truck.
And good morning from MG Racing Australia. Running through the grid on the warm-up lap, we've got Simon Elliott on pole, Mike Trathen in number 2, Danny Siama in 3, John Illingworth in number 4, Paul Vernal bringing in number 5, followed by Anthony Vollebrant in number 6, Jason Edwards in the little MGF in number 7, John Makem in number 8, Alistair Undarkji in position 9, followed by Hank Zwadovine in number 10. Vince Gusciato having a cheeky visit with an MGF in number 11, and Mr. Hotz in number 12. Trevor Dunford in another MGF in 13, followed by David Badgent in 14, and Ed Fergus in the nice presented TR Triumph in 15. And unfortunately, Phil Chester in the Monty Powered 72 has withdrawn for the weekend, won't be joining us on number 16. Don Bartley following the rear of grid, followed by Alana, who's also actually withdrawn with some broken bits, unfortunately. And as they come and do the warm-up lap, we'll see them join the grid.
All right, cars are coming around to line up for this. I think it's an 8-lapper.
It is, yeah.
Yes, an 8-lap race. We saw them yesterday. They put on a great race, and MG Car Club, this is their series. Some of them look historic, but they're more highly modified than historic cars, so they can't run historic.
That's right.
And they've also invited any British sports car, none of your German or Japanese stuff, but proper British sports cars. So that's why we've got saloons, very hot cars, some cars that do cross-enter in SB, and they run both in production sports cars and in the MG series, so it's a great spread.
It is, yeah. And Simon Elliott here on pole before the race started in the beautifully presented RV8 that he's just not long finished putting together. So slowly learning the car and developing it as they go. Beautiful looking car as it sits on pole as we wait for the start. And off they go.
I noticed that he didn't, on his entry form, put how big the engine is.
Oh, look, they're all about 5 litres, the big Rover V8s in the open class.
I thought that might be the case because the MG BGT was 3.5.
3.5, yeah. In fact, Danny Siama there, who just in screen number 15 there, that is an original MG BGT V8 from 1973, I believe. Still sporting an MG Rover gearbox and standard-ish MGB brakes. So there is definitely some fairly original cars out there. We see Tony Vollerman, having a bit of a battle with Jason Edwards in the MGF there through the windy bits. Oh, and Paul Vernal having a bit of a go with John Illingworth there. Unfortunately, just leaving the track. Hopefully, they can rejoin safely.
Yeah, well, I don't think Illingworth would be too happy about that.
No. Look, there might be some words later on, but racing's racing at the end of the day.
Yes.
Well, I think we've just seen Gordon Bunyan there off the back of the field, who missed out yesterday. I believe he shot home to fix the car, and he's back on track this morning to have a bit of fun.
In the Triumph Spitfire.
Yeah, in the old Triumph Spitfire. Gordon's been running that car a fair while and slowly developing it along. So shame he missed out on yesterday, but good to see him back on track today.
It is. I used to race a Spitfire. I've got to go down and talk to him. That might be even my old car.
There's not a huge amount that's original in that car as far as I'm aware, but I believe that car is Group S spec as well, so it is still fairly original in the sense of the Triumph roots. Again, an invited car as we see the TR8 there just leaving screen. As we watch John Illingworth and Trevor head down the front straight.
So
quick
here's the replay of the Illingworth clash.
Paul almost getting squeezed out there a little bit, not quite enough room on track for 2 cars by the looks of things.
Luckily, it looks if they did hit, there's not much damage.
Yeah, a little bit of car contact there, but look, nothing that a few friendly handshakes won't sort out later on. We see on screen now Vince Gucciardo, who's actually borrowed a drive of this little MGF from Phil Chester, out there having an absolute ball in the underpowered MGF, if you will. He's given Chris a bit of his, Jason, excuse me, a bit of a go here. The 2 MGFs running around the tight bits.
Well, they'd be having a ball. They wouldn't care about who's in front of them.
Look, they're a lot of fun to drive. I used to own one of these little MGFs, and again, the old 160 horsepower, and rear engine, mid-mount rear wheel drive. If you overcook it into a corner, they can talk back to you pretty quickly. But generally, they're a lot of fun. You're right.
Yeah.
We see John Macomb there just ducked through the screen in the little midget. John's owned that car for many a year, and just in the last few years got it recommissioned. So it's great to see John out there having a ball.
So we've got Elliott leading Tretton, Kiama, Zawar Devan, Volterbricht, Edwards, and Makenham in the top 8.
David Badgett really putting the pressure on Vince here. He's really making Vince work for it. The little 1275 MG midget, I believe it's still a 1275 anyway. Alistair giving it all to Hank through turn 1 and 2. Putting the pressure on Hank as John Macomb might make a bit of a move here on Alistair into turn 3. Or not quite. Tucks in behind nicely.
Now our program is wrong, and is that TR7 got a V8 in it?
No, it does in fact still have a TR 4-cylinder, I believe. It's about 2 litres from memory.
Yep.
Fairly worked engine in the sense of the 4-cylinder, and Alistair absolutely pedals the hell out of it, so he's having an absolute ball as well. Just gapping John a little bit through the sweeper there.
The weird thing with Leyland, and they did it with MG midgets, they had the 1275S in the Cooper, but they didn't put it in the sports car.
Yeah.
And they had the Dolomite Sprint engine, but they didn't put that in the TR7.
That was bigger again, wasn't it? Yeah. And
So
as we get a good look there, Simon Elliott absolutely handling this thing through there.
we've got a car with a loose bonnet that's been reported.
Yeah, look,
There
give
it
you a bit of
is.
insight. That's all carbon, and it looks like one of the front bonnet pins just come loose. There's a
Yes.
fair bit of air that's getting under that. See if the tower want to pull him in for that one, or they might just let him go if it's safe. There is 4 bonnet pins. It looks like it's going to hold together for the rest of the race, but we'll see how they go. That'll be a bit disappointing for Simon. He's out front. He's just done a 134, which is pretty reasonable for a lightweight little MGB V8.
Particularly as it's 6 seconds quicker than anyone else.
We could almost have a pit lane and fix it and get back out and stay in front, I reckon.
It's just about to say that.
See,
In 3
see what
laps, he's
evolves.
17 seconds ahead.
So a bit of history on that car. That is actually an ex-MGB rubber nose. So in the previous
thing to do to a rubber nose.
Yeah, look, in the previous ownership there was a bit of an incident, and they rebodied it as an RV8 and made all fiberglass panelling for it, and it is as presented today in beautiful metallic red. And Simon's done a brilliant job of getting that car on track, and you have a look at the detail in the engine bay and the detail in the cockpit there. He's just done a really good job.
Yeah.
Oh, Hank really feeling the pressure here from Alistair. Alistair's really making him work for this position, I'd say, as John's just making advantage of them slowing each other up. Hank's been with us a few years now in this campaigning this little MGB Group S spec car for what it's worth, and yeah, he loves getting out and having a good old steer of it.
Well, again, they're having their own little dice and having a ball out there.
Certainly
That's what it's all about.
Hank's just done a 145, and Alistair looks like he's lapping it. He's lapping at 146s, but he has done a 144. So really putting the pressure on Hank and making the Group S MGB work for it. The Flying Dutchman, we'll call him. He's out here in Australia. He's from Holland, and always wanted to go racing and got involved with MGs through family and friends, and he's hasn't turned back. So absolutely loving it out in the MG racing. A lot of camaraderie in the garages, and a lot of assistance from each other, and it really makes for a good fun weekend as Alistair really puts the pressure on through too.
Oh, yes.
You see Tony Volibert there go into 3 in the ZR. Now that ZR is very, very highly developed. It's probably one of the highly developed ZRs in the series, putting out about 200 odd horsepower and some serious suspension work that's gone into that car to get that thing lapping at the early 40s. And the TR7 just sliding out through the sweeper, putting a bit more pressure on Hank, see if he has a go into the cleavage here. He's up the inside. Hank going to leave him room? No, he's closed the door. As John just sticks to the end at the back of the TR7 there. The midget will be pretty light and sprightly through those tight bits. The TR7, I would imagine, would be a bit of a handful.
Oh, I don't think so. The TR7s, if they did anything wrong, was handled well.
Okay.
That's why they did well in rallying.
There you go.
Yeah. It's really the lack of power.
Fair enough. I was going to, well, more in comparison to the B and the midget, I'd say, but yeah, interesting to hear. As John has a go around the outside.
Oh, can he pull it off?
Yeah, I reckon he'll give it a red hot go. John's a very good steerer.
There he goes.
Again, a very, very large, small four-door sedan, if you will, the MG, running a front-wheel drive V6, and he's got this thing absolutely flying as he winds back through the field from his little incident earlier on lap 1. John, it probably needs to say that John and a few others in the field here, Jason and a few others have actually made the effort and made the trip over from South Australia to enter this event. So we obviously see a lot of entries from New South Wales and South Australia, obviously in Victoria. So it's really good to see a classic historic race meeting getting some entries all around the country.
Yes, and we welcome them and thank them for their entry. It's good to see them.
Well, it's a big drive, I'd say, from South Australia. A bit of effort, but no, it's great. It's great that they make the effort, and they support our category a fair bit. These are South Australians, so we really, really enjoy their support and love the camaraderie as they bring it over with them.
Do you race interstate, or is it all in Victoria?
No, look, we are a national category, but generally once a year we have an interstate round. So this year we actually ran last round. We were at Tailem Bend, had a fairly good turnout at Tailem Bend, and had a lot of good racing.
And how many meetings a year?
Look, generally we have 5 or 6 rounds a year. On the odd year we have 7 rounds, and part of the points you'll drop your worst round, so it gives people an opportunity to miss a round if they have life or other commitments. So yeah, it's a really good category. It's been going on since about 1986, believe it or not, since the MG Car Club started MG Racing, and obviously in modern years we've just tried to continue the legacy. As John puts a bit of pressure on Vince here as he winds his way through the field, pushes Vince to the inside and coming down the back straight.
Well, let's see, with the braking, no, he can't, he takes it, so the bigger engine wins out on that little dog.
He's stuck that one out. A bit of commitment there from John. Might be a bit of red mist in that helmet, I'd say, but good on him for pressing on.
All right, we're 7 of 8 laps. Our leader, the reason you haven't seen much of him is he's 35 seconds ahead of the car coming second.
Well, very capable lightweight thing, that RV8. They've obviously let him continue with the bonnet just flapping a little bit. Yeah, it wasn't too unsafe. John just brings it back up into position 9 there as he's winding his way through. Jason Edwards is another South Australian on screen now, brought over that little MGF. These MGFs, again, something to think about. They're a really cheap, fun way into modern racing, and although we're not a historic category in the sense we, these cars are good 15, 20 years old now, so, a lot of cheap fun to be had out there.
How cheap's cheap?
Oh, look, realistically, you're on track for under 10 grand. So it's one of the cheaper ways to go racing these days. Again, with the cost of living going up and all this chit-chat about expenses, you've got to have your hobby, and that's a cheap way to do it. So this is why we're starting to see a bit of a return of the MGFs and the TFs. They're all out there. And a lot of these cars have been race cars since they left the factory. So a couple of the cars, MGFs out there specifically, are ex-Japanese one-make series cars that ended up in Australia. As John just takes another foot off for as he comes onto the back straight, probably putting a little bit too much pressure on. There's Simon, who's just taken the checkered flag, I believe.
Just short of lapping the Spitfire.
Oh, it is the last lap, excuse me, as he comes through for the last lap.
So it will lap the Spitfire.
He'll take Gordon in the Spitfire around the sweeper if he's kind. He'll follow him through. A bit of a gentlemanly cause. Simon's obviously a fair bit quicker than the rest of the field, so as it comes to the last lap, he'll be backing out of it a little bit, just taking it easy on the last lap, cooling things down, giving a few guys a few extra laps, or the extra lap, excuse me.
Well, I don't know whether he'd cooled it down. He's 41 seconds ahead.
He's definitely pushed.
Yes.
Great sounding car too, the big open V8 and 5-litre Rover. With he's running a sequential in that car as well. So as he comes over and takes the checkered flag now. We have Mike Trathen following down the back straight, I believe, in coming through for second.
It's a long wait for second.
It is. Look, that midget of Mike Trathen's is a very developed midget. Not much MG midget left in that one. He's really pushed the envelope with the MG midget side of things. It's great to see. We had a few years where there weren't many midgets in the field, and again we've had a bit of a resurgence with the MG midgets and the sprites from Group S and invited British cars. As Mike comes over to take the checkered for second.
Bit of a wait for third.
I believe that's Danny just coming onto the front straight now in the MGB GT V8. Originally a Group S spec car that's been slightly more developed for MGs as he comes over the line to take third. As Anthony Vollebrant there in the background comes over the line, followed by Alastair Ondarchi in number 5. Excuse me, Don Bartley got number 5 and Alastair's back into 6th. John Makem in 7th. John Illingworth has made it up to 8th after his little incident, and Paul Vernal in number 9 as Hank Zwatovine comes over in number 10. Jason Edwards has passed in 11 and Vince Gucciardo's finished up in 12. That's it from MG Racing for this morning. Winton's put on a beautiful day for us. Wouldn't know that a couple of hours away is snow, but beautiful day here at Winton, and we thank all the officials and all the other commentators for a ripper weekend.
Thank you very much. We'll see you back this afternoon. Take a break now and wait for the Regularity cars to come out.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
All right, we're waiting for the cars to come out, or they are out actually. We're not waiting for them to come out for Regularity. I'm joined by Phil Memory. What do you think of it?
Well, Bob, what a cracker day that everybody's been having here so far today. The wonderful weather and look at those beautiful cars out there for the Regularity. Breakfast brand races, as we call them.
Well, just in case people here don't know what Regularity is all about, it's about giving people a chance to drive around the track in either their own road cars or their sport sport cars, or you don't need a full racing licence. You don't need all the preparation. You do have to have a fire extinguisher, and if your bonnet opens from the front, you have to have locking pins on that, and that's it.
Yeah, a helmet, of course.
Oh, and a helmet, sorry. You don't even have to have a driving suit, but I would suggest most of them do.
Most of them do, I would think, yes. And
so they get quarter of an hour to run around here, and they have nominated a lap time.
Correct.
And the one that finishes after a quarter of an hour closest to that lap time wins. Now, I would suggest, Phil, that 75 to 95% of the entrants couldn't care less about winning. They're just there for the fun of driving virtually as flat out as they can around a racetrack.
yeah, although if you've got a really, really fast car and you do drive it flat out, you may be asked to pop the car on the trailer and head home.
Yep. Ooh,
oops, there we go. We've got
like
somebody off the side of the track.
Like an MGB, I think, or is it?
It looks a little bit down on the left-hand side.
It doesn't know whether it's dropped a wheel off the track or dropped a wheel off the car.
No, and that will be in a bad position. It's down on the new start-finish straight, we'll refer to it.
Yeah, just before the start-finish line.
Hiding behind the pit wall.
Relatively safe there, being on a straight. They'll have plenty of time to see it stuck there. Beautiful car number 63, an Alfa Melallar. What a gorgeous looking thing.
Absolutely.
Built by
Gary
Cooper down at Edwardstown in Adelaide. He only made, I think, 3 of them.
Okay.
And that's one of them. It's a gorgeous little thing. Bill Hemming owns it. He owns the Elfin Heritage Centre. Bill actually owned Elfin for some years. In fact, I think he sold it to Walkinshaw.
Okay.
And he collected and kept a lot of the older Elfins, and he's got a garage down, or a shed, a factory down in Moorabbin where he's put them all, and it's called the Elfin Heritage Centre. So Bill, we usually see in an Elfin Formula 5000.
We do.
But he is elected to drive his Melallar in Regularity, so good on him.
Just looking on screen, we've got a beautiful Austin Healey 100 circulating around there, and he didn't finish the last run around, so good to see him back out. Not sure quite what happened to him.
That is a lovely car, and it has a racing history, as it's got written on the side, David Madras, and I remember when he raced that car very successfully, and Ian Tate's name is on
Correct.
there. And I asked Ian why is his name on it, and he said because he got his racing licence in that car in 1847 or whenever it was.
1847, I'm sure he'll be thoroughly impressed that you give him that sort of an age.
So yes, a beautifully presented Austin Healey. And
I might actually add that I don't think Austin Healey 100s were around in 1847.
Oh, fair dinkum. Mark Rayner and a Datsun 200B. So there you go. You know, you can run anything. That one we're looking at, though, is a Datsun 240C Coupe. Now, they didn't make or sell a lot of them, but they did in Australia, and it's the 240.
But they were quite a nice car. They
Yes.
handled quite well, good performance, big straight 6 in them.
And luxurious, electric windows, air conditioning, power steering, everything with them.
All the modern cons when modern was some quite years ago.
And then we've got Mark Rayner following up with a Datsun 200B.
Yeah, and he's come down from New South Wales, one of our New South Wales contenders. Quite a few New South Wales and Victorian contenders.
Yes,
and,
sorry.
Robinson in 92 going on screen there, and
he is leading.
currently leading.
At the moment, he is the closest to his lap time. He's nominated 206, and well, he's done it, 206.04. Can't get much closer than that.
You certainly can't. And if he can keep that up, he will take out the regularity, which is no mean feat to be able to maintain that accurate lap time, because you're not allowed to have any clocks or any sort of timing or wireless devices in your vehicle.
We actually caught a bloke cheating once. He had a radio and his pit crew were timing him. He was told to put it on the trailer and go home.
Yep. It wasn't Bron Simmons, was it?
Oh.
I just thought I'd wake Ron up. He's sitting there in the background.
That name rings a bell. So our leader still, it changes, but it has changed. He's not our leader anymore.
Yes, there's one thing with regularity, you don't know who's won until it's all over, that's for sure, because...
And again, Sullivan is leading in an Alfa. He's nominated a 157 and done a 157.6.
Very good, and car 41 there, Louise Raper going through in the George Reed SoCal Special. Great old car, the old flat top Ford V8 in that car.
Yep, there's our leader, Sullivan, Colin Sullivan in his Alphan Streamliner. Another Alphan, they made quite a few of them.
Yeah, that car from 1959 too, Bob, so it's...
I think, well, let's have a look. It's got...
it was made brand new back in the days when you became an old man.
Yeah. Got a 1600 motor, so we would guess that would be a Ford.
Yeah, they were a pretty common power plant of that era, weren't they?
Cole has been around for a long, long time. He has raced that car, but he's elected to run in regularity the last few years. There's a Commodore coming down the straight. Again, another road car.
Ooh.
29, which is Philip Johnson in a VK.
Colin got a little bit twitchy as he came up behind him. I'm not too sure whether he didn't expect the Commodore maybe to slow quite as much as he did going into that corner. But, he's managed to go through and show a clean pair of heels as he moves away from the Commodore.
So after 3 laps, Cole is still leading, marginally, but leading from car number 59, which is West.
And of course, these guys have just gone past the old T-model Ford that we saw on screen, the car from 1917.
A car that's well worth going into the pits and having a look at. Car number 4 is a road-going Porsche. 77, 911.
Great little vehicle, and one you'd like to have parked in the garage, I think, Bob. And listen to the sound of that as it goes past the microphone. You're not a fan of Porsches? Oh, well, there we go. More like they don't look like a Triumph, do they?
No.
I know that my co-commentator Bob Murray, big fan of Triumphs. Do we have any Triumphs out there, Bob?
Well, yesterday we had a TR4. It hasn't come up on camera, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see one in my list. Another car that's missing from the list is Bernie Milan in the Ford GT40, which is I've not seen out there.
Yeah, no, he wasn't here yesterday either, because you can't miss it. It's a GT40 replica.
Yeah, that's right.
Gorgeous looking thing, absolutely gorgeous. I'd like one of those in my garage.
Yeah, or 2.
Yes. So here's another Trick Datsun.
Yeah, very nice and fairly quick little motor vehicle as well.
There's the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out, and we're just waiting for those final cars to come through. And once they do, we'll be able to give you some indication as to who's won that.
It looks like it won't change, but yes, we have to wait until they all get across, so the points can be awarded, and then we can tell you who won.
Because if you want to go and see an absolute hero of Australian motorsport whilst this is just coming to a close, you can wander up to the Shannons insurance tent here near on the old start-finish straight and catch up with the famous John Bow, who'll be happy to have a bit of a chat to you, take a photo with him,
Who
signed.
started off racing
in a Formula V.
Like
Yep. A horizontally opposed suicide kit. Car
then
44 making its way around. Andrew Manning at the wheel of that car.
At MG. All right, we've been told that the results are in and Sullivan has won. He nominated, as I said, a 57. His worst lap was a 57.6. So he wins from West in car number 59, which is not in our program. It's Nathan West in the Grand Timmy. And then car number 771, Christie, comes third. That's the not in the program, but it's Christie. Then
that's good stuff.
Brian, Romovic, Britt, Brasdill, Doherty and Johnson. They're the top 10. Not a lot between them. The winner had 45 points. The 10th one had 19. So there wasn't a lot between it. But Colin Sullivan wins the Regularity Shannons Regularity for Sunday morning. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Bob. So we'll just take you through to a break and we'll be back shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Okay, this is a last call for the red Holden Ute that's in the show and shine paddock, just at the back of our commentary box here. Red Holden Ute HR179. Please come and move your car immediately. It is in the way for any emergency vehicles we need to get through. So please move your car, the red HR179 Holden Ute. Please move it immediately or it will be flat towed away. Okay, we've got the Shannons Show and Shine parade on, going around for about 20 minutes or thereabouts. And the car on the screen at the moment, the little Murray Minor. Fred is the owner of that car from up at Pamela, up in New South Wales. Runs a 1500cc Datsun motor and has got front disc brakes and all sorts of other lovely things and air conditioning.
Get out.
So
You're the only Morris Moore in the world with air conditioning.
I reckon, unless you had a convertible or something. Now, I was going to go around as a passenger, but it's all got too hard. So he's out there having a whiz around, as is my good friend Ian Purvis will be out there in the car number 9, the Mustang, which is the Ella Moffat lookalike Mustang, which he's just recently purchased. And they both came down from Merimbula and from Pamela, and drove over the Alpine Way to get here in the little Murray Minor.
Oh.
No trouble at all, apparently.
Wow, good.
He has a number of other weird and wonderful Morris Minors at home too. He was showing me photographs of them at the hotel last night. But he thoroughly enjoys coming down here.
Well, there's a VC Rocket Commodore online with John Bow written all over it.
That's one that actually survived, Bob. You may remember those races at Calder Raceway.
Oh, yes.
And they got
I do
a lot of the well-known drivers to drive these runs in a promotion to sell Holdens or something. And not very many of them ended up with a straight panel. My gosh, they were banging and crashing and having a lovely time.
They tend to. John Harvey told me they had a Triumph TR7 series up in Sydney, just like that.
Yep.
And they got famous drivers and non-famous
Yeah.
people in. And Harvey said, he blew one up and came back and said, that one's
no
that
good.
one's no good. You got another one? Yeah, not a problem. They wheeled another one out and he hopped in that.
Yes, they did those. They tried all that sort of racing, didn't they? They tried it with the Renaults.
Yes.
And that was good fun, but a disaster as far as Renault's panel beating went.
Yep. Lasers.
They tried them with lasers. They did
Geminis.
the TR7 series, and they did the Alfa Sud series.
Yes.
That was a crash and bash effort, that one. So they have tried all that sort of thing over the years. But look at these lovely cars going around, Bob. All variants of motor cars. A Marcos now, it's not on screen, but it is going up the back straight. We'll wait till it comes on screen. A blue Marcos.
And you don't see many of them.
From
every
memory, a wooden chassis or some parts of the wooden frame or something on the cars.
Yep.
But a super lineup of motor cars. They're going. There's the
There it
Marcos, the one we were just talking about, made in England.
Some of those had Volvo motors too.
Exactly right. Quite true. Yep. Yes, they quite a smart-looking car, but kind of unusual structure from what I can remember.
And that's in the Gulf racing colours, Gulf oil. They're Porsches and GT40s and all sorts of things that were sponsored by Gulf were painted in that colour scheme. So it's a lovely looking car.
Nice little Tirana. Here comes a little Beetle, a little Herbie Beetle coming around.
We've just got an announcement. A set of car keys has been handed in up here at commentary. They are from a Commodore VR or VY. They have electrical tape wrapped around the holder. It has other keys attached to it, so you won't be able to start your car or get in your house by the look of it without these keys. So if they're your keys, come up to the broadcast and we'll hand them back to you. Thank you.
All right, some lovely new model Mustangs going through here. A nice lime green one. It's very bright colour. Not going to miss that one easily. A couple of nice Valiants.
You wouldn't have trouble finding that in the car park, Ron.
No. This has got the Shelby model, that particular one. It's got the snake on the front, the copper snake motif on the front of it. And a lovely couple of old Valiant hay Chargers going by.
is
the
Zephyr.
Zephyr, what a lovely car. When you think of the Zephyr of that model compared to what about an FB or FE Holden or something at the time, they were so far ahead of what the Holden people had, and even our own Fords for that matter.
Yeah.
The Zephyr was a really nice car.
Followed by a Capri, which were another nice little car. Anything from the, well, they had an 1100cc, but I don't think anyone bought them.
No.
At a 1600, and then of course they had a V6. There's the Zephyr.
Now, if you had a Zephyr Zodiac, you were ants pants. That was the thing to have.
That was the one.
The Zephyr Zodiac, that one's been sort of slightly modified, but quite nicely done.
Followed by that lovely looking Capri.
What was his name? John Tofflin or someone used to race one of those very successfully.
That's right, yes.
With motor improvements on the car. That was a very fast car. And one of our and unfortunately late Graham Slater drove one of that model too in Group N racing years back.
Yes, a mate of mine had one in the day and put triple SUs on.
Oh, lovely. They got a beautiful sound. There's that Capri, as you say, they came in all sorts of variants. I think Bob just said 1300, 1600, V6, and even the South African model with a V8.
Yes, that's right. And then there was, what was the real hot one with a cam tail on the boot?
Yes, the Cologne.
Yes.
Cologne model, which Alan Moffat raced.
That's right, he did too. Mind you, it was hardly recognisable as a Capri.
No, but it was a lovely motor car.
Yes, yes.
A little Herbie car. Everyone just thought they were just rushed away, but all of a sudden they've come out and they're one of the classic cars to have these days.
Yeah.
Relatively cheap to buy, relatively cheap to fix up. Look at the old Vauxhall 4980, is it that particular model?
I don't know, but it's vintage. And a proper four-seater tourer.
Absolutely. These cars, when you bought them new from Vauxhall, of course, made in Luton in the UK, they could guarantee you 100 miles an hour. And they would take them to Brooklands racetrack, and in fact, is that actually? I think that's the Connor Ryan driving that car, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
The Ryans got that car. Anyway, they would pull the screen down, turn the headlights back to front, all the rest of it, and crank 100 miles an hour in one of those cars.
Off the showroom floor.
Off the showroom floor, and put a plaque on the dashboard to say that it did that 100 mile an hour.
And then they sold out to General Motors.
They did.
That was it.
Well, talking of Zephyr Zodiacs, there is a Zephyr Zodiac, that white car there. See the gold lettering?
Funny moustache.
I've never seen a Zephyr Zodiac ute though.
No, so maybe...
Well, he's just customised the front of it. There's my friend Ian Purvis. Ian is just retired Captain Qantas pilot, and had a little bit of loose change hanging around and decided to go to an auction. And,
as they do.
As you do. And bought that particular car, and took the gentleman 6 years to build it up as a replica. And the chap that runs the genuine not the ex-Moffat car, but the one that's been racing here in the Group N cars, he went up and had a look at it. He said, man, it is so close to the real thing. With the exception of roll bar and the seats and things, but fabulous thing. And Ian enjoyed driving that down. As I said, they came over the top of the Alpine Way. He was going to take a Passion today. He had Vicky Williams on board yesterday. I don't know who he's got there today, but that was nice of him to come down with that car. He's driving it back via Shepparton or somewhere today to visit people up in Victoria.
There's a Zephyr station wagon and a HQ Holden.
Ian has on that particular car come on number 9 some dump pipes, and as he came into the circuit here, he pulls a little lever and suddenly it's got this roaring noise coming out the side on the exhaust system. So a lot of work's gone in to make that car look like it does.
and he's never been on the circuit. He's come down. He's a very good friend of Ian Tate's, and he comes down in various types of lovely cars that he's had over the years, but never actually been around on the circuit. So he's really thrilled to have a bit of a go. He's actually considering to have a run maybe next year in the tribute type cars.
Oh, right, yeah.
So once he gets a bit of nerve up to have a go, he's going to be in that. Now, I've not seen that course car going around before. As a early model Falcon station wagon of some sort.
Oh, there's a vintage Tourer, American, I would suggest.
I saw that one earlier. I might be wrong if it's not a Buick of some description. I was parked out the back. I didn't get a close enough look, but beautifully done. When you see how these cars were found or whatever in original state, it is amazing that they get them up to look like they do now. Sometimes they find a chassis and maybe a windscreen and no motor, no wheels.
They find a motor that's been used as a saw motor.
Absolutely.
On a farm, you know.
Yep. Got the old...
putting a bit of attitude on it through the corner.
Oh, my word, yeah. It's a Dodge. There we are. It was around that era. It's called a Dodge. The Dodge Brothers.
Yes.
Not the Dodgy Brothers.
No, the Dodge Brothers.
We know about the Dodgy Brothers, don't we, Bob? Oh, dear.
Volvo.
A couple of Volvo. My goodness me. Well, they're 244s, I think, aren't they? No, I think they're 8. I don't think so.
No, they're they could be anything.
244s, I think.
Until we see the back badge of what they are. They're 4-door. They're saloons. They could be anything of that shape.
And they're not going to rust away too soon either, because they're not a very rusty type car. They had fantastic build. And in fact, just reading in the Muscle Car magazine all about Tony Francovic that raced the Volvo of that shape. It was a 2-door, admittedly.
That's what John Shepherd was.
He did.
In that team.
John Shepherd. John Shepherd took over that team, if you read the story, but he prepared the cars and made them look as good as every other car that he gets involved with. He remembers the time he took over the Holden dealer team when Harry Firth was running it, and Harry was not a real show and shine sort of a man, and John was, but he had him going and showing.
Yes, certainly did. In fact, John will say that when the Volvo won the Australian Touring Car Championship, he was a hero in Sweden.
Oh, really? Yes. Yes, he would have been.
That's the only thing Volvo had done all over the world that year.
Yes,
so he was a champion.
Well, that looks like the checkered flag, I think, for those cars.
They've had their day in the sun, driven around the circuit, showing us their beautiful cars, and they've had a good look at the circuit.
If you want a close look at these cars, of course, they're up behind our main commentary box on the old pitch straight, and they'll be parked up there amongst some other very nice cars. And even Darren Knight has brought his Mustang down into the park area there, the lovely blue car he's got.
Oh, nice Chev convertible there. No, Ute.
That's a Ute. What do they call it? The Camino, I think, some name like that, I think it was.
Still had the fins on the back though, Ron.
Man, you could put your stubbies along the back there, no trouble at all. I must say, looking at it going away from there, it looks a bit ungainly. I'm not being nasty to it, just saying it's ungainly. Well, and a Ford Festiva as well. There you go. Yeah. Anything will get in there.
Apparently, yes. Yes.
A nice XJ Jag. Or a couple of them there. There's Volvos that must have been breeding out there. There's a few more. And that's a later model. That's a 6-cylinder version, that one. They'd have
164.
Small V6 or something, isn't it?
Straight 6.
Straight 6 was it? Yeah. And the Jaguar convertible coming up at the rear.
I think it was touch and go for first. Yeah, that's it. We're pretty happy the Jag.
All right, cars coming back into the pits, as Ron said. If you want to have a good look at them, they're behind our broadcast, behind the old start-finish line. We're going for a break. We'll be back shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Okay, up in the commentary box, we have a set of keys, Holden type keys, with 3 other keys on the key ring. One with a little GM key, which could be for a door or something like that. So if you've lost your keys, have a feel in your pocket around about the place. You'll know the keys when you see them. They got some, looks like electrical tape wound around and around. Probably pretty old. It could be anything from a VN Commodore up to VR or something like that. So come up to the back of the commentary box near where we're doing the broadcast for Brilliant Line TV, and we'll return the keys to you in a safe manner.
Here with Dom. Dom's driving a Group NC 69 Chev Camaro. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Dom?
Yeah. So this car's been around the Group N scene for a little while. It was built by Jim and Darren Collins. and we only just recently purchased it, so we've had it not even a year yet. It's always been a front runner in Group N, and I'm having fun driving it. It's a great car to drive. Yeah, we're always been Mustang people, so we've come over to the Chev side, so that's been interesting. But no, it's been great.
And what sort of horsepower does this sort of Group N car make?
Yeah, so these NC Chev powered cars, they make up to over 500, 550 sort of horsepower range. So they're motoring. Yeah, so for an old car, they get up and boogie. So it's good fun.
And are these like, say, 10-bolt diff and Muncie 4-speed, etc.?
Yeah, correct. So with the period, we have to stick with the period. How the cars sort of come out. So 350 Chev, 4-speed Muncie. This one's got a 12-bolt. The 69's allowed to have a 12-bolt diff. But drum brakes at the front, at the rear, the discs at the front. So at the end of the race, they're a bit more fun to drive. But yeah, so we've got to stick to what the period allows.
And Group NC, you've been around the category for a while. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I've been racing since I've been 20 years. I've been involved with historic touring cars of Victoria as in the club. Race Cortinas, Mustangs right through. It's a fantastic club. We've got well over 280 members at the club and a variety of cars. And it's a great racing. It really is.
And Winton Festival of Speed, have you been here before and what do you think of the event?
Yeah, I raced here last year with the Mustang. It's a great event. Yeah, so it's a variety of different classes and cars and different makes. So Winton and VHRR do a great job putting it on. So yeah, no, it's a great festival of speed.
All right, well, thanks very much.
Yeah, that's a pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, folks. Darren Knight here with you once again at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed. G'day once again to all the viewers on Blendline TV. Obviously, good afternoon to everyone here at the track. And good afternoon once again to Ron Simmons. G'day, Ron.
G'day, Darren, and looking forward to this one. 50 Ks. I think you were suggesting perhaps 17 laps or thereabouts.
That's the estimation. So it's the Just Cars magazine 50k Historic Touring Car Cup, which works out to be around 16, 17 laps, we're thinking. We'll just have to keep an eye on that black and white thing, so 17 laps should be the journey. So the cars will all be brim full of fuel. All the guys would have been down at Race Fuels to fuel up if they hadn't brought their own fuel, because these cars don't have really large tanks, and this is definitely one of the longer races on the calendar, if not the longest. So they will be brim full of juice to go the distance. Brad Tilley, a winner twice so far this weekend in the number 28 Ford Mustang. Had a gearbox issue which was swapped out yesterday, but not quite the premium or optimum ratios for around here at Winton. So Brad was saying that he was running out a bit of top end on the straights. So having to learn what the car does with that replacement gearbox, and he'll be well aware of that for this 17 lapper. Unfortunately, we've lost Ben Dahlstrom in the Charger, the sole Charger in the field, with a gearbox issue. The old Borg Warner single rail cried enough, unfortunately, and he'll be a non-starter with no spare in the trailer. Disappointing for Benny. Does a heap of work for the Historic Touring Car Association of Victoria, the newly elected president. So hopefully we'll see Benny back out before the end of the year with that gearbox fixed. Being the sole Charger running around at the moment. There are some other Chargers floating around, but usually we don't see too many at once. So it'd be great to see him back out there. Solid weekend so far for Andrew Williams too in the number 59 XU1 Tirana. Been a long time since he's raced here in the Tirana, but having a good meeting, 2 seconds. And Peter McNiven in the very quick number 13 Mazda RX-2. Ron had a great run onto the final step of the podium this morning.
Absolutely, it's great to see the lesser horsepowered car, although I suppose it's putting out a fair bit of horsepower, but as far as CC ratings go, technically the rotary car is only about 1.1 litre. Somehow, some sort of formula, they work it out, it becomes 2.6. I'm not quite sure how that works out.
E equal MC squared or something.
That's
I don't know.
the one.
Someone smarter than me has worked that out.
It's a bit beyond me, yeah. So that's how it works. But anyway, very, very quick little motor car. The RX-7, of course, or the RX-2s, RX-3s, they all suffer a little bit from torque. They haven't got that much torque, but once they get going, they're pretty hard to beat.
They can certainly make some noise as well. Here we go, the final race for historic touring cars this weekend, the Just Cars 50k Touring Car Cup. Getting ready for a start now. Tilley and Williams on the front row of the grid, and they're away. Tilley hooks up nicely in the number 28 Ford Mustang and should lead the field into turn one. Look at the start from McNiven in the red RX2. Slips up the inside of Andrew Williams in the Tirana and goes up into second place.
Well, brilliant move. We're up one of the Capris off the line there as well.
Quentin Bland just having some issues there in the blue and white Ford Capri at the old turn one through the S's there, but he's back on the track.
Run negotiations round turn 3 and down to 4, heading up to 5, the big sweeper. And it's Tilley out in front, McNiven in second place, I think is the way it is. They're just out of camera for the moment. Here's the rest of the field coming through. The Mustang is going very hard. Car number 90 there getting through.
Chris Stern well in the number 90 Ford Mustang there, putting some pressure on Darren Collins in the number 97 Mustang. Brett Trengrove on screen in the number 22 Chev Camaro. Just in front of Gary Edwards making his return to the category in the number 80 XU1. Was right at the top of the tree a few years ago when he was running that car regularly, and then moved to Queensland and is now back in the hot seat and right in the middle of it in that number 80 XU1 as we see Stern in the Mustang number 90 trying to hold out Brett Trengrove in the Camaro number 22. Unfortunately, we've lost Bill Trengrove, Brett's father, in the number 64 Ford Mustang. He had some gearbox issues in race 1 this morning. Brett flying the flag though in the Camaro and looking for an inside run on Stern as they head up towards turn 1.
There's Trengrove all over the back of Stern there as they came down into the S's. And I don't think he's quite got past, but anyway, 84 is also in amongst the group. That's Leo, doing very quickly indeed, being surrounded by the little XU1. Down into turn 3 they go, car number 90, and then we've got 25, which is Boyle. And a great battle of the big horsepower cars, car number 90 and 25, and Noyle doing very well indeed as they go up through the big sweeper. Hotly contested part of the track there. You've got to get it just right to pick up the apexes, go too wide and it makes you wide for the next corner. Up into the tank corner, we'll call it this weekend. And a bit of a move there from car 25 going through. That's Moyle.
Good move from Adrian Moyle. Slips up the inside of Chris Stern. And Moyle will now be up into 7th place in that black and silver 68 model Chevy Camaro number 25. Stern now has the white and gold Camaro number 84 of Dom Leo to deal with Gary Edwards in the XU1 right alongside Leo.
Yes, the little XU1 making the Camaro very honest there as they come out of the sweeper and go up to the long end of the straight. Move out of right up the high end of the circuit. Car 84 getting through there very smartly. That's Edwards, as you said before. What a good looking motor car this one is. Oh, and we've got car 29 off the track.
Andrew Gervin in the XU1. Well, that's disappointing for Andrew. He had a great run.
And damage on the front as well, by the look of it.
Andrew had 2 top 5s this weekend so far, so disappointing there. He's got, as you mentioned there, Ron has some frontal damage there, so not sure what he's connected with there.
Okay, on screen now, car 10. This is Tweedy doing very nicely indeed with this little Mini. That's got a bit of damage on the front as well. As we watch them come down into turn 3.
David Noakes in the BDA-powered Escort battling the number 10 Cooper S of Tom Tweedy. They're still side by side, the old turn 3. Tom Tweedy just sneaks out ahead of Noakes, but this battle is by no means over as they head around the sweeper.
Yes, mini territory going through the sweeper there. Look at the gap he's got on the Escort. They come up into the tank area there. I'm not sure there's actually damage in the front, but he's certainly pushing on. A bit of a lock up of the brakes there, and tippy-toeing his typical Mini effort there. Look at the back wheel, about 6 inches up off the deck. But he's going very, very well in the top 20 in a little Mini.
Pete Muleman in the all-black Mustang number 43, trying to hold out the number 7 XU1 of Evan Goebel from South Australia. Great to have Evan over here, journeying across the border to mix it up with the Victorians. He's right in the mix there, challenging Muleman.
What a great dice we had earlier on today with Muleman and Hill in the Mini. They were very, very close together. So let's see if we can recoup and do all the same sort of thing again in this particular race.
Hill.
As you say, all black, the Muleman colour, number 43. Everything's black. I think black driving suit, black everything. But he's certainly got the pedal to the metal. And fastest lap is Williams, car 59 in the XU1.
So Andrew Williams has moved through into second place. And it looks like we've lost McNiven in the Mazda.
Yes, not up the pointing yet. Can't see him on the track anywhere out there.
So Peter McNiven, the sole RX2 in the field, is dropping right down the order. He's dropped right down to the back. Looks like he's out of the race. Disappointing there for the Mazda man.
Yeah, quite disappointing. But car 7 pushing on here behind the black Muleman car. That's Goebel, one of the NC cars. And here's Hill. Hill's harassing him again. This is how it was at the previous race earlier on today. Hill in the little Mini. Oh, yes, that damage on the front of the car, yes. No, that's another front of another Formula Ford or something. So just looked like a bit of damage.
Fairly decent camber that the cars run these days, so it sometimes looks like there's something wrong with the front, but definitely not. But nevertheless, Peter McNiven into the pit lane as we continue to watch this battle between Muleman, Goebel and Richard Hill in the number 12 Cooper S right behind the number 7 XU1 of Goebel.
Are they actually running a pit stop in the Savannah? No, straight through. We have had pit stops previously.
Tilly just posted another fastest lap of 136.5, so going under Andrew Williams' previous best lap. So it looks like the gearbox is not causing him too much drama at the front. Saw in the background there, I think it was Gary Finemore retiring, and also Quentin Bland into the pits. So we're being told a drive-through penalty for Bland in the Capri. Start procedure infringement, so not lining up correctly. So unfortunately gridded up when he was meant to start, was instructed to start in the pit lane, so he'll have to serve that penalty. Meanwhile, Don Knight in the number 32 Cortina GT having a good battle here with Phil Barrow in the number 72 FJ Holden. Phil right alongside the Cortina, they're neck and neck.
Oh, Dad's let him through, mate. What's going on? Barrow.
No comment.
Barrow's been getting so quick in that old FJ, hasn't he? It's really reversed through the fields every race he comes to.
Yeah, had a great battle with the Cortinas at the Malala All-Historic meeting back in April. Had a gearbox change actually before this race, which is not unusual for the FJ. Not exactly the strongest component in the early model Holdens in racing, guys, so always busy for the Barrow crew, but going very well at the moment to stay ahead of the Cortina of Knight.
Because the Barrow family synonymous with FJ Holden's racing. His dad raced, I don't know whether it was actually this car.
It's a replica of that car.
A replica of the car, I thought it might have been, yeah.
Not too many FJs survived the early days of racing. They raced well into the early 70s, of course, had their own class, the early model class.
600 series at Calder, and had a whole field of these things.
Norm Beachy, one of his rare accidents, ended up on the lid, did he not?
Oh, yes. We're not sure if it ever happened, helped by Bob Jane with the Fiat 2300, but never mind. It's a great photograph, that one of those sequence of Norm rolling over at Tin Shed. So 84 and 19 still at it, Leo and Ferris. Oh, and that was Leo just getting a little bit untidy there.
Yeah, dropped a wheel off onto the grass, and obviously was watching the mirror, I would say, with that number 19 XU1 of Brett Ferris. Now puts the move on Dom Leo.
And also past car 90.
Yeah, Chris Stern looks like he has a problem in the number 90 Trans Am Mustang. He's slowing there. So it's just an inopportune moment there for Ferris. He's about to put the move on Leo, but Stern looks like he is retiring.
Yes, he's taking the white line around the S's there. But Leo made a little bit of a break now on Ferris. They go down to the tight left-hander. And another car getting off into the boondocks there too. The XU1 that just dropped the wheel off there. I didn't pick up the number. It's,
Gary Feinmore, the number 9 Ford Mustang, the car previously campaigned by Darrell Hanson. Stu Bailey in the Cortina, unfortunately, has come to a stop with a boot lid up. Well, he's not getting the picnic basket out, we know that for sure, Ron.
No, he's probably asked Fast Johnny to come over and give him a hand. Have a lemonade with him.
Chris Stern comes into the pits. The problem for the battle for third is starting to hot up between Darren Collins in 97 and Brent Trengrove, the red Camaro number 22. And here it is right on screen now, heading toward the tight and twisty top part of the circuit. Collins holding down third, but for how much longer? Trengrove not too far away.
Another 10 laps or so to go too, Darren, so it's a little way to go. Might be a little bit of attrition of some of the cars, but our lead cars, Tilley, Williams, Collins and Trengrove going very nicely out the front.
Collins getting a little bit sideways out of the corners there as he's pedalling very hard to stay ahead of that Camaro of Brent Trengrove. 302 Windsor under the bonnet of the Mustang, 350 Chev under the bonnet of that 69 model Chevy Camaro of Trengrove. A little bit more torque than the Mustang. Mustang pretty good at the top end, but obviously with that capacity difference, not quite the pulling power out of the corners that the Chev has, but nothing, nevertheless, not much between these two cars at all.
Something about the Camaro, they look just so muscly, don't they? Great looking motor car.
Aggro.
But particularly this particular shape.
Pure aggro, the 69.
Yeah. Great looking car, very similar to the Bob Jane car.
McNiven back out on the circuit in the Mazda, but obviously quite a way down the order now. So Collins still holding out Brent Trengrove. Collins, many years racing in historic touring cars. Before the Mustang, there was the Chevy Camaro that Father Jim built beautifully that is now raced by Dom Leo out there in number 84, and then before that a GT Cortina, which was extremely quick and probably one of the quickest Mark 1 Cortinas in the country, back in the late 90s. So Darren certainly knows his way around an historic touring car. He's got his hands full now though with Trengrove right on his tail.
It's a good race, these two. They're having a great time. Up around the tank corner they go, and hard acceleration down to the next corner. Another bit of hard braking for the left-hander just before you continue onto the old circuit there. You can see a little bit on the side there. And something might have missed a gear there because he's come up at a great rate of knots. And that's Trengrove getting past 97, Collins.
Good move from Trengrove there. Just got a really good launch out of the corner and blasted past the outside of Collins. But now Trengrove slows.
Oh, what a shame.
Just got into third place, and it looks like his race is coming to an end. Well, that's shocking luck for Brent Trengrove after just getting onto the podium. Not sure if he's going to make it to the pits either. He's travelling very slowly down the front straight.
He's on the wrong side there, so it's leaking fluid apparently.
So it's disappointing for the Trengrove team. Watching Rob Van Stockram on screen at the moment, the number 17 Mustang, 302 under the bonnet. As Trengrove comes into the pits in the Camaro.
Another commentator's boss.
Yep.
I think we've done that.
Every time.
Pretty good every day. We're doing well.
Yep. David Noakes in the BDA Escort has got past Tom Tweedy in the Mini, and now rounding up the number 9 Mustang of Gary Finemore, or trying to round him up, because the big Ford V8 said no, not this time. Tweedy not giving up, right again on the tail of Noakes.
Absolutely fantastic, right in his boot. And all looking for a side. No, he doesn't quite get down. Discretion was the better part there. You don't want to scrape the side panels. The Escort running those manned wheel arches, and he's got past. So the car in front is actually holding them all up a little bit.
Yeah, he got snookered a bit there with the Mustang of John Clark there, Noakes. So he's now got to find his way back past Tom Tweedy. Meanwhile, Gary Finemore just narrowly in front of them, also throwing a little fly into the ointment as well through the corners there. The Mini extremely quick. I don't think Tom is touching the brake pedal when he goes through the corners, Ron.
No, just throws it through down to probably third gear there, and probably in the top gear about here, and I think it's still probably pick third gear for the next corner. I don't think they go back to second. People are too fast for the second gear, depending on what sort of gear change they've got. But no, out on the main straight he comes, and the Escort may pick him up again just into the braking area, which I think that's going to happen. But Tweedy's on the inside, which is the right spot to be. But hard to get round on the outside of that particular corner. Oh, absolutely throws it through there. Back wheel dangling up in the air. He's doing it very nicely. And
Pete Muhlman in the Mustang coming to a stop as well.
Oh dear, oh dear.
This could be a very rare DNF for the two-time consecutive club champion here in Victoria.
Donny Knight might even pick up a place here somewhere. They keep pulling up like this. Yeah, he's had enough. 43 has given it away. Unfortunate. Still Tweedy out in front of the Escort.
There's no way he's using the brakes. He's just chucking that Mini into the corners.
Absolutely. No, he's doing it very well, driving it very well indeed.
Extremely talented driver is Tom Tweedy. We've seen him at the wheel of a contemporary Formula 3 car, being extremely quick, also running a Formula 5000 in historic events. So Muhlman looks like he's stranded on pit entry, the actual entry into pit lane, so that's concerning.
Yes, they may need to physically just push that car along a little bit. Meanwhile, any other car that might need to come in the pits.
Adrian Moyle, the number 25, 68 model Chevy Camaro, right on the tail of Darren Collins. So Collins thought he was clear of Trengrove once he retired in that battle for third place, but now has another Camaro to contend with Moyle right on his tail. Moyle, a relative newcomer to the category. That car previously campaigned by Greg Freeman over in WA. Beautiful looking car. Certainly putting it to great use at the moment as he tries to track down the number 97 Mustang of Darren Collins. Tilly, meanwhile, is leading from Andrew Williams. They're both having a little bit of a lonely run at the front, but this battle for third place certainly starting to hot up between Collins and Moyle.
Miss Moyle doing it pretty well. Beautifully presented motor car too, isn't it? The striking black with the silver stripes on it, looking very nice indeed.
Norm Beachy, of course, ran this very model Camaro, the Australian Touring Car Championship. It was a singular round back in '68 at Warwick Farm. Yep. Unfortunately had some issues, was not able to take the chocolates, and that car didn't have a very long competition life with Norm because he ditched the Camaro for the all-Aussie Monaro the following year. And of course that all came to culmination in 1970 by taking Holden's first Australian Touring Car Championship.
Because he had the Nova in between there somewhere too, didn't he?
Before the Camaro, so
yeah.
He jumped on a few different horses over the years to find the right one, and the Monaro finally delivered in 1970.
My word, it did. So Tilly, our leader, with a 136.5, quickest lap so far. Williams back there with a 137.1. I think Collins with a 138.2. So all fairly close, and then Moyle, that we're talking about, 130.2, so they're going along pretty well.
Rob Van Stockham having a little moment there in the number 17 Mustang. He's only second meeting behind the wheel of that car, so still getting to grips with it, and the tight confines of Winton, a little bit difficult in a new car, so Rob's just dialing himself in after being very competitive in a little BMW for many, many years. He's made the jump into the big class.
BMW driver before, that's right. So 59 and 13 having a...
It's McNiven. He's way down the order after coming into the pit, so that battle is not for position. Andrew Williams is well clear in second place, with Collins a few seconds behind him in that battle for third as he tries to keep out the Camaro of Adrian Moyle.
Niven trying to pick up Newland in the that other car, so Newland is being pestered by the little RX2 somewhere on the circuit. I can't quite see where they are. They're not on screen, so got Leo and Finn Moore with very, very little between them.
Yeah, Gary's really getting stronger as the race goes on in that number 9 Ford Mustang as he tries to reel in that white and gold Camaro of Dom Leo. Surrounding up the Cortina of John Harrison, the former Mustang racer. Not going to mix up that Cortina with anyone else, being bright purple and yellow.
No, it's an unusual colour combination.
Known as the Violet Crumble.
I bet it is, yes.
Hopefully not too much crumbling in that.
No. You notice the power difference between what he had previously been running.
Yeah, certainly going to have to pedal a little bit hard on the Cortina with a bit of a horsepower deficit to the Mustang he used to run. Bit of a Ford man is John. Also owns a genuine Shelby GT350 Hertz.
Wow.
Beautiful black and gold machine. Fine right on the tail of Leo. With that man, Tom Tweedy, not far behind either in that Cooper S number 20, the Aqua Machine number 9. He's broken clear of that BDA escort of David Noakes.
He's certainly the quickest of the NB cars, there's no doubt about that. Got to go back down to Walmsley next in his Cortina.
Yeah, exactly. So leading the category. So Group NB is for, as Finemore makes the move on Leo.
Oh, and he's locked it all up. He's going to drop off the edge.
Little bit enthusiastic there from Gary, but points for trying. He certainly threw the gauntlet down there, but just overcooked it, and he's actually lost more spots too, with Tom Tweedy saying thank you very much, I'll nip up the inside.
And Tweedy was still having that battle with the little Escort, that Noakes, is it? With the little blue Escort. But now Noakes has got the big Mustang in front of him as well, so a bit more to contend with as they go past us here in our commentary spot. Fantastic looking cars, they go up through into turn 3.
So as Rod mentioned, Tom Tweedy leading Group NB, which is for pre-65 touring cars. The Group NC cars, which at the moment fill the first 9 places, they are for cars that ran in Australia from 1965 through to the end of 1972. So 2 slightly different rules for NB and NC. NB can be anything that was homologated as a touring car worldwide prior to the end of 1964. Group NC, they tightened up it a little bit when it came into being in the mid-90s, so it has to be a car that actually raced in Australia between 1965 and the end of 1972.
Another interesting little point too, Darren, with a long race like that, it picks up the physical weakness of anyone that's driving these cars, because they're used to short 5, 6, 7 lap type races, but suddenly to have what I've got 15 of 17, they'll be really finding it at the end of this race. They've got to try and remember to breathe properly and all that type of stuff, which...
yeah, nobody's running a cool suit as far as I know, or illegal Eskies that Triple Eight used to sometimes run their Camaros.
Absolutely not. So it does pull out quite a few of those little things you don't think of very much. And some of these guys are going to handle this car feeling pretty puffed, I've got to tell you.
Finemore gets eventually back past Tweedy and moves back up into 8th place. Fair journey now, though, to try and reel back in the number 84, Leo. There's not too far away to, again, mount the attack on the gold and white Camaro number 84. Greg Menzies coming into the pits, unfortunately, in that Mark II Jag.
I'd like to see Tweedy's in-car camera shots. I know he's got a camera bolted up to the roll bar or somewhere there. Be very interesting viewing, wouldn't it, to see it later on. He again throws that back wheel up in the air. Oh, you can see a bit of daylight between it as well. So he'll be well and truly puffed by the time he gets to the finish of this.
And taking totally different lines, you'll notice, to the front engine V8 cars. He just takes that really wide entry and then cuts back in and allows the front wheel drive to pull him around and really slingshots on the exit of the corner. So quite a different driving style to most other cars with the Mini, and Tom certainly looks like he knows how to do it.
Because going through those twisty bits, you're actually driving it with the throttle. You actually put power
Steering
on
with
the
the throttle,
sides away, and that's the way you sort of actually pull a Mini around a corner like that. Now there's 96 looking like it's got some issues. All going past.
Darren Collins and Rod Van Stockram just rounding up John Clark in the number 96 Mustang, a very experienced campaigner and a very experienced car. That car was previously run by people such as Tino Leo, Greg McPherson, so a very long competition life. The number 94 of Clark, still running those Tino Leo racing colours, white and gold. Brad Tilley, safe out in front in the number 28 Ford Mustang. That is the 64 Mustang, but is running to Group NC specs. So he's allowed an 8-inch wheel under the guards compared to a 6-inch wheel for the NB cars. And I was talking before about have to run a car that ran in Australia between 65 and 72. Well, of course, 64 Mustangs kept racing right through in the late 60s, so that's why they're allowed to run in NC as well as NB. Of course, the advantage with NC, you're allowed to run a 2-inch wider wheel compared to NB.
That's good. Good to clear that up, because there are some things you wonder why. Talking about
last lap for our race leader, Brad Tilley, looking to make it 3 from 3 at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed, heading towards victory in the 50k Just Cars Historic Touring Car Cup. And he has certainly got used to the strange ratios in that replacement gearbox, and his years of experience has certainly allowed him to get the best out of that car, despite the suboptimal setting in the drivetrain department. Andrew Williams heading for another solid second place. Meanwhile, Adrian Moyle's got past Darren Collins in that battle for third. So this will be a great result if Moyle can bring it home on the final step of the podium as Brad Tilley heads towards the checkered flag. A 1:36.58 was his fastest lap on lap 4. Has not been headed all weekend. Brad Tilley takes the win in the Ford Mustang, wins the 50k Just Cars Historic Touring Car Cup. Andrew Williams second place in the Holden Tirana, one for the Holden fans, they'll be happy with that. Another great performance from Andrew. Adrian Moyle will greet the checker in third place, just waiting for the Camaro to hit the flag. As Leo continues to try and keep out Gary Finemore in that Camaro versus Mustang battle. Moyle does get third in front of Darren Collins and Gary Edwards.
And Tweedy, the meat in the sandwich there still between Fenmore and Noakes.
Yeah, David Noakes right on the tail of Tom Tweedy. They had a great battle all race long, and looks like Tom will beat him home. Tom Tweedy finishes 9th and winner in Group NB.
That was half a mini length in that one.
David certainly used a few revs under the BDA bonnet.
I think so.
Almost got him on the line. Top 10 for David Noakes there, and Evan Goebel was 11th from South Australia in the XU1. He'll be pretty happy with that performance. I think his first time here at the Winton long track. Phil Barrow gets a finish in the FJ after that gearbox change. Gary Edwards made a successful return, a 5th outright behind Darren Collins, so set his fastest lap on the last lap, if you can believe. So 17 laps, and Gary Edwards posts his fastest lap. That's pretty good going, Ron. Looking after the tyres and brakes all race long, obviously.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. Really a good effort there by everybody concerned, and we only had a few sort of dropouts, mechanically dropouts. I don't think there was too much biff and barge going on, which is good to see.
Of course, the historic touring cars will be back on the circuit at Sandown in November. Here we go, the top 10. Brad Tilley winning from Andrew Williams, Adrian Morrill 3rd, Darren Collins 4th, Gary Edwards 5th, Brett Ferris, a great drive, into 6th, Dom Leo in the Camaro 7th, Gary Finemore in the Mustang 8th, Tom Tweedy, the winner of NB, in 9th, and David Noakes rounded out the top 10 in the BDA Escort.
Fantastic stuff, Darren, and thank you to Just Cars for bringing us that particular event. Find your next new or used classic car at Unique Cars today at your local news agent. So thank you again to Just Cars for coming on board for that 17 laps of touring cars, Group N, Group C. Fantastic.
So historic touring cars back on the grid at Sandown for the Sandown Historics. November 10 and 11, always a fantastic meeting, Ron. I'm sure you'll be looking forward to it.
Absolutely, Darren. That's one of our premier events for the year, along with this event, of course, Sandown and Phillip Island in March. So
mark that in your diaries, folks. November 10 and 11, Sandown Historics. I'll see you there. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the final run for the Super Sprint Tribute Cars. You're at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed.
Thanks, Darren. Good call.
Standing here with Graham Whincup. He's driving an LJ XU1 Tirana. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Graham?
This is a car I bought from Bob Jane about 12 years ago. In a rush of blood, I thought, oh, this looks like a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And with COVID and things like that, it sat around our workshop for probably 10 years. And then I thought, well, I better start this thing, otherwise I'm going to be too old to drive it. So a great mate of mine, Ron Harrop, and I got together and we started building it and building it and building it and work and things like that, slowed it down. So the last few years, Jake Taker, who used to race HQs and things like that, he come on board with us and helped me finish putting all the car together. And we've had a couple of runs in it now, and it's like a great big roller skate. So much fun.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got a long history with motorsport. What do you think of the sort of the sprint category, and you know, obviously not the cut and thrust, but what do you think of this sort of format?
Oh, look, I think it's sensational. You know, you've got these guys that just love motorsport, and some are original sort of cars, and some are tribute cars, and they bring them out and race them. They're much better out on the track than sitting in the workshop.
And have you had a look around at some of the stuff that's here?
I've had a look at it. There's a couple of cars here, absolutely stunning, beautifully well prepared, clean, like as good as the day they raced them originally. Fantastic, really good.
No worries. Well, and have you raced here at Winton, obviously in recent years?
Oh, not in recent years. The last time I raced here was in a HQ with Tracy Molden many years ago, with Gary Bongiorno in a 4-hour race. But God, it's got to be a long time since I've run around Winton before.
Afternoon, Peter. We've got the tribute cars out again.
We certainly have, Brad, and it's good to see. I had a bit of a wander down to the pitch before and checked a couple of cars out. Beautifully restored, or not restored, but beautifully built. Probably a better word.
Yes, they certainly are. You know, most of them are running original type configuration. We've got the yellow coupe back out of...
I just saw David Ramsey car 5 go by and we put the mockers on him, building him up, and he retired early, but it's good to see him back. What was the problem? Did you manage to catch up with Dave?
Yeah, it's a fan belt come off.
Oh, okay.
So he squared it up and he says it's all right. So hopefully this time round he'll be fine. So he's still running a Cleveland engine, and it's got a, excuse me, Cleveland engine with a top loader and a 9-inch diff. So traditional sort of setup on that car. So, and we've got Ian Ross, one of the Group C regulars. He's come back out again, so it'll be great to see those guys.
This is an eight-lap super sprint for the Tribute touring cars.
And 8 laps of qualifying, mate.
Basically, yeah. So once they get the green light to go, they will be in top notch, and won't be too long when they heat the tyres up and they bring themselves up to speed. They'll start to put in some pretty quick laps. The bottom line is a sprint. The fastest guy out there wins the event. So it's just like qualifying.
Yeah, it is. And we've got some guys that have come that, you know, like I said earlier, we've got South Australia, the guy with the mobile VL, and Marty Reynolds. He's come all the way. David Rowell there with the VK-inspired HDT car. He's from Tasmania. And then we've got another fella from New South Wales. So guys have come a fair distance to be here.
They've come from far and near, and many thanks to those guys, because it's a big effort to load the car on the trailer or the transport or whatever sort of mode of transport you got and bring them to Winton. A lot of people, a lot of our international viewers here on Blendline TV are saying, where's Winton? Exactly. So we better probably explain where Winton is to the folk who don't know it, especially to our international viewers. Winton's about 3 hours or so from north of Melbourne. Melbourne is the capital of Victoria, one of the states here in Australia. So it's a rural area, Winton. Beautiful spot at the base of the mountains, the great Australian Divide.
It's currently 15.6 degrees, so it's a beautiful day here.
It is.
And these cars look fantastic in the sun.
Yeah, we're just coming out of our Australian winter, heading in towards springtime, and yeah, it's a lovely sunny day here at Winton in northeast Victoria.
So far, we've got Cam Smith in the IROC Porsche. He's ahead of Steve Blacksland and Shane McDonald. So they're our top 3, and Ian Ross is into 4th. So
you see, you just saw Hoskins, and we're still seeing Hoskins in the FIA, the ex Dick Johnson tribute car 18. You see Johnson and Bow, two legendary Australian touring car drivers.
Certainly are.
We do have John Bow here this weekend up here at Winton.
Not sure whether John had a look at the car earlier, but it's definitely a great car. And like I said, you know, it's an old DJR shell turned into a saloon car, so it's a bonus for him.
Absolutely.
And the little Escort behind it's a very quick and consistent car. Scott Graham.
Yeah, he's staying in contact too, so Scotty's really got car 54, pedal to the metal, putting a lot of pressure on the FIA Falcon as they go down the main straight here at Winton.
That's right, we've got obviously the other Dick Johnson inspired car, the Screen Stuff Falcon.
That's it. Car 17 just comes on screen now, heading in towards turn 3.
It's a cracking thing.
It's a beautiful turnout car, very striking.
At least it won't go in the trees here.
No. We're just waiting for some times to come up, Brett, to see what's happening. It looks like it's Smith. Car number 8's put down a 1 minute 40. And no doubt those times will get lower and lower as the event progresses.
That's right. We've got Shane McDonald's in second with a 142, and Ian Ross with a 143. Steve Blacksland with a 144. So
that's the car we're looking now, car 17. So he's running, what's Steve running about fifth quickest?
Yeah, he's fifth quickest. What is it? And then Hoskins is sixth, and he's running 146. So it's a fairly quick Falcon. It's closely followed by Hayes Hyde. He's there in the Moffat-inspired Mustang. Got the beautiful XC Coupe here of Graham Stevenson in the Federation Insurance colours that Alan Moffat ran in 77? No, 78, I think. 79.
77, 78, yeah. Getting pretty close, car 2. What sort of Stevenson done? He's on 1 minute 50 in that particular car.
So Graham's still running 351 Cleveland, 4-speed and a 9-inch. So he's kept it sort of period spec. It's a big car.
It is. We've got a couple of. They've got a Commodore and they've got an Escort there. Sort of a bit of a David and Goliath battle. Escort car 63. And that's a Mason, who's what's he doing? A 147, car 63 on screen at the moment, followed by the Commodore.
And Pete Mason's a new guy to this year, so he was watching last year and thought, oh, I'll come out and have a run.
Absolutely.
So contacted us.
As you see, the HDD Commodore just slip up the side of the Escort. No substitute for cubic inches.
No, there's not, mate. Got Graham Wincup's XU1 here. We saw an interview with Graham a bit earlier, so it's a beautiful car. It's stunning and very, very well presented and constructed.
Yeah, Australian car, XU1 Tirana. Very successful race car through series production back in the day.
I believe this car was built to Group NC spec, but they just run it in this class at the moment. So
car 5 is on screen at the moment. We talked about David before. David Rams in the Falcon, big 2-door coupe, which is also a very successful series production car back in the day.
this was John Goss inspired with Kevin Bartlett, so I think it was 73 Bathurst they ran this car, I'm not quite sure. But there's a mobile. It's coming up on the mobile VK Commodore of Max McLeod from Shepparton, which is the Donington Park culling scheme.
Max McLeod from Shepparton. Shepparton is basically Winton's sister city, or Benella's sister city. We're probably a few k's out of a major provincial town here at Winton, which is Benalla, so we're about 10 k's out. Oh, something's no, there's David Rams. He's got a bit of a problem, car 5, a lot of liquid coming from the front of that car, so obviously could be a fan belt, or could be a water pump.
Exactly. I don't think we'll talk about that car again.
I know.
Put the moz on him all weekend.
Give him a build up on that, and all of a sudden he has a problem. So we do apologise to Dave Ramsey in car 5 for that. Car 50. David Ramsey's car 5, but we do see the 50 on the rear window of this particular car. So he's running. What sort of times is car 50 doing? Down in 11th, he's doing it that's McKay, he's doing it 145. Coming up on the back of Wincup in car 7. Side by side, heading down in towards, going to have the inside running. No, it's going to be a side by side. This is a battle between the two Holdens, the Holden Tirana and Holden Commodore.
As you said, cubic inches has played out in that game. Not by much.
Not a great deal, the mobile Commodore. But Wincup is really in the XU1 Tirana, staying right with the big V8 Commodore, especially through the twisty bits. Now that's a quick car, just coming car 8. That's Smith in the in the Porsche, and he's doing a 1:38. His quickest lap was a 1:38.08. At the moment, his last lap was a 1:38.7. So he's pretty on the money.
Yeah, he's very consistent.
He certainly is.
I was just saying earlier that maybe if there's some old Group S Corvettes or something sitting in a shed that no one's using and they want to have some fun, come out and have a run.
Bring them out. Bring them out. But the Porsche, a very quick little motor car.
This car was built to the IROC series from a few years ago, but the series didn't go ahead and he's kept it in this guise.
It's good to see him out there running the vehicle. 1:38. It's not sitting around the Winton layout here, the long track.
He's coming up on the Boss 302 Mustang of Darren McDonald. He's doing a 1:55.
Darren gives him plenty of racing room and slips through on the inside.
Cameron's about to come up on Taz Maurice in an XC Falcon, which was the colour scheme is from Bobby Morris. Citizen Watches car.
At the moment, we're riding with McDonald. Is it? No, it's not McDonald.
Yeah,
it's car 9.
This car's Stuart Jordan. He runs that in improved production.
Bit of a green-eyed monster.
Yeah, Stuart's also got a Alan Moffat XB coupe that he used to campaign with the Regularity guys, along with Graham Stevenson, who's in that Federation Insurance coupe. But that car's currently under a bit of a restoration, and once it's finished, he said he'll be back out. And it's again, you know, Cleveland 4-speed 9-inch car, so it's in the XB colours, City Ford colours.
So a good little battle going on, side-by-side action between the 4-door Falcon and the 2-door Falcon. Two different eras of motor racing.
It's good to see all these cars out here today.
It is. A couple of BMWs wouldn't go astray.
Oh, it would be fantastic. Little M3, I can see you here. By the end of the weekend, you'll be on the grid for next year.
I hope so. We'll make that the plan. As we see, 100 just coming down there, car 100. Dearden, what's he doing? A 1:44. Coming up onto a couple of slower cars. Looks like that's Stevenson that's slowed.
Looks like Patrick Kirby.
Is it? Someone slowed there on the start-finish line, just about.
Yeah, it's Patrick Kirby in a VN Group A. It's a shame it's come to a stop.
And that's not our fault, so we weren't sort of
that's right, absolutely.
building him up at all.
No, she's one of our sponsors from Lloyd's Fabrications in Ballarat.
Stevenson's still going on his merry way. Car number 2, the Federation Insurance entry, looking very, very nice in its livery.
It's consistently doing 146 there, which is very consistent. But this category is not open to, or not closed to any brand or anything. It's open to everyone. So you know, the more the merrier. So, and what we're trying to do is keep the cars pretty period spec. You know, with a few limitations on modifications, but you know, in that way it keeps costs down
and you want something of good spectacle out on the track as well. You don't need, you know, someone's ordinary attempt to build a race car. It's car number 9. There's a nice looking race car.
Oh, it certainly
goes
is.
back to the era of Alan Moffat in the improved touring car days.
That's right, and Hayden's not shy on giving it a go either.
Where is he? Number 9 just on screen now.
time for Hayden Ivers there. Yes, we do. 144, 143, he's consistently doing those times. David Rowell in the VK Big Banger car, he's jumped right up into the 141s from earlier.
Left-hand drive too, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's a great looking thing, isn't it?
We're talking about car 9 on screen at the moment, the Coca-Cola Mustang. That's good to see. It's a pity in our V8 supercars now, or supercars, that they've got the Coca-Cola livery on a Camaro, which doesn't seem right for some reason. It should really be on a Mustang.
It's very iconic to this, doesn't it? He still runs on old style tyres. He's not, he's really kept it down to a period look spec, and he went to the Nth degree to replicate a lot of the stuff on that car.
Yeah. So look at Hayden's cuts. It actually looks like it's number 9, but it's 91. Hayden's got a very small 1 alongside the number 9 because McDonald's actually got the actual number 9 in this particular event, but Hayden Ivers is running 91, the Coca-Cola Mustang. Looks like checkered flag is out to end this Super Sprint special for the tribute cars. And it looks like the Porsche, I think, Brett has got it with a 139. Or 138, sorry, was the quickest time. And
yeah, he was
doing a 139 sort of continuously,
yeah,
so
that's right.
He was quite consistent.
Yeah, and he's with Steve Blacksland in the Falcon with a 141, and Stewie McDonald in third with a 143, and then David Rao 142s, Stewie Dearden 141s. So yeah, those guys were pretty consistent.
They were consistent. Smith probably a little 3 seconds a lap quicker. So he's the benchmark. So everybody's got to up the ante to try and catch that flying Porsche.
Oh, we might have to put some weight in it next year and slow him down.
Well, yeah, that's the way to do it. Give him some ballast. That'll sort it out. We see, unfortunately, poor David Ramsey over in the midfield getting towed back to the pitting area.
Well, that was a great event, and that was brought to us by Park Sprayer Barn, and it was McDonald's Automotive and Lloyd's Fabrication.
We think many thanks to them. Don't forget, you're listening to this on Blendline TV and also Race Radio 87.6 FM. Brought to you by, which everybody can have a bit of a listen to. So we might have a thank you, Brett. That was entertaining, and hopefully we can join you guys next year on the grid. I'll be looking forward to that. And we'll have a break, and we'll be back with Group S Classic Sports Cars.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
I'm here with Ray. Ray's got a 65 Corvette, sorry. Can you tell me a little bit about your Corvette?
Yeah, it's a 65 Corvette. It's in Group SB. It's a 327 small block V8, and it's the first year that the vets came out with disc brakes, so that's why I've chose that car to run, and it's a fun car to drive.
And what do you think of VHRR's Festival of Speed?
It just keeps getting better and better every year. It's the guys that are organising it and the whole group of people that are involved in it do a great job, and the racing is absolutely fantastic as well. So
How long have you had the Corvette?
About 13 years. So it's finally getting competitive now. So we'll, my mechanic and we've spent a lot of time working on it, and now we're starting to really enjoy it. So it's a good thing.
And Group S, is it? What's that like to racing?
Oh, well, Group S has massive fields every meeting, and I think this weekend there's 38 cars running, or 36 cars running in Group S. The grids are almost always full and sold out, so it's a good category.
Excellent. Look, thanks for your time. It's a beautiful car.
Okay, we are back with Group S Classic Sports Cars. 8 laps from Bowden's. Thank you very much to Bowden's for sponsoring this group. The cars come out onto track. Just to join me here on commentary this afternoon is Peter Shea.
Thank you, Phil.
Good to be back. Car 911, Barber in position 1 on the grid. Perlade in position 2 in the Alfa Romeo Alfetta GTV. Simon Meyer in that beautiful MG midget,
quick motor
super
car,
quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alex Webster in the 1972 Datsun. Ray Narkowitz in the 1965 Chevy Corvette. Andrew Whiteside in a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera. Warren Hotz in another MG from 1970. And Blake Hotz in a 64 MG. So it's all Hotz on 7 and 8. Ross Jackson, 1977 Alfa Romeo Alfetta GTV. Joe Collegia, well back in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Darren Harris in a Porsche 911 Carrera in position 11. Colin Wilson Brown in the next position 12. Perry Spiritus in Chevy Corvette 67 model. Don Bartley in a Austin Healey Sprite from 1966. Scott Farquharson in position 15. Porsche 911 2.7 Carrera. Peter Kaiser in a 1967 Austin Healey Sprite, position 16. George Pettard in a 1967 Datsun Fairlady 2000. Brian Koenig in a Porsche 1911E from 1968. Kent Brown MGB in position 19, and John Geist in a Datsun. James Ashby, Alfa Romeo GTV in 21. Gordon Bunyan, in Triumph's Bitfire, beautiful little car, back in 22. Nigel Catchlove, Alfa Romeo GTV 2000 in position 23. David in, sorry, I missed his surname, 24. And Tim Linus in 25. Hugh Harrison in 26. David Orchard in position 27. And Andre Brett in 28. Dale Ashby in 29. Paul Hogan in 30. And John Floyd in position 31. So 31 starters, big field here, Peter.
It certainly is, Phil. A big start in starters orders on the grid, ready to start the Group S Classic Sports Car. Race 3, 8 laps of the Winton Long Circuit here. Brought to you by Bowden's. Just waiting under starters orders. We've got a Porsche front row. Barbara. Perlade.
Good start from
racing.
The 3 Porsches up there, up the front there.
As the cars stream across the start-finish line. 2 Porsches side by side on turn 1, coming in towards turn 2 to take them on that short straight down to turn 3. So they're still side by side coming down into turn 3 now, nearly 3 abreast as they go through turn 3. 188, 911. That's Barber, Pillett, Myers in there as well. And there's that little quick clubman sort of in 4th position. So the 3 Porsches at the moment doing a bit of job, and there's that little sports car, a nuisance.
I don't think he'd appreciate being called a nuisance.
Well, the Porsche boys probably think he's a little nuisance.
He's a very quick little...
And he's actually making up 2, 3
games.
Outside. Whoa! He's making it up side by side. He's battling for... This is where the race is at the moment for 3rd position. And car 1 just slips in. That's Mayer. He just slips past car 7. That's Webster. So that little car 1 is an absolute little rocket ship. Sitting there in 3rd spot.
Yeah, the MG Midget just so quick around the twiddly bits. So we've got Porsches fighting each other as they head onto the new back straight there, but now they've sorted themselves out.
And we've got Ray Narkovic also 2 back there, 4th or 5th position, car 65, the big Chevy Corvette. But at the moment we've got the 2 Porsches running nose to tail out front. That's Barber.
Yes, Narkovic had picked up that time penalty in the earlier race, so that put him back in the field for the start of this event.
And Meyer up there in 3rd position, that nuisance little sports car. There's Narkovic in amongst a Porsche sandwich.
Yes, he's made at least 1 position. Will he be able to make another one up this straight?
Yeah. Well, he's put a lot of pressure on Webster too, so it's going to be interesting where Ray Narkovic can actually get past Webster's Porsche.
Yeah, so
that's a little
Webster
battle for
could
the
hold
miners.
Narkovic up a little bit, and that will give Meyer a good opportunity to make a bit of a break.
And Meyer now starting to put the thumb screws onto our first 2 Porsches. And look at Meyer now starting to really battle that 2nd place Porsche through the twisty bits here at the Winton circuit.
Yeah, Meyer was looking for a run around the outside, but further back in the field, we've got another...
Ross is getting a bit of a problem with another
pass.
One of those British sports cars. And he's got past the Di Tommaso.
Absolutely, car 21, great pass there from Warren Holtz.
And it looks like Rossi Jackson's under a lot of pressure too from about 3 or 4 cars. Corvette, could be you, Harris, I'm not quite sure, in the Alfa 309.
Ooh, a bit of a tail.
Harris.
Tail came out there on the back of the Chevy Corvette.
So
got the power down.
Poor old Ross Jackson's getting a bit of a workover as well in the Di Tommaso by one of the Alphas, and also another Corvette. The Corvette now shows its power to the Alfa. That's car 28.
Oh, brilliant, down the inside past the...
That's Perry Spirides in car 28. So Perry's got the old wick turned up on the big Chevy Camaro. Look at these. This is a battle for...
Well, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, you can raffle that one out. And the number 1, the fly in the ointment.
Absolutely. Mayo certainly punching well above his weight.
Absolutely.
Little MG Midget doing a great job in 3rd position.
Car 65, that's Ray Narkovic, and Whiteside in in car 7 putting a lot of Webster, putting a bit of pressure on him as well. That's a good little battle.
Yeah, Mayer being held up by the 2 Porsches, really down through the twiddly bits, which you don't expect.
Don't tell the Porsches that. You're holding that British sports car up, son. But Mayer doing a great job in that little car, sort of putting a lot of pressure on those Porsches of Perlade and Barber.
And off the track.
911 goes off. That's the Barber. He joins side. Whoa! Not the best place to enter the track, but all drivers give him plenty of room, and unfortunately for Barber in 911, he's dropped a lot of spots.
Tried to go fast on the grass, but that didn't work very well.
He went faster. Now it's the you see the Porsche of Perlade and Meyer. We'll see what the whether he's got the pressure off now. We're car 188.
Yeah, well,
the
pressure's not going to. Meyer is not going to let the pressure
Meyer just comes in there. And he's put heaps of pressure on that leading Porsche heading across the start-finish line.
Mind you, he's had
side by he's
made Narkowicz try and go around the outside. That's not going to work.
So he's trying to hold off Ray Narkowicz. But in the meantime, he's trying to get after our race leader, Perlade. So he's going to have a bit of a look.
Down into turn 3 he comes, pitches the car in, hooks it around. He's right on the bumper bar of the Porsche. A little MG midget powering on.
Just lacks a little bit in power. You can.
Here we go with the replay. Just watch how he comes around the outside there, gets a little bit loose,
and away he
straightens
goes.
the wheel up, and just has to go straight ahead. He's a passenger from there on.
Shortcut there. It could have ended nicely. It didn't.
Back in real time now. So Porsche, MG midget, Chevy Corvette.
And I'll tell you what, that midget's really looking which way, trying to get past that leading Porsche. Heaps of great handling from that little midget, but just lacks a little bit of pace on the. Looks like Ray Narkowicz now's putting a lot of pressure on Meyer and that MG midget.
It's going to be interesting down this next straight, because I think Narkowicz is just going to have the out-and-out grunt. Certainly hasn't got the cornering speed of the MG midget, but Narkowicz now. He makes him go for the outside, but certainly able to outbrake him in the midget.
Absolutely. The old Corvette's brakes will be running a little bit red hot at the moment.
A little bit longer straight up this finish straight, so will Chevy be able to round him up?
Here comes Narkowicz. And he's going to try and get past, and I think he's going to make it stick too.
Narkowicz has got it.
And he makes that big Corvette very wide, and May can't do too much about it. On the corner he can though, but just lacks that little bit of grunt, and Narkowicz just puts the power down and just pulls away from the MG midget.
I think we can be reassured of one thing, Peter. Meyer is not going to give up.
He's not going to go away, is he?
He's just checking the number plate or the part numbers of the tail lights on the back of the Chevy Corvette.
So Ray Narkowicz has got the Porsche in front of him in his sights, but also he's got one eye on that rear vision mirror as Meyer and that little very cut number 1 MG
looks
midget.
for the line around the outside.
Well, here comes Meyer now, side by side. Whether he can't make it stick, Ray Narkowicz just moves into the corner, makes that Corvette very wide, but Meyer now is coming under a little pressure from Webster in car 7. So this is a great four-way battle for the lead, basically.
That is, but 911, the Porsche making his way back through.
Well, Barber's sitting down there in 6th spot, so he's not too bad a job. He's made his way back through the field.
Yeah,
in 911
certainly
with a 1 minute 37.
Yeah,
so he's got pedal to the metal, that boy.
Yeah, he's got the fastest lap time. And,
absolutely.
I'm making my way back for the front of the queue here, boys.
That's the car we're talking about. Barber in 911 had that little bit of an off, and now he's pulling him back very quickly with the fastest lap. 1:37, so keep an eye on car number 911, running in 6th at the moment. But the battle for the lead is still on.
Narkowicz was trying for the line around the outside into turn 1. That wasn't going to work.
They're starting to drop off Simon May a little bit in that MG midget as they come down into turn 3. So
I think Mayer will make a comeback through the twiddly bits.
He will.
Further back in the field now, we've got Datsun 2000 there doing very quickly down the front straight.
couple of Alfa Romeos thrown in there for good measure as well. So that's always a good. And there's two Alfas at the moment, the Alfetta and the older Alfa, which I think the 2000 or the 1750, probably one of my favourite Alfa shapes.
Yeah,
car number 11.
Brown there in the Alfa Romeo 1750 GTV, car number 11.
Lovely car, that.
But look here, back at the front, Meyer back into second position.
Look at Barber now in car number 911. Very serious about Webster's position, side by side.
Bangs that right foot down and powers on up the back straight.
Whether Webster's going to yield to come into this left-hander, he's not
Breaking
going to.
duel.
He's going to make Barber go all the way around the outside, and Barber have the inside for the next corner. And I think Barber will slip up into third, but or
yeah,
fourth.
he's got the little bit extra power coming out of that corner.
So Barber in 911 makes up another spot over Webster in car 7. But Webster's coming back at him, so he can't shake him off.
Thundering down the front straight again. We've got Porsche, Chevy Corvette, MG Midget.
That doesn't sound right.
Well, it was not that long ago. It was Porsche, MG Midget, Chevy.
Well, I'll tell you what, the MG Midget's given a Chevy a bit of a hard time too, so he wants that second position.
Certainly is.
Meyer in car number 1. But Ray Narkovic in the big Chevy Corvette has got second thoughts. He likes that second position. I don't think he's going to catch Burley.
Hand in the air. Is it? No, it's just a bar work I'm seeing on the car. I thought I'd seen his arm go up, but no, he's still powering on. Looks for the line down the outside into the old tank corner.
Oh, that's an outside line he's got. But Ray's going to keep him wide.
Yep.
So Simon just couldn't quite make it, but he has a look up the inside, but he's going to be on the outside, so can't quite make it. He's going to try and go around the outside a long way. Oh, we've lost someone. 28 has...
quite a lot of smoke coming out of 28.
Has bit the dust too, with Perry Spirides. I don't know what happened to Perry. Car 28, another Chevy Corvette.
Should be all clear there. Lots of smoke in the on our screen.
So whether he's...
And somebody else has gone... There's two cars going off on the outside of the sweeper there.
Well, someone's gone on to replay
there might be a little bit of oil on that, that sweeper.
Oil on the track, so keep it on, folks. Plenty of action up there at the sweeper. We've got 2-3 cars off. Car is going again. Oh, another car's gone.
Yeah, there's...
yep, keep an eye on the sweeper, folks. Plenty of action, oil on the track.
That'll be from the Chevy.
Yep.
I suspect is... lunched an engine or something.
Checkered flag is out, so once they negotiate the sweeper.
So we're doing 7.
Okay.
Yeah, they've pulled the checkered flag on that early, so, well, Narkowitz in the lead, according to our little screen at the minute.
Well, that's yeah, not quite what happened there, but our leading Porsche was 188. That's... Perlade was doing it reasonably well, but all of a sudden, whether the incident and Ray's taken an advantage, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, while we weren't looking.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait till the officials sort that one out. But at the moment, it's got Narkovic would get the checkered flag ahead of Perlade and car number 1.
Meyer in third.
Flying MG Midget, sort of. What a giant that little car is.
Absolutely. And we have Whiteside, Barber, Webster from Hots, Harris and the other Hots, and Bartley bringing out the top 10.
So let's hope there's no real damage from the cars in the oil.
There's certainly some cars stuck out in the grass.
Ron tells me Meyer could be caught in that oil. They'll probably take it back one lap, so whoever was leading prior. So look, perhaps 4 or 5 cars up there.
Yeah, interesting. So final results coming up on our screen, I think. No? Yes? No? We're not sure.
I think the officials
subject to confirmation.
Trying to work it back the lap, so I think you probably have to go back a lap previous. Usually that's the way they work it.
Barber has certainly got the fastest lap time of 1:37.
He was flying,
He was going really, really quick. Okay, so we have a result, but we're not sure whether it's the final one. Subject to confirmation.
4 cars,
Ray
Rob.
Narkowitz, Mick Perrelade, Simon Meyer, Andrew Whiteside, and it's disappeared off my screen. So a bit of excitement there, Peter.
Well, it was an interesting race anyway. The first 6 cars were in at Hammer and Tonks, and all of a sudden it looked like Sparidi.
So that's all pretty good. And
so we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. Sort of. Okay, we'll go to a break. Next will be Formula Ford here at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed. We're on Blend Lane TV and Race Radio 87.6 FM. Next up will be Formula Ford.
Thank you, Peter.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Right, I'm with Declan with this fantastic Van Diemen Group FC Formula Ford.
Yep.
What can you tell us about it?
It's a Van Diemen RF88, recently purchased. We're in the process of learning the car. It's my second event in the car, so yeah, learning the car and having fun with it. Open wheel Formula Ford, can't go wrong with it.
No, you're dead right. I've driven one myself, so I had one for years, and they are fantastic. How have you gone to practice so far?
Pretty well.
Bob Morrow
went
here.
out for qualifying just about an hour ago, got P2. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with learning the car and the track.
What else would you like to tell us about this weekend?
Well, just a big thanks to Penrite, VHRR, doing juniors, getting juniors and young people through. So VHRR are huge on getting young kids in the cars and up through. So you'll see young people in every category, and we're lucky to be 2 of them.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we do need young ones because the rest of us are getting very old.
Says
don't
who?
Don't say it.
No, you're still a spring chicken there, Bob.
Thanks, Declan.
You're welcome.
All the best for the weekend.
Thanks, mate.
All right, we're just waiting for the fast and fabulous Formula Fords to come out on track for their last race for the weekend. We think they're still, yes they are, over on the sweeper. They're still sweeping. They're still extracting cars. So as we surmise that there must have been oil or something there, because quite a few cars did go off and have confused the result of that last race. So if we hear anything different to what came up on the screens, we'll let you know. So that's the Motorcana event on the skid pan around the inside of the sweeper. They run a division of their state series there on the same weekend as we do. So some of our spectators go over and have a look at them, and some of them come and have a look at us. Datsun 2000 going off the back of a truck back into the pits. So maybe we take this chance to explain again to the people who are probably bored because they've heard this a lot before, but someone mightn't know what a Formula Ford is. Formula Fords were invented by a race car school owner in the late 60s in England, who was sick of his customers blowing up his very expensive racing engines. So one day he just dropped a stock standard 1600cc Ford Cortina in. Now, it wasn't obviously as fast as the racing cars before it, but it was still a racing car. It still had adjustable suspension, adjustable ratios in the gearbox. It taught the drivers everything. It just was a little bit slower. Ford England got heard of this and backed it. And within probably a year, it swept the world. And the engine is still virtually stock standard in that it has a control camshaft. That is, every single engine must run that camshaft. It has free exhaust, so there are extractor exhausts on all of them. And other than that, it's bog standard and can, even to the extent of the single carburettor on the engine. Should get about 110 to 120 horsepower. And the grid has come up, and we've got Nick McBride on pole. Nick McBride has won the race on Saturday and the race this morning. Jonathan Miles is beside him. Jonathan Miles was on the 5th row of the grid on Saturday afternoon and has come up to second. However, this morning he couldn't do better than second, but it was very, very close, so we keep our eyes on those two. Then we've got Will Liston in a Liztech 1986 Formula Ford, by the sound of that name and the car. I'd say there's some connection between the two. Liston, his dad designed and built it. Declan Fu, a fantastic effort for him to get 4th on the grid. This is only his second meeting in this new car for him, a 1988 Van Diemen. He has run that at Malala earlier in the year, and that's the only time he's driven it. This is the second time he's driven it, and he's 4th on the grid, which is fantastic. Andy Nethercote in a 87 Van Diemen, and Richard Davison. Richard didn't practice too well and has come up through the grid, so he's one to keep an eye on. Number 3. In a black Van Diemen RF 89. When you see the RF 89 or 87 on a Van Diemen, that means that's the year they were made. Steve Willing, who was the first of the Group B cars. Now, the Formula Fords are split into A, B and C classes. The A are the very early cars up to the mid-70s. The B are to 1980, and the C is mid-80s, and the A and B, not much difference between them, but the C's, they're a lot more streamlined. Same motor, same gearbox, but much more streamlined. Dean Kusamenzis is in Van Diemen 89 on the 8th row of the grid. And we'll wait until we get some more. There's the 9th, Neil Richardson. Another Van Diemen, and Van Diemens have got nothing to do with Tasmania, let me tell you. They're an English car, an English-built Formula Ford. William Faulkner's next to him on the 10th place on the grid in a Van Diemen. Bruce Connolly is in an Elwyn, that's an Australian-built car. Sean Whelan, all the way from South Australia, in a Van Diemen. 13th is Andrew Reid, another Van Diemen. Jacob Manifold is 14th in a Titan, Mark 6, that's another English car. Luke Warwick is in a Swift, 15. Swift is the only other one in the race is sitting on pole. A controversial car, we'll leave it at that. Mark Scott is in an Alfa 600, that is the oldest car in the race, 1969 I think it is, or 70. Nigel Hook in a Van Diemen. John Pimble all the way down from New South Wales. John is the head of the Formula Ford Association in New South Wales, and he's come down here. We welcome him in an 89 Reynard. Paul Faulkner in a Crossell, another English, and in fact I think it might even be Irish car. And then Bellamy in a Van Diemen Piper, and as we heard yesterday, that is an American-built car on a Van Diemen chassis, so a little bit different to a normal Van Diemen. Graham Burton is on 21 with a Hawk, an English car, DL11. Chris O'Connor in a Royale. Craig Degatardi in an Alfa 600. John Baker in an Alfa 600. Malcolm Osler in a Lola T642A. Graham de Gattardi, who was the father of the previous one in a 1973 Bowen, which is a car that was built in New South Wales, and Andrew McGuinness, who is last on the grid. So keep an eye on him, car number 2, because he is always up the top end of the races, but he had a big spin-off this morning, which relegates him to last. And so while they're cleaning up the track and we're waiting for the start, we'll have a short break.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Phil's got a MG. Could you tell us a little about your car, Phil?
Sure, it's a 1972 MG BGT, originally out of Sydney. I've had it for about 6 or 7 years now. 5.6 litre Rover V8, around about 600 horsepower. Hollinger sequential and all the bells and whistles, yeah.
And you're part of MG Racing. You, how long have you had this and how long have you been racing it for?
I've been racing MG since 2012. Started in an F, a cup car, and then progressed to a V8 in 2018, I think it was. The block's out of the UK, and I think the heads are as well originally. But yeah, it's a Rover block. Yeah.
And MG Racing, what do you like about it?
Oh, everything. The camaraderie, we have such a variety of cars. We look after each other on track and we have fun. That's the premise. We're out there racing hard, but the priority is to bring the cars back and ourselves back as we went on track.
No worries. Well, look, thanks very much for your time.
All right, the track's cleared up. The cars are on the track coming around for their warm-up lap. They do a lap at reduced speeds. You'll see them wobbling around a bit, and that's to warm the tyres up, because these tyres are designed to run very sticky when they get warm, so you don't want them cold. We've run through the grid, which we've got McBride and Miles on the front row, Liston and Phil on the second, Nethercott and Davison on the third. Willing, who we said in place number 7, has done very well because he's the first of the FB cars. Down to the tail end of the field. Looks like there's De Gattardi and the Bowen pull up in last position on the grid. When he pulls up, the starter they'll be under starter's orders, and away we go.
Because Bob, many a budding Formula One driver has done their time in Formula Fords.
Ron, every Formula One driver has done it, yes, and I think all of the Super Touring car drivers have. It is a great formula to get you into racing because it's so close, and as I said, everything's adjustable in shock absorbers, the spring rates. So it teaches you how to set up a car. The gear ratios, of course, once they're known, you don't have to change them, but they are changeable from circuit to circuit. So they're still, they're a good, very good learning class.
And a relatively cheap category to get into as well, I guess.
Oh, it is, yeah. The tyres should last you at least a year, if not 2. The engines, you know, you don't take them above 6.5. You can if you like, but put them on a dyno and the power just drops off dramatically after 6.5. So there's no use doing that. So I think in 10 years of running one, I only rebuilt the motor twice.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So yeah, they're relatively cheap. I mean, they're racing cars. Things go bang every now and then, but with these, not very often. So a great field of 27 cars or more.
It's such a variety of names or makes amongst the whole lot.
Yes, Australian cars and English cars and American cars. So McBride on pole, car number 4, Miles. On his rightful place, as he would think, on the front row of the grid this time. Let's see what he can do. Declan Fu missing in position number 4. That's a shame. Been going so well this weekend. Revs rising. Away, and a good jump from Miles, but he did that this morning too. As they go out of our picture, we'll wait until we can see whether it worked. Oh, and looks like McBride has dropped right back, and he's in 3rd. Very unusual. And we've got Davison, I think, that has come up to 2nd position as the whole field streams through. Everyone's away safely, which is always great. So there's McBride sitting back in 4th or 5th. So we missed that. Something he was Miles got a little bit of a jump on him, but not much. But when my cameras came back, there we got it. Miles, Davison and McBride. Davison having a go at Miles too. Is it Davison? No, it's Liston. Sorry. Liston, who was 3rd on the grid. So we've got Miles, Liston, McBride. McBride would not be real happy about that. He's got another 7 laps to do something about it. As they come around onto the original main straight, then turn left onto this new part of the circuit, new being about 15 or 20 years old, but for us, Ron, it's new.
It is, absolutely, Bob. It's a great dice for McBride, Miles and Liston. And Fu, of course, not in the event. He's on the program, but not running today for this event. Anyway, on the straight they come, nose to tail up each other's exhaust, down towards the S's, and a passing move going down the side. It might have been Liston, is it? Trying to get
Liston,
by?
yes, but can't do it.
No.
Oh, McBride, I think, mounts the back of the Liston. Just popped a wheel up there a bit, no damage to either car. McBride looks to have a dive down the inside, but he's not close enough. Car number 45.
45 is Pete Connolly. Connolly's out. And minus the front nose and a few other bits, so not sure where he went off.
He's obviously clouded something.
Oh, he's right over here, Bob, and
yes.
the infield.
Well off the track. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's all happening. And well, it would all be happening right through the entire grid because there are lots and lots of individual dices going on, but we're concentrating on the front because they are absolutely nose to tail. So go down the old main straight yet again. Fastest time is Miles. He's done a 38 dead. Liston's done a 38.15, McBride a 38.42. There's nothing in it, however, and when they went across the line, Liston was 0.14 of a second behind Miles. So you can't get much closer than that. Minus down past the pits. Oh, there's a pull out from McBride. Pulls out, tries to go down the inside. Has he done it?
No, not quite.
Not quite, and he tries to get back under again, but Liston holding him off. Liston will squeeze over. No, and McBride gets... No, well... McBride tried to get down to the inside, but Liston wasn't having anything of that. That gives Miles a little bit of a lead. While those two battle it out, they obviously... Safety car out for some reason, we know not why, but we'll find out for you. Obviously a car's gone off somewhere. Not the one that we saw earlier, because that's right in the middle, well out of the way. Or is it? That's why they're doing it. But I don't know why they could leave that car there. Yeah, it looks like it's car 45. I can't see anything else. Strange, because it's well out of the way of any competing car, but there you go. So the cars will bunch up behind the safety car. Normally, you would think, oh, good, the front 3 or 4 will bunch up and the race will on. Well, the front 3 or 4 were bunched up wrong. Well, the front 3
They certainly
were.
were. Therefore, I don't know what reason, because we didn't see the incident, whether the cameras picked it up. Okay,
Right,
thanks.
We do have a replay of the incident, which will come up shortly.
Oh, the tractor's coming into action again too, Bob.
Oh, it's bogged. We had...
Thank you.
Replay coming up, top of screen. Oh,
well.
dear me. Well, that is unusual. I've never seen that before. Just made an immediate right turn.
I think he hit the back of the car.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yep. And that launched him.
Need to see that in slow-mo, guys, if you can. But he certainly launched himself into the infield, there's no doubt about it. They actually have taken the driver away in the course ambulance vehicle, but I think he walked out to the car, so maybe a little shock involved with that. Here we go again. Oh, no, he just appeared to do a right-hand turn.
Yeah, there seemed to be a gap between him and the other car. Just
great,
maybe something broke in the steering, the front suspension. We had heavy rain from noon Friday right through afternoon and night, so the outfield is very wet still, even on Sunday, as you can see, because on Saturday a car went off at the end of the old pit straight, and they had to use that tractor with a fork on the end of it that they can stick under the car and pull it out of the bog, and they've had to use it again today on that car.
The infield must be saturated in there.
Yes.
Steady.
So we'll wait till they're out of the way. The tractor and the safety car are coming off. The truck has still got the... Safety car will be in this lap. The truck is getting out of the way. So you couldn't get any closer. The top 3 couldn't get any closer than what they were racing before, but the next 4, 5, 6 and 7 are all bunched up too, so we'll see if they can change things when we get going, which will not be long. Miles, Liston, McBride, they're the top 3. 4 laps down out of 8. So after this, it's 4 laps, and McBride leads them away. Nose to tail. Liston. No, McBride tries to get up on the inside of Liston. He's over there. Can he do it? No, he can't. Liston's also all over the back of Miles. So these 3 are at it again. Behind them is another group that are racing away with McBride, Davison in there. And Nethercoats up there in 5th. Here come the leaders, and there's all Liston all over the back of Miles. Davison in the red car. Number 3 has moved up into 4th position, a little bit behind. Only 1.6 seconds behind Davison is Nethercoat and Kusamindis. That's the top 6. Willing has moved up into 7th. And Miles leads them down again. Looking for a tow is Liston. Doesn't get one, or doesn't pull out, doesn't try. Down the main straight, they spread apart. Oh, there goes McBride diving from left to right, and looks like he may have taken second. He has. So McBride making a move on Liston and taking over second position. Now he's going to attack Miles. 2 laps to go. Can he do it? Liston probably dropping back a bit. No, he's not. He's making up the move. He's having a run as they go around the sweeper at McBride. McBride has got the fastest lap with a 31.6, but the others are 31.7, 31.8. So he's got that nose cone right under the Ulan gearbox wrong.
He certainly has, Bob, and it's been a good, clean race so far, as you say, with Miles, Liston and McBride swapping places a little bit. And Miles in the blue car has just got the legs at the moment. And got McBride in the white car. That's up into second place. Car number 4 on McBride. So he's the mover of these 3. Just waiting for his bike. He's got about a lap and a half or so to do it. So up they come through the top end of the circuit.
So McBride has won the race on Saturday, won the race this morning. Desperate to win this race as well, but they go across the line, 7 down, and he pulls out alongside Miles. Miles is out braking him into the corner, and the fastest lap is McBride at a 1:30.9, so he's broken the 1:31s. Liston tagging on the back there, don't forget him. He's in with a chance. These two have any mistake, Liston will go through. Liston actually right up the back of McBride. McBride right up the back of this. You can throw a blanket over the 3 of them. 3 different lines through that corner, all seeking some sort of an advantage.
Now some other dice is going back into field too there. Got the Logan Holmes car, that's looks get back car 65, that's Willing. Willing's often up near the pointy end as well, but not so much this weekend.
Well, he's still the first FB car, so he's doing pretty well. And look at that, there's 8 cars in that little dice. So as we say, these blokes will have a ball. I don't know who wins, don't care who wins much. They're having a ball amongst themselves.
Car 12 is Kodamitis, is it?
Kodamitis, yes.
Kodamitis. He's holding that group of bay.
Well, he's leading the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars as they go down the straight. However, back we are, last lap, and this is it. Miles still leading. Sometimes it doesn't pay to lead on the last lap.
Absolutely, my word.
If McBride can get a tow and pull out, however, Miles has opened up a big gap of about 3 car lengths.
I was going to 3-4 minute forward lengths is quite a bit.
But McBride has cut that down to 1. Liston's still hanging in there.
Pretty much holding station, and I think Miles has just got the edge by half a horsepower, perhaps, on the long straights.
Liston dropping back now. He was in it, he's not now. Not unless these two both do something silly, and I can't see that happening. McBride moves up a little on under brakes, going through the corner. He's right behind him. Will he get a toe? Coming up to the start-finish line. And McBride Miles wins, sorry, should say that, by 0.114 of a second over McBride.
It's about our third very close finish, Bob.
Yes.
For the weekend.
And Liston only 0.8 of a second behind McBride. A big gap for Formula Fords back to Davison. Then Reed, Koutamides, Nettleford. Willing is the first of the FP cars. Richardson, Faulkner brings up the top 10. And the first of the FA cars is Manifold in car number 74, which is down in 14th place. But the first of the Group A cars. So that's it. Another exciting, close, fabulous race from the Formula Fords. Thank you, Ronald.
Thanks, Bob. Good call there for the Formula Fords, of course, which were brought to us by Cool Drive Distribution down there in Lexington Road in Box Hill. Thank you to the Blanchard family for assisting us with this particular event and for this whole weekend.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
I might take this opportunity to thank the number of officials that are out there working their bums off this weekend, cleaning up the track and keeping this race meeting going. There's a lot of effort that goes on behind the scenes to these sort of events. Big thank you to all the officials and VHRR for putting on this amazing event, and thanks for the weather. Up next we've got the MG Racing Australia grid as they field up in pit lane. And we'll just wait for them to head onto the track once the track's all cleared.
Quite a few vehicles out there sorting themselves out, making sure that track is cleared. So big thank you to all of the officials that come and be a part of running the event. There's so much of that goes on.
And for the MG Invited British Race 3, we've got, again, Simon Elliott bringing in pole position in number 55. That beautifully presented RV8 sitting on pole, followed by Mike Trathen in number 2. Last year's championship winner, hence the number 1 that he's sporting. Unfortunately, Danny Siama's out with a gearbox issue. Little niggle that he's decided to not run the last race, number 4th. We've got Tony Vollebrant in his little MG ZR 190. In number 5, if he appears, I believe Don Bartley in the Austin Healey invited British class. Number 6, Alistair Ondaki, followed by John Makem in position number 7, closely followed by John Illingworth in number 8. Bringing in position 9, we've got Paul Vernal in his father's ZR, borrowed drive for the weekend. In number 10, we've got Hank Swadaveen. Jason Edwards in number 11, followed by Vince Gusciato in the Vic State Race MGF. Tammy Hotz in the MG Midget that was also cross-entered in the Group S. Great effort from these guys that are running both the car in Group S and in MG Racing. Followed by Gordon Bunyan in his little Triumph Spitfire. David Badgent up in position 15 and Trevor Dunford bringing in 16. And Ed Ferguson in the TR7 Rover V8 bringing in the back of the field in position 17 as we watch them do their little warm-up lap, getting the heat into the tyres and really working those corners, getting the brakes all warm.
Yeah, trying to get all of the fluids flowing through the system and making sure that everything's ready, rocking and rolling. Probably some of the fluids getting through the body of the driver as well.
I reckon in this heat.
Somebody's still down in a dummy grid. No, there we go. He's been given the wave to go out. So
very good. Might have been a little bit of an inspection just from the scrutineers there. Might have been something untoward. Good to see Trevor's joined the back of the field there.
Or has he? I'm not seeing the car come out onto the track.
No, you're right. I think he has actually called it for the weekend. He did have just a minor incident before coming out on track, so he's obviously called it for the weekend.
Starting from pit lane is what we hear in the background, so he's sorted, ready to rock and roll once everybody else is rocking and rolling at full speed.
Oh, that'll be great to have Trevor out there. That's good. Unfortunately, the categories had a little bit of a loss through the weekend. A few cars have dropped out over the weekend, which we do get with MGs. They are old British cars at the end of the day.
Well, it tends to happen in all classes. There's always the odd mechanical and sometimes self-inflicted injuries.
It certainly is. That's racing these days, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Always has been.
No, nothing's changed there.
Nothing's changed there. Ambition sometimes overcomes ability, and the next thing you find yourself going fast on the grass.
That's right. No, as you get older, you always get faster. Is that right? I think I've done a very quick time.
The older you are, the faster you went.
The faster you were.
That's the
right.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
Good to see Tony Vollerbrock up there in the field.
Yeah, Tony did well to get up to 4th there. A few little incidents, I think, assisted that one, but no, definitely a good drive from Tony as we sit here and wait for the start. Listen to that RV8 rumble.
Beautiful sound. So we've got 8 laps of the Winton long track here for the MG and Invited Cars. Ooh, bit of a jump.
And there we go, off and racing.
Could be interesting whether that jump will result in a time penalty.
Well, I wonder if he's just got a bit of an odd start there too. Oh, Paul Vernal putting on a bit of pressure into John Illingworth on the first lap again. Be interesting to see how it evolves there. As Tony Vollebrant leads that little pack.
All nice and clear down the old start-finish straight into turn 3.
Hank Zwadovin just ducking into the back of Paul there, trying to keep in touch with the modern ZR. The old Midget and MGB just a couple of car lengths off the two modern cars there. They're almost colour coordinated, 2 yellows, 2 greys. Oh, Vince Cusciato putting a bit of pressure on John Makem on the first lap. Throws it up the inside, he'll give that a red hot go. Doesn't make it stick.
Yeah, fairly tight down around the twiddly bits at the bottom of the track.
Well, look, they're a bit of a handful, these MGFs. Once you learn how to drive them, they're a lot of fun, but the mid-mount rear-wheel drive can definitely play havoc if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, the swap ends very quickly, I'd imagine.
There's David Badgen, the little midget, little Group S midget, puts a bit of pressure on Vince. Makes him work for it. Ducks it up the inside, and the MGF just have a little bit more power down the back straight, I'd say. Winds him through.
Going to wind it out. What's going to happen under brakes at the end of the straight?
Very close racing there. Brilliant stuff. A lot of pressure on the first lap on cold tyres as well.
Absolutely. It's don't be too brave on those cold tyres. You might find yourself exit stage left or right.
Ooh, as Tony makes a move into turn 1.
Bollerbrock, but he's not going to be able to hold that line, I don't think.
Alistair's kept it there.
Yes, he's done it around the outside through the S's. That was a great move.
Well, front wheel drives come into play there, I'd say.
Yep.
Look, fairly similar matched cars, although they're completely different dynamic. The front wheel drive and the rear wheel drive. As John goes up the inside of Alistair as well. Left the door open there a little bit as Paul gets in the mix.
Going to be trying to go 3 wide round the sweeper. That's not going to work too well.
Oh no, they'll give it a go. Nice clean racing in MG Racing.
It is. They're keeping it close, but full respect to each other.
As Paul just takes the inside of Alistair there into the cleavage.
Great stuff. Bollerbrock's still doing well. He's keeping those guys behind him.
Paul's made that little move stick from Alistair as Alistair just sticks to his bumper and tries to get the drag out under the old back straight.
Yeah, Tower 7, great looking car there, and the bright yellow powering up the back straight.
Yeah, unfortunately, Keith Ondaki in the Monster Stag is not here this weekend. He's had some other arrangements, but
okay.
It'll be back out soon. The one of the world's fastest stags, I'd say, that one. As we follow Hank Zwadovin and John Makem, followed by Vince and David Badgen just tagging on the end there, still holding on to Vince. Keeping the pressure on.
Absolutely. All line astern as they head up the start-finish straight.
Hank's starting to wind Alistair in by the looks of things. We'll see what evolves there in the next lap or two as John Makem puts a bit of pressure on Hank.
Yeah, a bit of difference in the appearance of those two cars, with one with car 33 there with the flares and car 36 without.
Yeah, so the MGB's a fairly Group S type MGB, whereas the Midget's a bit more of an open, slick type car. Again, still running an A series with fairly standard suspension. But a little bit bigger footprint with the tyre makes it a little bit easier around these tight little windy bits. We'll see if he gets alongside Hank here. He's put it on the right-hand side to go on the inside, coming onto the old back straight.
Not up on him,
ducked behind there.
And of course they'd be a little bit lighter than the MGB as well.
Would be, yeah.
It would be probably 200 or 300 kilos maybe heavier. I'm not too sure about that, but
looking at that, probably a very similar power to weight, I'd say, between the two.
Absolutely.
As you say, great looking car. John's a sign rider by trade and sporting his own company there, but presented the car beautifully as always. Always been a very nice car. As Hank just drives away down the back straight, I wonder if he's got a problem there. Oh no, John's caught back up again. Again, the power of the MGB just walking away down the back straight.
And a little bit more grip and handling from the Sprite. Is it a Sprite or a midget?
No, it is an MG midget, this one. I believe that it was an original MG midget. It was turned into a race car back in the 70s, and John bought it as a race car and recommissioned it and basically presented it as it is today. Had a few years off racing, John Makem, and last year I believe he got the bug and got back into it, and absolutely loving it out there. So having an absolute ball trying to chase down Hank and make him honest as they head into the sweeper.
Trying to throw the old lasso out to catch him down, keep up with him down the straights, but once he gets to the curly bits, he's
absolutely
able to close that gap. Meanwhile, out in front, Elliott with the fastest lap time of 1:34.7 is well and truly the fastest car on track.
I was having a chat to Simon earlier, and early on when he got this car on track, start of the year, he had a few little teething issues, which you do get with these sort of open cars. Lots of little random things that came up to play as he got it on track. But it looks like he's got this thing absolutely humming. He's really doing well out there.
It certainly hums. It sounds absolutely drop dead gorgeous as it thunders past.
Yeah, not a common thing to turn into a race car, the RV8 either. So again, an MGB chassis underneath, but RV8 panelling. It just looks spectacular. Great addition to the grid for MG Racing. We love a bit of diversity. As we see this thing handle, look how stable it is through these corners.
Yeah, he really hasn't got to try very hard at the moment with so much of an advantage. He's 23 seconds plus 23.6 seconds in front.
There's last year's championship winner Mike Trathen bringing his little midget through the windy bits. Again, great handling vehicle, this one, and Mike absolutely pedals it. He's a really passionate bloke, Mike, and he loves getting behind the wheel of his road registered MG midget race car. As you see there, he's got the plates on there, still fully registered since the 70s.
Okay. Thunders on down the back straight, jumps onto the brakes and hooks it to the left.
Just proof of why he won the championship last year. He's done well.
Yeah, nice and clean as he very smooth through that corner. Car 46 bar.
Don Bartlett there, he's cross-entered in Group S and MG Racing, so I would have thought he'd be a busy boy this weekend, but again, doing very well with a... he's done a 40 flat, 40.6, 1 minute 40.6 in a little Austin Healey Sprite. That's not bad around Winton.
That's good going indeed.
And again, another cross-entered car, David Badgent from New South Wales, is running Group S and in MG Racing. Again, another really passionate MG owner. Loves to get out and handle his little Sprite. And there's, again, as he has a little whoopsie onto the front straight. Let's see if Jason can take advantage of that into turn one.
Yeah, well, it's... I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap.
No, it doesn't look like it's affected David much. Throws it inside
up as they get into the corner, though. There's certainly a bit of a handling aspect, as you say, the front wheel drive coming to play.
Gordon Bunyan there in the Triumph Spitfire, just chasing down Jason there, trying to make him honest.
Yes, of course, that not being an MG is one of the invited cars.
Certainly is. We've got a lot of invited cars generally in the MG field. Again, love a bit of diversity, but opened up to other British sports cars of the similar era that we run at, as Gordon really puts the pressure on Jason. I believe it's Jason's birthday this weekend, so he'll be having an absolute ball running around on track. Not a bad way to spend your birthday.
Yeah, he's got the candle lit.
It's actually interesting hearing where Gordon has evolved this car from originally. Again, a fairly standard car when he first started racing it many years ago, and just slowly tickled away at it, getting it to where it is today. Yeah.
Yep.
And again, got it going very well.
Doing a great job. as the three cars swing onto the extended part of the track. Oh, slow and hand in the air there from 64.
Yeah, looks like David Badgett's going to be out for the weekend. He's had a bit of something go wrong there. Possibly just a bit too much racing this weekend for a little Sprite.
Yes, they can be a little fragile.
Well, we all can.
At least there's no plumes of smoke coming out, and hopefully there's no oil dropping on the track, but clearly something gone amiss on the car.
Oh, look, it's all fixable at the end of the day, isn't it?
That's right. It's just a matter of time and money.
That's it. As we come back to this battle between Hank and John Makem. Hank's just happened to gap John just a little bit on that last lap. See if John can crawl it back a little bit through the sweeper and the windy bits. Yeah, as we see David call it a day.
Yeah,
at least he's driving it off.
To the pits.
Again, as we see John crawling back to try and catch up to Hank in the little windy bits.
Closes it right up. Oh, hooks to the outside, trying to make it a run around the outside down in the cleavage.
He's going to give it a red-hot go here.
If he can hold it out there, he's got the inside run into the next corner. Not able to hold it up.
Making him work, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I'm behind you somewhere. You guess which side I'm going to pass you on.
Again, the power will come in here from the MGB and just walk away a little bit from John.
And of course we are on lap 8 of 8, so we are not very far from the checkered flag of this race.
No, Simon has passed the check and taken the race win for race 3. Well done, Simon. Oh, excuse me, last lap. Sorry.
So he's still making his way around.
He's on his cool down lap by the looks of things. He'll have his elbow out the arm, cruising around.
Yeah, he's probably got the radio turned up, listening to the news, having a bit of a cruise on his way home.
A serious bit of kit, this car. 6-speed sequential, 5-litre Rover V8, full floater rear end with some negative camber in the rear. You know, just a serious motor car in an MGB that looks like an RV8. It's just a grouse piece of kit.
Great machine.
On a Sunday drive by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's certainly not pushing the car terribly hard at all at the moment.
Oh, not a lot of point when there's no competition out there, but hopefully next round at Phillip Island for the Vic State that we are at, you know, there's hopefully some open V8s out there to give Simon a bit of a run for his money.
Yes, those long straights down there require plenty of grunt.
As he comes across the line to take first. Well done, Simon.
Beautiful stuff.
Again, we see our championship winner from last year, Mike Trathen, coming round onto the front straight to bring home second. All going to plan.
So he'll bag a nice little bunch of points for second place, and who knows what could happen at the end of the year.
Oh, look, the championship's all down to the last round with MG Racing. It's you can be winning the championship into the last round and come third overall. So it's a really good point structure that we run in MG Racing. It's really fair. We get 4-cylinder midgets racing against open 5-litre V8s, and just about anyone's got a chance to win.
Good stuff. 36 coming through now. Triumph TR7, MGB, and MG Midget.
Yeah, the quintessential MG Racing from the 80s, that is. That's, again, some of those cars have been around a long time. Again, we see the MGFs follow quite nicely behind each other to take the checkered. As we see Gordon Bunyan there in the distance, winding his way through.
And I think that we might only have 2 more cars perhaps to come to the finish line, but you can run through the final results there.
Again, Simon Elliott bringing in home in first, followed by Mike Trathen in second, and Don Bartley in the invited British class brings home third, closely followed by Tony Vollebrant in fourth. Paul Fernall's just wound his way back up to fifth and somehow got John Illingworth across the line or something. It's he's done well to do that, followed by Alistair Andarchi in number 7, and Hank Zwodoveen and John Makem followed closely by each other. Vince Cusciato in 10, and Jason Edwards in 11, Gordon Bunyan in 12 and Trevor Dunford 13. Got back out there and wound his way back up to 13. Tammy Hotz got back into in 14, and David Budgent has called it a day, and Danny and Ed have called it a weekend before the event.
Yeah.
Well, that's it from MG Racing. Thank you very much. And again, thanks. A huge thank you to VHRR for putting on a ripper event. Thanks for the weather, and a huge thank you to all the officials and Blendline TV from behind the scenes. Ripper event as always, and we'll be back next year.
Awesome, thank you very much. And coming up next will be the pre-1970 Racing and Formula Vee. But right now we'll take a break.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Okay, we caught a little bit short here. We missed the start of the grid there, but we have McInnes in 1, Laurie Bennett in 2, Faulkner in 3, Cafiso in 4, Fagan in 5, Raper in 6, Connor Ryan in 7, Bates in 8, Edwards in 9, and Mead in 10. And Edgar in position 11, Abby Wingate in position 3, that's 13, sorry, 14, is Paul Doherty, Christopher Jackson in 14, Ross McLaughlin in position 15, Josh Lowering in 16, Dean McLaughlin in 17, Michael Olsen in 18, Ashley Cutter in 19, Don Grieveson in position 20, Peter Moccasin in 21, Jonathan Scott in 22, and Harold Roberts right at the back in position 28. Now, Harold had a bit of an altercation earlier on with one of the other cars, a little bit of damage, which has been repaired.
Oh, good to see. Good to get them out on the track. It's amazing when the guys get back to the pits. If there's been a bit of damage, it's amazing where the camaraderie all sort of comes together. Even if even if they're guys you race against, they come and give you a hand and put tools and equipment and so on. They all like to see the cars get out onto the track.
Absolutely, and there was no shortage of help for Harold down in the pits.
So a huge collection of cars in this particular group, of course. So everything from the top Brabham Elford style cars right back to your historic cars, Graham Raper in the old monoskate, and Connor Ryan in the MG, back to Formula V's. Formula V's start off a little while after they start.
Yeah, it's a dual start situation, so we'll see these open wheeler racing cars launch. There'll be a bit of a break, and then the Formula V's will start. Bit of movement further back in the grid. I'm not too sure what was going on further back, but the first lot of cars are underway.
A group will start by Graham Raper there. He went down the outside, and the car 27, of course, is the Penrite car with Kavisco in driving that one. Oh, Connor Ryan getting very sideways in the old MG there as they come down into turn 3 and down to 4.
Yeah, 27 has made the pass on the car 126, Abby Wingate.
126 is actually
not
Fagan in the little Cooper. Interesting to see an air-cooled car up the front there as they come up into the Wrigley bits. Graham Raper just holding off the Penrite Elfin clubman. And here's the rest of the field. Look at that was Josh Lowry trying to get through on car number 80. And that's Chris Jackson from the Jackson family. There's a few of them here today. And down the inside goes car 99, which is Ross McLaughlin. So McLaughlin's all over the place. That's Josh Lowry getting a bit untidy, a bit unusual for Josh to do that. Josh gave us a bit of a hand yesterday on commentary with the Formula Ford, so he's got another feather in his cap if he wants to take over a bit of Formula Ford commentary.
And Harold Roberts immediately behind Josh in his car, so he's made up some places off the start from the back of the grid.
Car 38 is Jonathan Scott in an Alfa MG. So all sorts of variants, mostly Australian-built cars here. The early Elfins, car 85 is Don Grieveson. And Don Grieveson is usually very, very quick in these sort of cars. He's been around the traps for many, many years, had a bit of a long break from Formula Vee and from any sort of racing, as some of the other guys have. They've had these things stuck in their shed for some time, and house payments are out of the way, kids are off their hands, so let's go racing again.
Harold Roberts down the inside into the end of the back straight on the extended section of the Winton Raceway here.
Yeah, just stuck under Dean McLaughlin. Then,
here we go, car 34, big spin, sideways.
That's Ian Allen Mead in the Mead Motors car, the Cicada BMC Special. I think only he and his dry cleaner will know what happened there.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so there's young Josh doing his best and keeping it in the family. Young Josh is actually dating young Emily Tate, Ian Tate's granddaughter. So at least he's going with someone that likes to know about motorsport. Which Emily, I think, has had a go at go-karting and doing quite well. All right, there's our lead cars. We've got McGuinness, of course, with Bennett. And they made a fairly good run for it at the last race. It was only 0.22 of a second or something in the final countdown when they got to the flag.
Yes, well, Laurie might be in position too, but he's one man who's never going to try and give up.
Okay, replay coming up on turn 3.
So this is the Cicado. Oh, he just took a bit of a turn to the left to avoid another car.
The old meat safe MG just got round the side, and we've got going on here.
Josh Lowering is one of the cars.
And Josh Lowering, 99, of course, is Ross McLaughlin.
Safety car has been called.
Ross McLaughlin and Josh Lowering coming together. Formula Vee racing is always fairly close, but that looked like it was very close. The boys are okay to get a thumbs up to the fire marshal people.
Now Harold Roberts under attack here, but of course double flash yellows, double yellows, there'll be no passing.
And safety car, so there'll be a bit of a break here for a while they gather themselves all together and we retrieve the two cars up in the boondocks there. As we said, it's very slippery out on the grass, and of course the rescue guys are really a bit reluctant to back up too much into the grass themselves.
Yeah, they'll keep it on the black stuff and throw out a long rope.
That's the way. But the two drivers are okay, so they'll have a story to tell.
They certainly will, and
Josh,
as you say, the laundromat might have a bit more to add to that story.
Josh, yes, he's a great contributor to our VHRO newsletter. And if you've got about 10 minutes, you can sit down and read his articles. So he likes to scribe all sorts of stuff into the newsletter. So
he may have something to say about this.
He might have something to say about that, yes. Anyway, the boys are making sure each other are okay. That's the main thing. Like I say, they have rivals in this these sort of racing, but they look after each other.
Absolutely, it's everybody's dead set keen to keep an eye on everybody else. As here we go, we're going to have a replay of this incident. No, we haven't got any replay. I'm sorry, misheard. But both drivers have gotten back into their car, so perhaps they've just gotten out for a bit of a dance party and hop back in and drive on. I don't think so.
Well, I don't know why they're there, whether obviously some sort of contact, or they just avoided each other and ended up in the boondocks, but they're getting into the car as though they're going to have a go at getting back on the track again. There's Abby Wingate, car 23, that lovely little Elfin Formula Junior from the Elfin Heritage Centre. Hand going up, but she's
retiring off the track, so that's a bit of a shame for Abby. Keen competitor.
Always good when you see the long distance shots here at Winton and how picturesque it is, looking out into the countryside.
The old Australian bush.
A few years ago we had a long shot when we had, I think it was the main TV coverage, and they did a long shot out to the hills there. We could see the snow on the mountains, which would have been probably looking towards Banmore or somewhere over that way.
I think most of that, if there was any snow around in the mountains before yesterday, it's long gone, because plenty of rain about yesterday. And sorry, not yesterday, but Friday.
Friday, yeah.
And that has probably more than likely washed any snow away that was up in the hills. So, safety car going by our commentary position, and I see another car coming off on the second track exit down there. I'm not too sure whose car that is.
Just saw our weather update come up there, and we're at a sweltering 16.9 degrees here at Winton. The up is 16.7. It's gone down 2 degrees since I saw it last. And 63% chance of rain. It's coming in from the west. That's 5.9 kilometres an hour for the breeze. And the flags are flying very fluxy at the mast.
Now we are on lap 5 of 6, Ron, so I'm not too sure how much more of this race will occur as a racing situation, because we've still got safety cars out on track. making their way back into position.
Might be a lap dash to the finish.
Or it may even finish under safety car. There comes the Meat Safe Special you were talking about, Ron. Beautiful
Well,
car.
that's the old Harry Ford car, one that he started racing many years ago. They call it the Meat Safe Special because of all the drilling on the side of the engine bay. They were on the engine covers.
We're just not sure whether the drilling was to get the air out of the engine bay or lighten the bonnet.
Lighten it up, I would have thought.
So McGuinness from Bennett, but Bennett has got the faster of the lap time so far, a 129.37, as opposed to McGuinness with a 129.50. So
Okay, so it's going to be a one lap dash. Where is our lead car? Where are they coming up onto the straight?
Underway again, so green
flag.
light. And Laurie is going to look for any opportunity to get past.
I would have thought he could have been
a bit
twiggling
twitchy
under the brakes there.
under the brakes.
That's what I said. I thought he might have been a bit closer for the start. Caught him napping a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps his tyres have cooled off just that little bit. Car looks a little bit twitchy, even under brakes, down into turn 3. Can he get some temperature into it and work that car better down around the twiddly bits? Comes up on the back of McGuinness into the sweeper. I don't think McGuinness is going to give him any opportunity to get past. He's making that car as wide as he possibly can. Bennett looks for the outside. No opportunity there. Can he cut in and come back around on the cleavage there?
Both guys, of course, not wanting to be in the motor car, so there's not going with sheep stations here.
No.
Well, no one's told them about that. But there, Laurie raging up on the inside as they go down into the 50-yard marker. Won't get around there. Another bit twitchy under the brakes. He's really trying a bit of an effort here. But I think McGuinness has just got the legs as he has each time. But Laurie's got some pretty good brakes on this thing. As he does, he races up behind him right under the exhaust pipe. Doesn't quite get through. So McGuinness is pretty sure, unless he makes a mistake here.
And this is the final
this
corner.
is going to be another .00 sort of finish, I would say. Have a look at this. Down the line they come. And it's about the same, I reckon.
Ooh.
What have we got there?
I think McGuinness might have got it by
0.117. That's as close as you're going to get. Each time they've done that. Fantastic. And we go back to third place. Coming through should be Norm Faulkner. Faulkner has gone through. Raper has gone through for fourth.
Great drive from Raper.
Then we go Raper, Fagan and Ryan. So, apart from the safety car effort, it was quite a good race.
It was indeed, Ron. Laurie Bennett still with the fastest lap time there, a 129.37. So even though he's taken second spot, he has got the fastest lap time.
0.2 difference.
And that'll do it.
That will do it, and thank you again to Cool Drive Distribution for coming on board with that particular event. We love cool cars, they told me.
Now, car 80 is the first of the Formula V's to come through. Because this is sort of like a two categories in one. And the first of the Formula V is car 80 across the line. That's Jackson. Car 49 making his way around. Final corner for the MG. Powers it up and heads on down the straight. See, Harold Roberts finished in position 11 in another of the Formula V's. So good drive from Harold. as he was started at the back of the grid. Andrew McGuinness, Laurie Bennett, Norm Faulkner, Graham Raper, Peter Fagan, Connor Ryan, Antonio Cafuso, Barry Bates, Eddie Woods, Christopher Jackson rounds out the 10, Harold Roberts in 11, Dean McLaughlin 12, Alan Mead in 13, Don Grieverson, Michael Olson, Jonathan Scott in 16, Ian Edgar 17, Abby Wingate 1 lap down with in position 23, and that was it. So next up is CNA Touring Cars here at the 2023 Winton Festival of Speed.
I'm here with Justin. Justin's got a Nissan Exa Pulsar in Group CNA. Can you tell us a little bit about your car, Justin?
So it was built in 83 to run 83 and 84. Obviously end of Group C 84. Yeah, run by Christine Gibson out of Nissan Motor Company. Bob Muir ran at the 83 Bathurst with Christine, and then 84 Bathurst was Christine and Glenn Seaton. Yeah, not very successful, but very fast, small car. You know, going for class wins. Yeah, under Nissan Motor Company.
And how long have you had this car?
I think I've had it about 10 years now. Haven't raced it that much. Obviously, you know, one of one, not overly reliable, but very unique. Yeah, that's what I like about the car and the category.
And Winton Festival of Speed, have you been here before?
We ran it, I think I've been here twice. So yeah, the first time, yeah, and enjoy it, love Winton. Well, it's another racetrack, isn't it? It's technical and rewarding when you get it right. So yeah, love it.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Well, good afternoon again, Darren, again for our Group CNA cars coming up. And looks like a field is that a bit depleted, or have we got the same guys running? Tao up the front, Axia, Bill Cutler, Nilsson's, yeah, so and Neville Butler's there, of course, the little escort.
Good afternoon, Ron. Good afternoon, everyone. The final race of the weekend for the Group CNA Heritage Touring Cars. So these are the real deal, folks. We've got some great looking tributes here this weekend, but these are the real deal. The actual cars that raced on Australian circuits from 1973 right through to the end of the Group A era, which was 1992. So a great fleet of cars covering the Australian Group C rules, which ran from 73 through to the end of 1984. Then the International Group A Formula from 1985 that ran in Australia until the end of 1992. Then, of course, the following year we saw the introduction of what were called 5-litre touring cars at the time, but basically the growth or the birth of what we now know today as V8 supercars. Some great racing we've seen at the front between David Toe, Steve Axisa and Bill Cutler. David Toe, that spectacular drive in the number 44 JPS M3 yesterday. Ron had an issue on the warm-up lap where the car got too hot, got it restarted again and came right through from the back of the field. Was helped, it must be said, by a safety car mid-race, but nevertheless a great drive from David to take the win.
Oh, absolutely, fantastic drive, and as you say, we weren't sure why he sort of slowed down on that warm-up lap, and we found out that the computer or something, whatever it was, may have been suggesting you're overheating. Pulled in, turned it off, as you do with those things, turn them on 2 or 3 times and clicks over the computer and away you go again.
Good to see Ian Ross back out there too. Next, Mike Emery XD Falcon. The Ross family had a good couple of weeks actually, with Fraser Ross, Ian's son, taking victory in the GT race last weekend at Eastern Creek in the Shannons Insurance Audi. So great to see Fraser having some success there with Liam Talbot in the Shannons Audi, and Ian back out there on the circuit with his XD. Of course, Ian raced for many years in Group S with his Shelby GT350 and joined the ranks of Heritage Touring Cars a few years ago with the XD coming out that we hadn't seen race before in Heritage Touring Cars. So great to have another addition there, another big fat Falcon out there on the grid.
I wondered actually where that Shelby got to. I have no idea, I haven't seen it around anywhere at all. But Ian, of course, is the promoter of this particular event.
Yep.
That's
VHRR.
another feather in his cap that he's got. He heads up the committee that put all this event together.
Well done to all the officials and everyone involved in the Winton Festival of Speed. We thank you very much for your efforts. And, of course, as usual, everyone down on the corners waving the flag, and all the fireys all do a great job standing out the weather all day long. We get to stand up here and ponce around in the commentary box, but they're out in the weather doing the real work. So thank you very much.
And not forgetting those trackside guys that have been tiptoeing through the mud for the weekend.
Yeah, pretty wet yesterday morning.
My word. Okay, unstarters orders.
Rolling start for Group C and Group A touring cars. Here we go, folks. Axisa from the Commodore, Toe and the BMW, and they're away. Good start from Axisa from the Commodore. Toe has the inside line into the S's, but Steve Axisa very late on the brakes and takes the lead onto the old front straight. A great start from the Commodore. Cutler in third, Nilsson in the Nissan is fourth. That's Sawford, Keem, Nathan Gordon, Justin Matthews, Neville Butler, Ross, Vondrasek, the big XC hardtop. What a start, Ron, from Steve Axisa from the Commodore. It leads around the sweeper.
Magnificent. I saw him get off the line, absolutely bogged it down, and away he went. And just had the legs, as you say, and the horsepower, the big V8 getting going. And Tao will make him work pretty hard in the Ridley mix. As I just speak, he goes on the inside. Lovely move there for Tao, which is perhaps understandable. Lovely, much more nimble sort of car to get around. But let's have a look at the horsepower as we get out onto the main straight. And actually, it may just have the power down the straight. No, the little BMW is pretty nimble.
Got out of that corner very nicely and didn't give Axisa a sniff at all as they head out to the newer part of the circuit. Greg Keane, meanwhile, rounded up the A9X of Tony Sawford.
A little Alfa getting a bit of air under itself there. It pushed itself up over the top of the rebel strip as
Ian Ross
gets by. Yes, or no, under the brakes again. The little Alfa should be pretty nimble right here. But it is a little bit of sideways action there as the little Escorts have put on a fantastic race previously, hanging on to the end of the strip.
The Escort looks about half the size of that big XD Falcon ahead of them. Axisa right on the tail of David Toe. Cutler in third. Justin Nilsson did another gearbox this morning, so that's a second of the gearboxes for Nilsson this weekend. As you see, Nathan Gordon in the Alfa coming under attack from Justin Matthews in the ex-Bob Holden number 45 Mark II Escort. makes the pass, so good drive there from Matthews, goes up into 8th. Now Gordon has the yellow Escort behind him of Neville Butler, looking to put a move. And what a race we saw this morning, Ron, between the Escorts of Matthews and Butler.
Okay, yes, report of 49, Ian Ross losing fluid somewhere, so he may get a pink ball flag or something like that to pull in.
Might be perspiration, Ron. He's having to work pretty hard.
It is, it's coming out of the back, you can see it's some sort of overflow. Not quite sure why it should be coming out of there, but anyway, they proceed on, and it's still Ross out in front, and the two, the Escort and the Alfa and the Escort, making it all very hard for him. Now the lead cars just disappeared out of our sight. They're not on screen at the moment. Here they are as I speak. 69 Axios, and well, we've got Toe. Is Toe in the picture? Yes, there he is. And he's got a good lead this time. Then back to Bill Cutler.
Justin Nielsen holding down 4th, and that unique front-wheel drive turbocharged Nissan Exa.
There's a photo of it on Facebook just a short time ago in bits. The gearbox all over the place, so he's done well to get it up here.
Justin probably should have Velcro mounts on that gearbox in that car. It comes out that often.
Oh, really? Okay.
Great work from the guys to get the car back on the track, and he's holding down a strong 4th place at the moment in front of Tony Sawford. Next, Alan Grice racing A9X hatchback. Car that Gricey ran in the Touring Car Championship in '79. Unfortunately, was written off against one of those many Earth Banks at Service Paradise and reshelled and taken to Bathurst as a team car in 1979. Then Gricey ran the team's other car into 4th place with the great Alfie Costanzo as co-driver.
Grice car you're just talking about on screen.
Alfie just about would have needed a cushion on the driver's seat to see over the dashboard of the A9X, wouldn't he? The diminutive open wheeler champion.
Okay, short in stature. Okay.
Greg Keem in the number 14, ex-Bob Holden Racing Escort, trying to put a move on Sawford. The Holden has the legs down the straight. The trusty 308 Holden under the bonnet of Sawford's A9X.
Whether that was a bit of surge, I'm not too sure, which these cars did suffer from years gone by, but would have thought it was sorted out by now. But yes, but he's still going, and that's the main thing. There goes that lead car as he's not on screen at the moment, but he's heading down towards turn 3. Got a big gap then to Axia in, he's doing 135 to Toe doing a 133. So good gap there.
Ross in the Falcon.
Still losing whatever it is coming out the back.
Only did a handful of meetings as a touring car back in the day, then became a sports sedan for a few years, but not a lot of sponsorship on there, of course. One of the multitude of privateer touring cars we used to see back in the day. Some guys only ran 1 or 2 races a year.
That's right.
Basically paid for the whole thing out of their own pocket with no big sponsors, and the Mike Emery machine there is a great example of that. Justin Matthews right on the tail of Ross, getting very close to that wide rear end of the XD.
Going a long way around there, but the Falcon gets pretty big, but if he gets a bit of a lurch here, he might just get down the inside. No, he takes the switch back, tries to do the flip back across there and come on the inside, but Ross should have the legs down the straight.
351 Clevo under the bonnet of the XD Falcon. 1600 Crossflow under the bonnet of the Matthews Escort, hiking a couple of wheels over the curb. Always great to see. That's usually the territory of Neville Butler. We've seen plenty of photos of Nev up on 2 wheels.
He's Neville, as you say, I can see him in a distance, still harassing the Alfa Romeo up there.
Tom Vondrasek and the Big XC hardtop might have run out of tyres. He's quite a way back from Butler after having that great battle with the Escorts in the earlier race this morning. to be still having a very solid meeting in the wheel of the ex-Rusty French racing machine. It's Nathan Gordon trying to fend off Butler. Gordon having his first run in the family's Alfa 105, a car that his father owned and backed back in the day. Wayne Harrison drove that car at Bathurst. Bill McGoffin had it in his ownership, his very careful ownership for many years, and the Gordon family purchased the car back recently. So it's come full circle with Gil Gordon's son, Nathan Gordon, behind the wheel, trying to fend off that escort of Cutler. Nathan usually seen at the wheel of a very big blue HQ Monaro in historic touring cars, has jumped into the heritage touring cars. Nothing between the Alfa and the Escort through the twisty bits. Neville has his blinker on. Is he telling Nathan that's the side I'm going to pass you on, or what is he doing?
I'm sure. He's certainly not wanting to turn right just there, I'm going to show you. If he now, wheels up, that'll be in one of the photos in a magazine somewhere. He really does have a very tight front end on that car. It tips the wheels up very easily. The Alfa, of course, be a beautiful little car to drive in these. They were just suited for this sort of racing, long distance racing. The little Alfa GDAs, of course, are the lightweight version of the same sort of car. Were very unbeatable in European racing for many, many years.
Yeah, and the great multiple Le Mans winner Derek Bell drove an Alfa at Bathurst back in the 70s as a guest drive. Not quite as successful as Jackie Hicks was his first time at Bathurst with a win, outright
That's
win
right,
in 77.
yeah.
But yeah, Derek drove one.
Yep.
Cutler right on the tail of Gordon. He'll be enjoying this. Not often some of the smaller cars get to race with fellow smaller cars on some of the, particularly some of the longer circuits like Phillip Island or Sandown, but the confines of Winton have brought the small cars out in force. Bill Cutler holding down a solid third place in the ex-Schnitzer M3. That's definitely a BMW worthy of the famous M badge. They seem to be throwing around on everything these days. SUVs, which I don't quite understand.
That's right.
Justin Nilsson keeping Bill honest though in that little Nissan Exa. The number 60 front-wheel drive turbocharged machine built by Gibson Motorsport for Christine Gibson to race. She shared the car with Glenn Seaton at Bathurst in 1984. Very young Glenn Seaton. He would have been about 18 or 19 years of age.
Apparently in those days, of course, very hard to steer. These things suffered terribly from torque steer. And you put the foot down, I think I want to go right or left, you weren't sure where you were going. They seem to have sorted that out in later years.
Justin has owned that car for many years and has dialed most of that out. And he's really starting to give Bill Cutler the hurry up. And really trying very hard to reel in that number 46 BMW. So Bill will have to keep the eyes peeled.
Well, he'd be an optometrist and he'd probably do that very well.
He certainly would. He certainly would. 2 laps to go in the last race for the Group C and A Heritage Touring Cars. David Toe, fastest lap of 1:33.8 on lap 2. Certainly been the class of the field this weekend. Steve Axisa in the ex-Scotty Taylor, Kevin Kennedy VH Commodore. Car that ran in 5 consecutive Bathurst.
Just coming on screen was getting past the Butler, got past the Alfa, Gordon. So that was a good move, right up into the tank, ducked down the inside, thank you, away I'll go. So let's see who's got the horsepower down the straight. And the Alfa pulls out, up down into the braking area. I don't think he's going to get it from that end.
Neville's been around a few years and he didn't give Nathan a sniff at all there. Covered that inside line. Saying to Nathan, well, you want to try it around the outside, mate? Here we go. Can he do the crossover? Neville says, I don't think so.
Brakes. very late under braking there. I'll have this corner, thanks very much.
The Esky pretty handy under brakes, as is the Alfa.
Our lead car must be coming down the back straight, so we'll look up for him when he comes along.
Last lap for David Toe in the last of the M3s built by Frank Gardner. And he's heading towards a 3 from 3 result for the weekend. Great effort from David and the team. Had to work really hard in the first race yesterday afternoon. It's been pretty much plain sailing for him today. And David Toe will take the win in the final race for the Group C and A touring cars. Steve Axisa closed in right at the end there. Great drive from the Sydney sider in the VH Commodore. Bill Cutler should get home in 3rd place and does so.
60.
Justin Nelson on the last lap was right up there with Bill Cutler in that battle for 3rd. It looks like he will not post a finish.
There were a couple of puffs of smoke earlier up in the cleavage area up there with a misfunction in the engine.
Well, that's devastating there for Justin on the very last lap with inside of the flag. Was certainly up there for 4th, but challenging for 3rd briefly there. And
all that work, putting the gearbox and things back together.
Yep, so it looks like he won't get home.
Oh, and just on the line.
Tony Sawford rounds up Greg Keem right on the line. And Justin Nilsson and the Nissan won't even make it into the pit, so it's a fairly serious issue, unfortunately, for the little Exa. Ian Ross was 6th in the Big XD, had a great battle there, held off Justin Matthews in the Escort. They had a battle all race long, so that was fantastic to watch. Certainly be watching that again on Blendline TV. Neville Butler was 9th.
Yes, you can actually catch up with all this action for the next little while. It's all on replay on YouTube. You can pick it up a little later on.
Actually, I think Nathan, yeah, exactly. I think Nathan Gordon got past Butler on that last lap.
Might have done.
We were looking at the...
Oh, it was Neville Butler tapping the top of his car. He's happy with all that.
Oh, a great battle bear.
Gordon behind here waving. They had a good little race.
So David Toe, the winner from Steve Axisa. Bill Cutler was 3rd in the BMW. Sawford 4th in the A9X. Greg Keem 5th. Ian Ross in the Falcon 6th. Justin Matthews 7th in the Escort. Nathan Gordon finished right over the top of Butler there, right at the end in 8th. Butler 9th, and Justin Nilsson didn't quite get to the line, but will be classified 10th. Nevertheless, thank you very much to the Group C and A touring cars. And thank you very much once again to all the officials coming up very shortly. Thank you also to Cool Drive Automotive. We love cars, of course they do Cool Drive. Thank you for your support of Group C and A touring cars. Coming up next, we'll have Alfa Romeo and Invited Cars. I'll sign off now. Ronnie, thank you very much. Hope to see you all at Historic Sandown, November 10 and 11.
Thanks, Darren. Good call again, as always. So, Darren, the guru of all things touring cars. He's been doing it for a while now, and we enjoy having his company calling the races. Okay, we'll take a little break for a short time. Back shortly.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Okay, Alfa Romeo and Invited races coming up. This is their third race for the weekend. And Colin has come on board. Colin would normally have been running, but he's Alfa Romeo had a gremlin in there somewhere. So here we are again calling the races for your Alfa Romeo people.
Yeah, thank you. The guys are lining up again now. Mark Bagetto off position 1, Simon Grierson off 2, Michael Musamichi off 3, and Alfio Musamichi, Michael's father, off position 4. So these guys race against each other fairly regularly, so should be an interesting run.
Absolutely, it probably depends on who has to do the dishes as to who wins.
I think they're subcontracted to somebody else in the family somehow.
Very good.
We've got a good group out here, a mixture of the V6 more powerful cars, but a good group of the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder cars as well. I think we're getting down into that now on the list. Yeah, Rob McKee, Rick McGoffin, Mick Aaron's in there. Mick had some problems, I think, in the last run. But it's a good collection of cars, some quite powerful and others, the front-wheel drive ones.
Now, Bagetto was a pretty quick car, and Grierson as well. But what happened to Aaron's? He was one of the quicker cars for the weekend.
Yeah, it's back on the trailer and going back into Melbourne, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's
what a shame.
One of the quicker V6 cars. Grierson's cars are 3.5 litre V6, and the Musamichi cars are the first of the front-wheel drive cars. So quite a range of vehicles.
That's a good idea. Good mix.
Yeah.
Front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive.
And off position 6, we've got just coming in, I think, thereabouts one of the earlier 1960 model cars, late 1960s cars. So big range of fun.
So 777, of course, Grierson, he was pretty quick in the previous races.
Indeed, yes.
They have got 3rd or 4th, something in that list.
Yep. So, but yeah, very range of cars with different sorts of performance curves. They're quick in different parts of the circuit, so it makes it for interesting running.
Certainly does. Now we're getting ready for a start. And Bagetto in car 21. Oh, he muffed it off to the start a little bit there, and Grierson in 777 got a really nice start. Oh, he's being swabbled up by a lot of cars there, so maybe too much wheel spin or slipping clutch or something, but he's dropped right back into the pack as they come up onto the old pit straight. Bit of a wriggle by a few of the cars there, but Grierson 28 is going on the wide side, looking for a way around up the top there as they head down into turn 4 for the weekend. And it's Grierson got a fantastic start in car 207 as they go around the top of the big sweeper.
But Alfio in the blue GTV is well up there, and we'll see them come through towards the pointy end again, I think.
Right, I'll save up to the top of the circuit they go. That 777 is Grierson, who is leading at the moment. There's 28, which was Bagetto trying to make his way through. He'll catch up a little bit. He made a very fluffy old start, unfortunately, and cursing himself right to this minute. Anyway, they head down towards the hard left-hand, bit of heavy braking goes on there, big swing into the left, locks up the left-hand front wheel, gets it through the corner quite nicely. The rest of the field making their way through. Now this car 51, that's Aaron's that we were talking about before. So
yep, they must have got it back on the road again.
Decided to come back and have another go.
Yeah, well, we'll see him working his way up towards the front, I'm sure.
I thought I saw him start from the back of the field, actually. So as I say, they got it out in time to get a start, which is good. So he'll be kind of amongst the pigeons as he picks up quite a few cars heading down towards the S's.
He's now coming up on one of the front-wheel drive cars, a much later model, McGoffin's car. So it's interesting to see the difference in the engineering and the handling of these cars.
Oh, my word, my word.
So here comes Mark now. There we go. The V6 has got plenty of power.
Yes, a nice car, the V6. and he's tucked right in behind the 75 Panetta. No, that's not Panetta, is it?
Yeah, that's Panetta. That's a 4-cylinder 16-valve car, but Aaron's has got much more power.
So I was looking at the screen and it wasn't saying what was actually on the track. So yes, Aaron's has now got a bit of a clear run. He's coming up onto the back of Grierson and Houston, Silly and Maribla. So that'll be Aaron's is way down on the list on the actual screen. But once they go over the start line,
he'll pick up again there.
Come up again. So he'll really be pushing to get up there. And 28, Bigetto locking up a break there as well.
Now these three, the red and the blue cars, were at the pointy end in the previous race, and I think they're working their way back up again.
I think that's quite right, Colin. As we'll wait till they go over the finish line very shortly. Blue fleet now coming up there. Here we go. So there should be a change on the screen very shortly.
Yeah.
777 Grierson.
In the meantime, Grierson and Musumeci are making hay, getting up as far away as they can. So,
oh, look at that! I'll go this way, I'll go that way. He's all over the place trying to get past, but he decided to stay back where he is and make a run for it somewhere else. Must have a fair bit to go in that car. He's really picking him up quite quickly.
Yeah. So you see a rear-wheel drive, nicely balanced car against a front-wheel drive car, and the black 17 is front-wheel drive. Different approaches.
Absolutely.
Quick in different parts of the track. So.
Right, and bouncing up over the top of the curbs. Very spectacular doing that. It's not always the quickest way around, but it's making it look pretty spectacular.
But Simon is neat and tidy. This is a car that he's not had for as long as many of the other drivers, and it's really going very well.
Certainly as he pulls the way down. He's a P plater too, I see, so that means he hasn't been really running for that long.
So, we've lost them. There
My eyes have gone a bit funny there, but anyway, away we go. Now, we'll have the power here, the V6.
I think so.
He might just have the... If we come up into the braking,
here we
more
go.
modern car braking. Look at that. Fantastic.
Just to prove me wrong.
Yes, no, that was newer car, bigger brakes, probably run Bembo brakes. Oh, he's gone a bit wide on the track. Oh, please don't. He just missed that. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. That was very close. But,
okay, we can settle down again
that
now.
caught him at his attention, I can assure you.
Yeah, and hasn't, still hanging in there. So
that means that 28, Bigetto is now up into second place behind Grierson. So, yes, that little misdemeanor dropped 17 right back, unfortunately.
So it'll be interesting to see now 28's turbocharged 2-litre car against the leading car, which is 3.5 litres normally aspirated.
And Aaron's just getting past 707, that's Maribla.
Yeah.
So he's moved up into 5th place already, so he's doing very well. He's got another 4 laps or so to do it.
Yeah. But so, using all of the track and a bit more.
Oh, and
here
we've
we
got
go.
17 spinning as well. That was...
Michael Musumeci.
Yes,
he's around but away again quickly. So.
I think a bit of over-exuberance there and probably trying to make up a bit of room for when he made a mistake.
Last race of the day, I think. Yeah.
And all things today, I mean, track temperature's not been very good to induce warm tyres and stuff like that.
No, particularly this time of the afternoon, it's cooling down quite a bit.
So here we've got the 2 red Alfa Alfettas.
Yeah, Simon Grierson's still out in the lead, and the turbo car of Mark Bigetto coming right up towards him now. Meanwhile, back in the 4-cylinder front-wheel drive cars, they're climbing all over each other as they usually do.
Oh, and he's it's 10 Wilson getting a bit untidy there. And 65 taking the wide line. That's McKee.
That's Richard McKee.
And then 6 is the other McKee.
Yes, his father and son team.
Oh, there you go.
In fact, father and 2 sons, as it happens. But meantime, we...
and he's gone off. One of the 65 is Armour Key.
Yeah, so Richard, this is the patriarch of the family, so he's
doing a little bit of rallycross there.
Yeah, he'll be in for a bit of commentary tonight. So.
Oh, he just got it going. I think it's very, very muddy out there.
Meanwhile, the V6 versus the turbo still working away.
Bruce are doing a good job of this, just holding on. Doesn't look quite as a racier sort of car as 28, does it? It's moving around a bit more on the track.
28 is probably had a longer development. It's a car that's been around for some time.
I think so. I'm just told by looking at the way the cars are sitting on the road.
So a bit higher, a bit softer on the 3.5 litre car, but it's all working. So. And they are very close.
Oh, just the gear change here. You see 28 just sneak up on the gear change. And if they're anything like the gear change I had on mine, you've got to be pretty precise with those. They get a bit rubbery.
Meanwhile, the front-wheel drive cars are heading in all directions again.
707 has decided to call it quits.
Yeah, Carmelo Mirabella. I think he might be trying to get it started back up again. So
here we are down into the S's. It's on between these two. And still 28 on the inside. That'll be the hard way around for both of them. Oh, he's got the inside running.
I think, yes.
He'll accelerate up onto the old pit straight.
If he can light the turbo up, this is going to be fun. So
might just get it. Yes, he has got it. But that's been a good run right through the whole field. 77, Gruson holding first place for quite some time. And they're on 6 of 8. Here we've got a replay coming up on turn 10.
As Richard McKee, I suspect, is going to go straight ahead at this point.
I'll see you later. I'm going down here. Yeah. Oh, my word. Oh, no. And now we've got one of our other front runners getting off the line. That's Aaron's. He'll be out into the boondocks as well. Well, he looks like he's on some fairly firm ground.
Well, maybe.
But he might have slick tyres on there, so maybe he won't get going. Bit of flame coming out the exhaust.
Hopefully he's in a nasty position there as the cars come through. So
I don't think it's going to happen today, but we've had many a car stop just like that and the grass catches fire.
Yeah. Well, he's managing to get there, I think. So.
Oh, what a shame, because I was looking forward to, he was in third places when that happened.
Yeah. Further back, a Group S car here, number 142. Much fewer modifications, 1977 or thereabouts car. But still a lot of fun to drive.
My word, absolutely.
So our Twin Spark Cup cars, a separate category for these little front-wheel drive cars. Minimum of modifications, it's good, cheap racing.
So that's McKee and Wilson.
Indeed.
In close company there. Okay, replay coming up.
So
this will be Aaron's going off into the boondocks.
I would think.
Or he went up to the high side.
Yep, there we go.
Quite spectacular, but not the right way to get around.
The back end locks up and around it goes. So where are we now?
We're up 2 laps remaining from what I could see.
And Alfio Musamichi in the blue number 5 is holding out Michael, his son. So
you see 17 there getting very twitchy coming through there. It's he's had a couple of offs already today. So I wonder if he's got an issue there with the handling.
No, I think just an excessive enthusiasm.
Probably. Let's call it that anyway. He was getting very twitchy on a few corners and has spun and nearly hit the wall earlier on. So anyway, it's a learning curve for everybody.
So the blue Alfetta here is a turbo car and rear-wheel drive, and the following is a V6 front-wheel drive. So very different configurations, but good racing together.
Car 5, sitting on the road very well too, isn't it? That's there's the two. You called them some other name before.
Which one? The
5 and 17. Same family.
Yes, that's right. Father and son, I think. Yes, there we go.
Alfonso or some other name you gave them. Is that the one?
Yeah, Alfio is
Alfio.
in the number 5. But there are a number of father and son competitions going on through the field. So,
right, okay.
Two of our little front-wheel drive cars here belong to identical twins.
Oh,
So,
well, there you go.
Yeah, so they blame each other. Yeah,
of course.
So what have we got? 6 and 10 here. So David McKee and Brad Wilson in the 147s.
So that is 8 of 8, but we haven't seen the lead car. That'll be at 28.
I think so.
Baguetto.
He's back in Mark Baguetto again in the turbo car, is stretching its legs. So, yeah.
Well, he's had a good weekend.
Yes, it's a car that's been under development for a while, and it's just starting to show its potential.
My word. All the stickers on the side. He's had a few events. He has to take the stickers off.
Well, it's been run in a number of different forms with different engines, but this current engine's something spectacular, I think, and there we go.
Well, a good win to Baguetto. He some good couple of seconds in front of everybody else, or 3 seconds in fact, 137, 139 to Greason, which is running in for second place. That was the V6.
That's correct, the 3.5 litre, yep.
So, yeah, good win there.
And back in the field, it's still going on with the front-wheel drive cars. They don't give up until the very last.
That's 64, Mueller and Wilson.
Yeah. Again, good friends, raced together in various Alfas over the years, and they get out there together, and it's no holds barred.
Absolutely. Well, I suppose that's the way it should be, so long as they all end up putting it on the trailer at the end of the day in one piece.
Indeed. I wish mine were on the trailer already.
Yes. Yes, you unfortunately had a bit of a coolant issue or something like that.
Well, yes, it's the coolant was on the outside of the engine, unfortunately. So,
never mind. Well, a big thank you to Gippsland Car Club for bringing us that particular event. Gippsland Car Club Incorporated. There's a website there that you can see, and John Bryan to be the man to get in touch with down there. Gippsland Car Club put on fantastic events down at their Bryan Park Hill Climb. I don't know whether you've had a go down there, Colin, have you?
No, I've not seen it.
Worthwhile going down. It's a track that they can make about 5 or 6 configurations in, and it's more like a circuit, really like a race circuit, but a few ups and downs. So it's pretty spectacular to have a drive on. So
there we are with the results, and a good mixture of older and newer front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars in that top 10. Excellent racing for the day.
Thanks very much, Colin. Thanks for your input from the Alfa people to help us along with that event. It's always good to have a bit of intimate knowledge about what's going on.
Very welcome. Thank you.
All the best, mate. Thank you.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Okay, HQ Holden's out on the circuit now for the last event of the day, and it's been a fantastic weekend of motor racing, full-on racing. Fortunately, in the dry. If you were here on Friday, you would thought we were going to be swimming around the place, but fortunately, it's all gone away. We've had 2 magnificent days. I've got Dave on board to bring us the HQ Holdens, which has been brought to us by the Hobart Sporting Car Club. And thank you very much, Dave, for coming on board with your knowledge of all things HQ Holden.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the sun's gone down, but I can guarantee you this is going to be a hot, well thought out HQ race. This is for the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy. So as they all start to warm themselves up over the back there through the cleavage, we'd like to thank all our sponsors for Tyre Power, Magilton Electrical, and also Mountain Ararat Freighters, and all our sponsors throughout the season for HQs in Victoria. We really like to thank you so much. We've got Ryan Woods, who put it on pole yesterday, but he's been second in both races. Kenny Wright has slowly got up into 3rd position. They will be trying to grab hold of and do something with Andrew Magilton, the 14 car, the Middies electrical car. It's been on fire this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Literally, he's taken off on race 1 and has not let anyone else go past him so far. The final race, like I said, this is for Dallas Crane. This will be very, very interesting. Dallas Crane was taken from us many years ago and way too early. So a great mate in HQ Racing throughout Tasmania and all the rest in Victoria. Great mate of mine, great mate of everyone's that was around then with Dallas Crane. And what HQRA does for Victoria is we also look after the people that certainly looked after us throughout all the years. So the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy, this will be interesting. Andrew Magilton's got his hands on it. Can anyone knock him off? Side by side, door handle to door handle racing. 6-cylinder Holdens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the sun's gone down. Let's liven it up. Let's get the HQ Holdens ready to do the final race, the VHRR this weekend. Getting everyone lined up there. Magilton, Woods, Wright, Ross, Rogers, Wise, Banks, Beckers, McLeod, Jardine, rounding out the top 10. Glenn McDonald riding behind you, the Ready Rose car, the 87. We're just waiting for it to happen, and there we go. Magilton's got a magnificent start. Wise has got a good one. Ross, McLeod, Rogers. This will be interesting, but have a look at where Magilton is, everyone. As they come up towards the canteen, give them a wave, everyone. This is lap 1 of 8. Oh, Ross has gone out wide in turn 4. Wise has only got up the inside of him down into turn 3, turn 4. Magilton, we got that as they come through. We've got McLeod. McLeod has come off.
Talk what's on there.
McLeod has come off turn 3, all the way back. He might stay in front of the safety car, but he's gone way back, the 82 car. Still Fabrications, he'll be upset with that. But we've got 7.5 laps to go. There's Johnny Wise on screen. In front of him is the Steve Banks car, the 78 car. Rod Rogers, you can see there, the 33 car, the fluoro green or yellow, you could say there. Kenny Wright, right in behind Woods. Gavin Ross there in the 33 car. Then we've got Johnny Wise. Rogers, and we also got Perry Becker's there in the 89 car. That car hasn't raced for many, many years, and it's come back on the track looking like brand new. As always with Perry Becker's panels, they really do a really good job with all their HQs, I tell you
Yes,
what.
beautifully presented, as are all the cars, really. They're really, you know, could win a Concourse Elegance with some of these cars. They're so nicely put together.
Certainly is. There we can see it on the screen, which is absolutely fantastic. Right behind them is Raj JD in the number 8 car. Over the start finish line, 7 laps remaining. A 151.58, that's better than a 152.27 in the last race. So Magilton, Woods, Wright, Ross, Rogers, Wise, Beckers. Legality's up into 8, Lawton into 9th, Mick Magilton in 10th. Kenny Wright, about a car and a half length there going through turn 3. We can see it on the screen there. The KW Home Improvements car there, Ryan Woods, a 25 car, is for sale. I understand someone was fairly keen, but he's sick and unable to come this weekend to hand over the folding stuff or at least touch it. So if someone wants a quick car, best place to buy it is straight off the racetrack up here at Winton, the VHRR historical round.
Yes, they're all going pretty well, Dave, aren't they? That 13 car you're talking about, Wright, sorry. You're saying, is that the car for sale? Is that the one for sale?
No, the one in front of it, Woods there, the 25 car, yeah.
That'll be, as you say, always proof of the pudding is to have a car out on the track, then we see how it's going, and as you say, they come along with their foldings and buy that car on the spot. But McGilton, Woods, Wright, Ross, Radjas, is it, and then Wise, and then Becker,
Rogers, yeah.
and then Longley, and they back down to Lawton for 10th place. So a good run between 33 and 38. That's the Ross and Radjas, as you say?
Rogers. Yeah, look, Rogers got in front of Ross.
He has.
So there's Johnny Wise right behind him. We put 2 brand new tyres on the back of Wisey's car, so let's hope that will certainly help him. Just got no rear grip, Wise said. So, okay, here we go. Rocket Rod, the 33 car, the Flying Dutchman's in front of Gavin Ross, the 38 car. Gavin Ross does a lot of dyno work, GMG in automotive there in Box Hill. Perry Becker's, Ray Jardine in behind. Perry Becker's there. So we're looking from 4th to 8th. Andrew the Gillardy, then behind him is Lawton, Mick Magilton, Steve Banks, 76 car. He's certainly gone back a fair way. Be interested to see what happened to him or what's going on. We're just having a bit of a look over the back there. We can see them side by side. Banks is trying to go onto the outside. On the inside there is Lawton. So Banks is trying to come back. But on the TV screen, we've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd. We've got Andrew Magilton. We've got Ryan Woods and also Kenny Wright. Keep an eye on Kenny Wright. He was too far back behind in race 2, but he's certainly a little bit closer. And we've still got 6 laps remaining here for the Dallas Crane Petrol Trophy. Dallas Crane, an absolute weapon, a gentleman. He used to be the Ninja Turtle, we used to call him, old Dallas Crane. He was fantastic on the Thunderdome and also on the flat track.
I've got to ask you why.
Mate, sometimes with Tasmanians, you just don't know why, you know? like, there's a lot of jokes, there's a lot of sayings we can say about them, but I'll tell you what, they love their motorsport, and Dallas was 110% behind
of course,
the HQs.
That's where the category started in Tasmania, of course, wasn't it? The HQs, going back a long time.
Yeah, certainly well, it was. In 1986, there was a round table in a pub in Tasmania. There was 6 blokes there that were trying to work out affordable motor racing. How can we get some people that want to have a go, motor racing, cheap, affordable, and that? So they looked at the Geminis, they looked at a few other classes, a few Fords and things like that. And all of a sudden, one guy said, well, there's a HQ out the back there, why don't we race them? There's lots of HQs everywhere. And then by 87, 88, they started making HQs in Tasmania. And look at that, 33 years later, we're still racing
going,
HQs.
Yes. I think they tried another category with the 253 V8s, didn't they, to see if that was going to be pliable, but I think they found it actually more expensive to run.
Yeah, well, they certainly was. Like the HQ Holden is sort of like a go-kart. You know, the brakes are average, the steering's average. As soon as you turn the wheel, you lose a bit of power and things like that. So you've got to be very, very smooth, like the first date that you went on many, many years ago, or last century. So, you know, but it was one of those things. Smooth is fast, and there's a lot of V8 supercar guys that have driven them. Jim Richards, Johnny Bow, Dick Johnson, Peter Brock, Phil Brock. The list goes on of the V8 supercar guys that have jumped in these HQs and have raced. Up in Darwin many, many years ago, we were able to get a lot of those guys into HQs. Mate, they laughed, they joked. At the end of the day, they said, awesome. awesome for HQ, and it's absolutely fantastic. So
that's fantastic. Well, McGilton's still got a good lead.
Yes.
45.9 to 46 for Woods. So as you say, if anyone's looking to buy a good car, there's the Woods car. It's flying a good, strong second spot. So let's see if they come over the strike again. The lead car's just gone past us here. The rest of the group now coming down onto the main straight. We watch on the TV screen. And Blendline TV, of course, bringing us this fantastic event for the whole weekend. Thanks to Blendline TV for coming on board and helping the VHRR and the Winton Motor Raceway put on a fantastic event.
Well, they certainly are, mate. You know, because I take my hat off to them because they do an absolutely fantastic job. You know, not just in Victoria, New South Wales as well. And Blendline TV is actually getting grassroots motorsport back onto the TV for the mums and dads and everyone like that who loves to see. Oh, I can remember when I bought that brand new. I can remember when such and such had one, and oh my God, I wish I never sold it.
Exactly.
You know, it's just one of those things. So we've got a car that's
lots of stuff coming through Facebook and on the phone saying what a great coverage it is. I think they had 6,500 people watching it just yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So we'll go out for the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. We all know who's at the front there. Andrew Magilton, Ryan Woods, Kenny Wright, Rod Rogers, Gavin Ross, John Wise, Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine, Andrew Gallity, Mick Magilton rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Banks, McLeod. McLeod's got to come a long, long way back now after coming off on turn 3 on the first lap. Lawton, Woods, another Woods, Tracy Molden, Mahoney. It's good to see him still out there. Kenner, Ling, Glenn McDonald's come in, the 87 car.
Passing move going on here.
Yes,
75,
look at that.
76.
Yeah, well, can they keep it in order or not? Can they keep it in order? We've got Banks to the inside, Magilton to the outside. As they go over the start-finish line, here they go, side by side. Mick Magilton's got to make him earn it. He's got to make him earn it, coming down into turn 1. This is interesting. They call it the funnel. We know the reason why. Banks is in front, Magilton right behind him, Andrew McLeod. So just having a look at some times, 1:45.99, Magilton with the fastest lap on lap 2. 1:46, 1:47 seems to be the dinner for tonight by the looks of it. A lot of cars there in the 1:47s, if not better. 7, 8, 9 cars in the 1:47 and better range as they go over. Michael Ling there, the 70 car, 66 car there of Kenner.
See a couple of cars running Premier fronts as well.
Oh, why not? Why not? They came out with Premier fronts.
Bit flash.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. So, yeah, we certainly do have the single headlights or the dual headlights.
And how are they going for parts for these cars these days?
Not as many as what there was 20 years ago.
No,
you could probably understand that.
Yeah.
There's still 25,000 that are registered throughout Australia through Vic Roads. So that is whether it's club or on the road, which is absolutely fantastic. 476,000 were built. It was the only make that had 13 different models in it.
Wow, fantastic. I just asked a question because I was wondering where all the parts still come from these cars.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why. You can still go to Bali and you can still see some HQs in Bali, so they tell me.
I have actually seen them, yep.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And in Greece. They went to Greece as well.
Yes. Yep, for sure.
Back to the car racing, and Woods now with the fastest lap, 1:45.9, as against 1:45.975 for Magilton. So there you go.
Yep, you can see that Woods has actually got rid of Kenny Wright. You can see the gap there, but Woods is now coming. Woods is now coming towards Andrew Magilton. Woods is up to 1 second between first and second, ladies and gentlemen. It was almost out to 2 seconds. Woods is catching Magilton. Have a look at this up over the back there. Get excited because I am. Have a look at this. Here comes Woods. Magilton, has he got a problem? Or has Woods all of a sudden found the missing link that he's been trying to find since qualifying? Down the old back chute, you can have a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look. Here we go. Woods, can he catch him? Can he catch the guy that has been in front from start to finish in every race this weekend? As we go through Andrew Magilton, Canada there. Just trying to find where Andrew McLeod is at the moment. Andrew McLeod up into 12th position. So he's come back from 17th. As they start going down what they call the veggie patch, or the new part of Winton, which has made this track an awesome track.
Last lap coming up. So this will be their last lap coming up now.
Yes, it certainly is. Have a look at this. Keep an eye out. Start cheering. Start cheering. Here we go. Can Woods do anything? 1.1 seconds between first and second. Magilton, as he comes screaming up past the cafe there, you can have a look at him. He's looking out at his wife and his 2 kids by the looks of it.
They're not watching much.
And then we've got Regularity and also McLeod. That is for 9th and 10th position at the moment. Oh, McLeod's up the inside. Look at that, Andrew.
I think McGilton's sort of seen what's going on, and because Woods has got the lights on, and he said, "Oh, there's somebody coming behind me a bit close. I better get going." So he has done exactly that.
Yeah, as soon as he's pulled those headlights on, mate, the gap has opened up to 1.22 seconds at the moment. There's Andrew McLeod in the 82 car. Up into, just making sure here, up into 10th position. He's doing well. But have a look at this on the screen. We've got it. We've got it. There's Andrew Magilton, Ryan Woods, Kenny Wright, Rod Rogers, Ross. That's the top 5. The number 14 car, the Middy's electrical car there. Magilton Electrical, one of the sponsors this weekend. Tony Maloney, Mount Ararat. He come to grief there in the last race, so he hasn't been out to go in this one at all.
So
the 99 car.
1.2 between McGilton and Woods. I have a feeling that's about where it's going to stay as they head their way up the top there.
Yep, certainly is.
Here we have the lead car now on the screen.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. He's done absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. He's done it. He's done it. The Dallas Kramer Marlborough Petrol Trophy, he also wins that, but he also is a round winner in race 1, 2 and 3 this afternoon, as you've just seen it. Like I said, the sun's gone down, but the HQs are absolutely firing on the track, keeping that track nice and warm. Thank you, Winton and your officials, because absolutely fantastic. The track is spot on. VHR, well done again for a fantastic weekend. So we'll go right through and let everyone know where everyone has finished. We've got Andrew Magilton on first, Ryan Woods second, Kenny Wright third, Rogers, Ross is fifth, Wise, Beckers, Jardine, Banks, McLeod in 10th. Legality, Mick Magilton, Lawton, Woods, John Mahoney in 15th. Then there's Tracy Molden, James Kenner and Michael Ling. So we started with 19, we finished with 18. And VHRR, thank you very, very much from the HQ Racing Association of Victoria. Thank you very, very much, guys, for inviting us once again to come to this event. We really do love it.
Last car was car 70, but car 7 is the last one on track.
Well, thanks, Dave, for bringing us that race. As usual, with your nice verve and excitement about the whole deal, which really puts some interest back into motorsport. So we'll catch up with you when we see you the next time.
Yep.
Not sure where we're going to see. Sandown, is it coming up?
Well, Sandown coming up, wherever there's a HQ there,
okay.
You'll certainly find me. Right. But everyone, we've got our trophy presentations in about half an hour at the HQ shed if you want to come and have a bit of a look and a bit of a listen. And we would appreciate you to be there. Other than that, everyone have a safe trip home and thank you very, very much. Good night, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Dave, and it's the thank you time to everybody for coming along, and those officials that stood out there in the, well, at least today, the nice sunshine. They had a slightly better day than they were out here on Friday, I'm going to tell you, and the circuit really cleaned up, and we've had some good racing for the weekend. So a big thank you, one, to Gippsland Car Club for bringing us that last event as well, and the racing has been all exciting for the whole weekend, and we had Shannons on board, Penrite, VHRR, Cool Drive. Thank you for coming on board for bringing us this Winton Festival of Speed. Thank you to Brennerline. Brennerline have done a fantastic effort to televise this event, going out to not only Victoria but out to the world. People can see it anywhere in the world. So thank you to Blendline for coming on board once again. So it's Ron Simmons signing off on behalf of the whole commentary team, and drive safely, because the car you bang into may be mine. Good night. Before I sign off completely, we still have a set of keys up here for, looks like perhaps a VN Commodore onwards, with another set of very worn keys on it, another one with a GM number on it. We'll leave it up here in the commentary box. If someone finds them, well, good on them. Thank you.